Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast here today. All right. Let's go ahead and get this show started today. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the show today. Holy heck. Happy Monday. Let's get these alerts rolling. Thank you, Wavy. Tier 3 for 59. Is that what I'm reading while I beard check here? Holy heck. Welcome to the broadcast, fam. Good to see y'all here today. Holy heck. We got a Gerudo Valley to start things off this morning. Beautiful. All right, HDES bugs. We're HDES bugging into this week. Right. Hey, beard's looking all right today. We're making it happen. Good morning, Kalika, Michelle, and Doodles, and Leia here. The Early Bird Squad and Kyle Ecstasy coming in with the first in the chat here today. Good to see you back in here, reclaiming their crown. We got Perpetrator in the house. Scarlet's in the building as well. What's up, Lunar? What's up, Ann? What's up, Steph L as well? Springs Love, good morning to you. Decade Drifter, and good morning to all the daily check-ins. Tales from the Fandom, we'll get your rotisserie chicken. We'll get your VIP jacket. We'll make sure you get those, collect those items at the door. Make sure you collect those items at the door. All right. And Gingy Ginger is the Fallen VIP roulette. Salutes to Gingy Ginger. The Fallen VIP roulette.
What's funnier than
Thank you, Raina B, for the tier 2 for 25 months. And good morning to you. Thank you for your generosity and your support. That extra tier support goes a long way for the broadcast. Same thing to you, Wavy. And thank you, Tara from Gaia, for 42-month Prime. I did not forget about you, Tara. Thank you for that first sub of the day. Thank you for that Prime. Good morning to you as well, Tara. From the top of the chat here, we got Bernia. We're still going through the top of the chat. Miss Bernia, good morning. Hope you're doing well today. And I hope you had a great birthday. Happy belated birthday to you. Happy 2-6. Faux for all. Welcome back. Soda Vigilante. Good morning, Stormy D. Welcome to the show, baby. Bookworm Maya, I see you out there squealing. Yagoon. Galactic, welcome to the show here today. Sammy Dot, welcome in here. Good morning.
Love y'all, love y'all, love y'all, love why. SS, happy Monday.
Thank you for 35 months, Sassy. Good morning to you. Welcome to the show today, Ham Labs. And yes, I couldn't agree more. It might be one of the hardest intros to an album ever curated. Ever. See a couple daily check-ins. Let me call out a couple daily check-ins. Dynamom, Bright Princess, Mahogany Chica, Spank 'em Nasty, Cap'n Crappin', Trips 14, LPK, Ash 370. Good morning. We got Medium Titty Goth GF in the house. Welcome to the show today, Casino Roy. Hope you're feeling good. Good morning. Good morning. Great Bambi. Welcome to the show. I do not make my own intros, and I don't know anybody that can make them for you. However, we do have some artists in the community, in the High Road Gaming Group community. I think we maybe have a couple artists there, but to be honest, no. I guess the answer is no. I do not have anybody that I could refer you to at the moment, but if you send me a message, maybe I could help you out, put you in the right direction. There's a couple websites that people contract work off of. It might be a good place to start. Jojo Beautifully Unbroken, good morning. Happy Kylie. Sam Squatch, good to see you today. Mushi Mai, welcome to the show. Ebony Bow. Yo, look at them H-Des bugs. Look at them H-Des bugs in the chat, baby. Yo, Prof Unknown, welcome to the show today. Welcome in Jojo Beautifully Unbroken. G-Ski. Dear Diary, Daily Check-In. Welcome to the broadcast. A Dose of HD, Daily Check-In. Welcome in here as well. Yeti King. Good to see you. Steph L. Sunset Alpaca. Hope you're feeling good. Good to see you back in here, Alpaca. Of course, Abyss Sans. How you been, Abyss? Good to see you back, Teeny Giraffe. Dazabound. We're bound for greatness. Candy Boo. What up with you? We got Druck in the house. New Island. Who dis? Welcome to the broadcast as well. Holy heck. Did we unlock mirror mode yet? I did a couple Grand Prix in Mario Kart last night. I did a couple Grand Prix, so I unlocked the special cup, but I didn't do the special cup. So I think I'm close. And we could check that out at some point, maybe later today. I think we'll get to some karting at some point. We'll either be getting to some karting or we'll be getting to some fantasy life, and we're doing one or the other here later after ACNH. Simcetera, good to see you. Sea Stove, JR Prisma, Kuda. Welcome back, Kuda, as well. Beady Baby's in the building. Sam Squatch, New Island. Fresh week, fresh island, fresh opportunities. Let me turn these jams down a little bit more. Red Museum, welcome to the show today as well. Enjoy that lurk this morning. Good morning, Alto Girl. Famed Guardian, hope you're feeling good. Welcome to the Monday morning show. I'm your host today, Highly in Dissent, and here at the Monday morning show, our theme is Fresh Week, Fresh Opportunities. What opportunities are you going to be snatching up here this week? Sometimes you got to make them yourself, so let's get out there and slay. We'll be talking about the Summer Games Fest today. This is our Just Chatting segment with extra steps. We'll have a game on in the background. We'll be doing a new Animal Crossing island, but we'll still be focusing on the community and on chatting. A little bit of a Summer Gamer Fest review today and a little bit of discussion. And we'll be checking out Spawn Wave's video that will break down and highlight all of the announcements. So we're going to sit and do a little bit of watching today. We got pretty familiar with that this weekend, and we're going to do a little bit more. So later on, maybe around noon, we'll be checking out a video and talking about some Summer Game Fest vibes. I'll also be doing a little bit of my first impressions of the Switch 2 discussion today as well. And we'll be chatting a little bit about my Switch 2 experience after 40 hours over the weekend, 50 hours over the weekend. We went pretty hard. And we'll be talking about our experience. We pretty much checked out everything we could. Everything we had time for, from free patch games to games that cost $10 to upgrade, to mouse features, to pro controllers, to welcome tours. We did it all. The only thing about that I didn't do was plug in this stupid camera. So I will be sharing my first impressions today as well. We could talk about it, and we can do a little bit of discussion around the Switch 2 and my thoughts about my first ever console release with my community, and my first console release in 20 years. Since the DS era, and even in the DS era, I didn't get it on release night, but it was pretty close to release. I think it was maybe like within the week. So, all right. So, welcome to the show. We got a nice jam-packed Monday morning show, and it all starts right here with you and me connecting here as a community. So, jump in the chat and let me know how you're feeling today and how your weekend was, whether you were Switch 2ing or whether you were FOMOing or anything in between. What did you get into this weekend, and how did you spend your time here Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Hope everyone had a great weekend rolling in. Thank you, Cameron, for 38 months. Thank you for that Prime, baby. Thank you again, Sassy and Raina and Wavy and Tara. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I really appreciate y'all this morning. So, without further ado, let the adventure begin. Today, the last day of Summer Games Fest, or did it end yesterday? It's pretty much over. We'll call it over. But exclamation point SGF will give you more information if you're looking for it. I think they got something going on today, but we ain't participating in it. Good morning, Vanessa Alice. Good to see you today as well. I was following and pretending that the Switch 2 doesn't exist. I understand. FOMO be like that. FOMO be like that. Be honest, did you think about doing that when you poured your coffee? No. I'm an improv guy. I did, however, look at my cup this morning and say, hey, today's a new adventure. And I grabbed the cup off the shelf. So maybe that led me here. That's the road I took. That's the path that I journeyed on this morning. And it led me here. Bought a Switch 2, but spent the weekend playing Cattle Country. People kept bringing up Cattle Country to me. What's up, Ghibli Guy? What do you think about Cattle Country, dude? People keep bringing it up to me, man. People keep bringing it up to me. The amount of people that have brought Cattle Country up to me. I think it's been mentioned in my chat 3 times this weekend. I took a look at it. You know, it looks cool. If you're looking for that pixel farming sim Stardew Energy experience, it looks like it will probably scratch that itch. I'm just not really looking for that right now. I have plenty of games that provide that experience, you know? Looking at you, Fields of Mystery. I haven't picked that game back up yet. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just think I don't think I'm interested in the game. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not interested in showcasing it to the community, because that is a different vibe. Sometimes I like to speak for personal me, but that doesn't mean I'm necessarily speaking for the show. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I think showing it off on the channel could be pretty cool. Could be pretty cool to show it off on the broadcast if people want to see it. We could check it out if the chat room would like to see it. We could do that. Yeah, we could totally check out Cattle Country if you guys want to. If you guys would like to see it on the channel. It is the kind of game that I would like to showcase and talk about. It is the kind of game that, you know, I like to focus on this channel and give people a good first look at before you buy it for yourself. How much is the game? little bit of crack in there. We're still getting our morning stretches out. What's up, Christine? Good morning to you. What up, Rain? Welcome to the show today as well. You don't like playing farming sims on PC? I think I understand that, you know, because like maybe you grew up with the controller in your hand. Played some Mario Kart 7 over the weekend since I don't have a Switch 2. Nice. Yo, what's up, Blush T? Welcome to the show today. Yo, Wavy, you didn't have to do that, dude. The Wavester out here dropping a generous 5 gifted subs. Storming on into the chat today. You didn't have to do that, homie. I hope you had a great weekend, Wavester. Any plans to get the Switch 2 in your household, or you guys gonna hold off for a little bit? Pride on Saturday, charity walk at the zoo on Sunday. Busy. What was such a fun weekend. Wow, how cool is that? You went on a Pride adventure on Saturday, a Pride walk, something like that, Pride parade, charity walk at the zoo. That's cool, man. I'm glad. Wow, Scarlett's out here getting it. Been loving Mario Kart, and I got my first big crop in Stardew. Nice. Sam Squatch, which one was it? Was it a melon? Was it a pumpkin? Which one was it? Yo, Blue Phoenix played so much Fantasy Life. Fantasy Life will do you like that, right? Wait, beat drop, cat jams. Oh, I was a little early. It's been a while. Okay, here it is. I was thinking it was a different part of the song, unfortunately. It was a different part of the song I was thinking of. Dang it. I was so ready for those cat jams. I feel robbed. I played Deltarune. Deltarune got updates for Steam and Switch, eh? Deltarune got updates for Steam and Switch, right? It's like it got 2 more chapters for the release of Steam, or Switch, but it's on Steam as well, something like that, right? I know Deltarune fans are pretty excited. What's up, Lillian82? What's up, Samlicious? Welcome to the broadcast today. What's up, Nandez? Welcome in, Nandez. What's up, 16-bit Gambit? First day back to work after a long weekend. Pout. H-Des Pout. Dang, no! Not the first day back to work, dude. Dang. Sorry to hear it, man. Sorry to hear it, dude. Yo, salutes in the chat to the Weekend Warriors. Ready to use my emotes? Yo, Sim, enjoy those motes, man. Did you get hit by the Wavy 5-pack? Did you get hit by the Wavester 5-pack, dude? Enjoy those motes, baby. We might get a new one for the house since the last one was pretty destroyed by the kids. Cool. That's why I can't do PC these days. Yeah, I understand, Candy Boo. I get it, dude. I get it for sure. They may have a demo. Oh, you're talking about for Cattle Country? Yeah, maybe we'll check out the demo. That's cool, though. Like I said, I don't really mind buying those types of games for the stream. We just got to find time to check it out, you know? Sometimes these games just fly under the radar, and then before I know it, they exist, and I don't even have them on the schedule. What's up, Shorty B? What up, Shorty JB? What's up, Parappa? Welcome to the show today. We'll be doing a first impressions Switch 2 talk later today. So stick around or check out the VOD or come back later and ask if I've already had the talk or, you know, whatever. We will be talking about my first impressions of the Switch 2 later today. What up, Dude Supreme? Welcome in today. Good to see you. Dang, I'm still mad about that beat drop. I missed that beat drop. I'm so sad. I'm still thinking about it. Like, dang, man, I'm off my game today. Cleveland's Pride Saturday was great. Oh, Cleveland Pride was Saturday. I didn't even know that. Dude, that's cool. Nice to know. It's always nice to be reminded that I got plenty of Ohioans in the chat. It would have been cool to see some of y'all there. That's actually so neat. Maybe I'll try to go next year. We're holding off on the Switch 2 a little bit because we're still deciding if we want to get it or not. That's okay, you know, take your time. They'll be restocked. They'll be restocked by 2 or 3 months. 2 or 3 months, I think they'll be restocked. Candy Boot, thank you for the biddies, and thank you, Christine, for the biddies as well. Thank you, dude. Thank you guys so much. Trying to save the hype train. No worries. Salutes in the chat and thank you for the support. I played Mario Kart 8 with a friend on their birthday last night. My random was a baby park. I resisted the urge to throw my Switch out the window. I'm glad you resisted, but I would have also contemplated doom. Rainy Day Puddles, thank you for popping in today. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Getting a Switch in the fall after the Tony Awards last night. Actor who was my family has been cheering on since I was in college with a small theater company called Star Kid. Won his Tony last night and a musical won 6 Tonys. Oh, that's pretty cool, man. Holy heck. Well, congratulations to Darren Chris. Very cool, very cool. What's up, Chronos Baggins? Good to see you today, my dude. Second weekend of summer vacation, teacher life, hashtag teacher life. Thank you for those biddies, Trickster. The teacher life, dude, that's so cool. Are you, what are you doing this summer, Musky? What are you doing this summer? Tara from Gaia says, my son has his own Switch, and the first thing he does is start a Stardew Farm. I've been trying to get him into it for a year, and he says he is playing it because Hylian plays this game. That's why is that the most adorable thing in the universe? What? We gotta start him young. We gotta get him in them fields young. Yoo-hoo! Dude, that's so cool, man. That's so cool. Thank you for sharing that with me. Thank you for sharing that with me. Oh, I sniped you yesterday, Simcetera. You could tell, dude. You know what? You want to know what's so funny about that, Sim? That wasn't even a part of like a 5-pack. Like, I clicked your name and gifted you a sub and then forgot about it overnight. Listen, it's been a long weekend. Enjoy the sub though, Sim. Enjoy the sub. Yo, what's up, Spartan Leonidas? Salutes in the chat. Just did an awesome gym session this morning. Walked the dogs and now get to chill and enjoy the show. Nice, man. We got Titus in the house. Welcome to the show, Trickster. Sammy Dots in the house. Went to see a comedian in Cleveland, from the UK in Cleveland on Saturday. She was hilarious. The theater was gorgeous. Cleveland has some gorgeous theaters. Yeah. Cleveland has some gorgeous theaters. Crocodile Interior Movie Theater. How does that go? Wasn't that Chip the Ripper who's from Cleveland? I swear that I think that reference all made sense in my head. Anyways, let's move on. Winner chicken dinner. Good to see you today, my dude. Welcome in. Cinnamon Stick, good morning. Profound Pearl, welcome to the show. Good to see you back in here today. Holy heck. My former Gleek is showing. Hanging out with my toddler. We found your streams when I was very pregnant. Well, enjoy the show this weekend, and I hope the baby's doing well. I hope they're healthy. Get out of here. One of us. What's up, April? Good to see you today as well. Good morning, Just Jackie. Good morning, April. Good morning, Ailid Zana. Welcome to the show today. Kels, welcome to the broadcast. Sweet D. Good to see you back in here. Maddie sends you in the building. Welcome in. My mom went to college in Ohio. I don't think I've ever been to Ohio. You're not missing much. Ohio's actually just one giant cornfield. Yeah, interior crocodile alligator. I drive a Chevrolet movie theater. There it is. Dude, man, you gotta get that checked out, man. You got a nervous tick. It must be my stunning looks that get you nervous, and before you know it, you're subscribing with your free Twitch Prime subscription once a month that you get by attaching your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Crazy how that works. Crazy. What's up, Lily Tazi? Good morning, dude. Yikes. Fair yikes. That was a good use of that emote. Cheers to that. I would have yikesed as well. Yo, good morning, Big Fuzz. What's up, kittens? Avril fan. Good to see you, kitties. Cozy Nook as well. Tina the accountant. And Fliss. And in general, all the rest of the daily check-ins today. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. We did start a video game forum thread for Mario Kart for those of you that want to start lobbies in the Discord. So if you are a part of the Discord and you know enough to navigate and find that lobby, you can find it over under the video game forums. Shout out to Silverblink who started it up for us. If you guys want to get your Mario Kart on outside of the time that I play on stream, go ahead and get it on. Dream Park Shet? No, I'm not sure what that is. I don't think so. I'm gonna say no. What's up, Joy? Welcome to the show today. Dream Parks Fest? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I participated in that. Are you talking about Disney Dreamlight Valley stuff? I think you might be. I went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame once. It was so freaking cold. I've never felt cold like that before. Yeah, especially because the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is right off of the lake. So on a bad day, you are getting the most brutal cold air blown on you in that part of Cleveland. That's what people don't get about like downtown Cleveland is brutal cold sometimes. It's brutal cold because of that lake, man. Because of that lake, dude. It can be brutal out there sometimes, man. Whew. It doesn't even have to be the winter, but the winter makes it a lot worse. Yeah, you add some snow and wind to it, and you're yeah. We're talking frigid. That lake effect. Have you seen that Cleveland video on YouTube? Some meme video where this dude is singing about Cleveland? I don't know. I might have seen that one. I might have. Going to lurk and play some Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. Dude, nice. Rune Factory, dude. Oh, I didn't get a chance to play Rune Factory since we checked it out on Saturday. And now that you reminded me of it, oh, man, that game was actually good. Yes, dude. Yes, man. I can't wait to play more of that. We're playing more Rune Factory. The show. I live a mile from Ontario and can confirm. It's my life in upstate New York. I was about to say, New Yorkers probably feel it as well. Detroiters. For sure. What's up, Daft Chocobo? Welcome to the broadcast today, Daft Chocobo. Good to see you. Yo, enjoy that work today, and good morning, Effie Apples. Good to have you back in here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you feel better soon, Daft Chocobo. Take it easy. I can't say Alvin the right way anymore. What do you mean? Maybe you've been saying it the wrong way the whole time. And naturally, you've been corrected by my beautiful and articulate accent. Maybe. You know, just throwing that out there. How do you typically make your coffee in the mornings? Typically, more often than not, I'm probably just using some sugary creamer, you know? Just like some creamer, almond milk or oat milk creamer. But big butts,
happy Monday, Hylian and fam.
Little butts too. I also prefer to do half like unsweetened straight oat milk or almond milk, just like unsweetened. I like to do half of that and half creamer. That's my preferred way because then it's less of that sugary creamer, but still taking away that bitterness. However, I do pretty often just do straight up unsweetened oat milk or almond milk. This is something I've been doing a lot more recently. It's just no sweetener at all and just a little bit of oat milk or a little bit of almond milk to cut that bitterness, because it's just lessening that amount of sugar that's going into my body so early in the morning. And I'm really loving that. And even though it doesn't have that nice dessert coffee vibe where you really enjoy every sip, I think it's a lot healthier approach to the start of my day and getting my body functioning and all that. So that's my 3 approaches. I'll admit I most often have some kind of Planet Oak, Planet Oat. I usually do the sweet cream. I have not checked out the brown sugar cookie creamer yet. Yeah, we're talking about coffee. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't checked out that new one yet. What's up, Happy Chaos? The best part of the Tonys is that Alto Boy watched it with me and had no idea what was going on and was confused most of the time. Yeah, I don't do many award shows myself, so I respect that. I like making myself suffer with dairy and use Chobani. It's pretty good. I've used Chobani before. And you know what else I've done? I've also participated in a Monday morning show jam session. And I'm sure a lot of you have before as well. So what we do here is we call all cat jammers and HDes wigglers to the chat room, Dino dancers, and whatever other emotes you have. We like to get a little bit of energy into the show here so we can start off our Mondays on the right foot, because the best way to start your Mondays is right here, twitch.tv/HighlyInDescent. So take this opportunity to break away from what you're doing, get some cat jams, get some wiggles, and let's lock it in, baby. And a cat jam, and a wiggle and a wiggle and a cat jam and a wiggle. Welcome to the Monday Morning Show. I'm your host today, Highly in Descent. And we're descending into a little bit of Animal Crossing New Horizons. It's a brand new island for a fresh week, a fresh generation of Nintendo. Fresh New Horizons Island, baby. Let's go ahead and dive in today. I'm excited. I'm excited to jump over, play some games. We'll continue to chat, of course, because that's what the Monday Morning Show's all about, just chatting with extra steps. Good morning, Delore, and welcome to the show today. Good to see you in the building. Welcome to the broadcast. Hope you're feeling good. Of course. Lillian, gonna make some dinner for your brother tonight. He's coming soon, so I'll keep the page open. Oh, yo, that's very kind of you. I hope you and your brother have a good time and enjoy the food for sure. My brother drinks his coffee black, and I'm like, bro, how? I know, man, I can't do black coffee. I honestly am jealous of people who can drink black coffee. I kind of get jealous, like I'm not good enough or something. Like, how come you can do this and I can't? It's like I'm competitive about it. Yo, thank you, Contemplate, for 52, man. Let me take a moment to contemplate the fact that you've resubbed for 52 months. Welcome to the show, man. Yo, thank you, Mads World, for the 56. Same, I want to be cool like that. Yeah, like I've drank a couple of black coffees. Here's the thing about black coffee. I can deal with it in sips. I'll do like little sips, little baby sips, right? But the problem is it goes cold so fast that by the time you get to your maybe third or fourth little baby sip, then you got cold black coffee. And that's like 3 times worse than hot black coffee. So it's like, I really don't understand how people do it. Because like I can handle it when it's nice and hot. It's piping hot. I'm like, ooh, I can deal with this. But after I get to like the third or fourth sip, I'm like, this sucks. I'm like, this blows. Like, what are you doing? Like, this is terrible. Like, so like, dude, if I could just keep it piping hot the whole time, I need to get like a shot glass, and like I just need to do shots of coffee right in front of the coffee pot. That's what I need to do. I need to get a shot glass. And I should go in front of the coffee machine just like you know what I mean? Like, 'cause I don't know, man. Like, what are you supposed to do, dude? It doesn't, there's, I just don't get it. How you drinking this black coffee, man? Could you imagine? You want pigeon milk with that? What's up, MS Word? Good to see you. At barista trading, we had to taste test the shots of espresso to learn how to get the correct grind and pour. I had to taste bitter and sour ones to know what a good one was. Oh, that's cool though that they make you go through that though. What's up, Lily Tazi? Hope you're feeling good. Hope you had a great vacation. I do have a coffee warmer. I do have a coffee warmer. I do have a mug. I do have an electric mug warmer. It was a gift from the community. So I do have one of those, and I'm sure that would help solve the problem a little bit. Right, I'm sure it would help if I use it more often. At the moment, I'm not using it, but it's because a lot of my mugs are a little too big for it. And I also just don't, I usually drink my coffee before it gets cold. But I think maybe on days where I'm stretching out my coffee, I will grab it and just put it on my desk. So I do have access to one. But still, you know, the point is still kind of valid because the mug warmer keeps it warm and even somewhat hot, but it doesn't keep it piping hot. And I think when a coffee's piping hot is when it's easiest to deal with when it comes to bitterness. Because it's just like, it's so hot that it's just going down and you're not even thinking about the taste. You know, while you're simultaneously burning your insides, you know. You learn to drink black coffee at work when you get interrupted for hours after making a cup. Blethers knows about hot coffee. Yo, good morning, caffeinated spirit. Speaking of, what's up, Mandy Cat? Welcome in here, A Spec, and Gigi was here. How you doing today, Gigi? Welcome to the show. Hope you're feeling good here. Hope you're feeling all right. What's up, Zoe67? Welcome to the broadcast as well. Timmy and Tommy back there, like, wrap it up, Hylian. We want to see some Animal Crossing. What's up, Random? Good to see you, by the way, Random Reject. Good morning. Hope you're feeling good today as well, buddy. All right, let's go and jump over. We can enjoy some ACNH today while we yet. Drink it now, Angie Brewster. Random coming in with the OG clip. I love that. I'm sleep deprived. I've been playing too much Fantasy Life. Fantasy Life, it will do that to you. Yes, I've noticed. I've always loved this track. This track is underappreciated. Boom, 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Yo, what's up, Didius? Yeah, that was me about a week and a half ago with Fantasy Life. Good morning. We're so excited to have you here. Let us be the first to congratulate you on your wise decision to sign up for this adventure. Welcome to the check-in counter for your deserted island getaway package. Wait, what's this feeling? Oh, it must be 2020 PTSD. It's coming back to me. No. I'm so hyped. Yo, what's up, Silver Blink, dude? I had to save that video yesterday when the Xbox ROG Ally showed the showcase because my son was dancing to the tune of it. Nice, that's cute. Time to wipe down your groceries. Remember when we all thought that Tommy was rude AF for not letting Timmy speak? Water, rice, cinnamon, sugar with additional Are you talking about horchata? Right? Right? That has to be what you're chatting about, I think. Yeah, Starbucks new horchata. Yeah. There's so much to look forward to, but first, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Timmy with Nook Inc. And I'm Tommy. I don't know why I did Tommy dirty like that. We'll be flying to the island with you to help you get settled. Think of us as your parents or your partners. What I listen, man. Apparently I need more of my adventure juice. We're in it for the long haul, so let's get started, shall we? I don't know why I read parent. I really don't know why I read parent. Dude, that's just dyslexia, dude, to be fair. Some dyslexia just be moving T's around, creating R's. It just does that sometimes. To me, is daddy? Felt, yeah. Yeah, Matt City. Parents? Where are your rents? The first step is checking your application. Is this your first time applying for one of our packages? Would that make Tom Nook our great uncle? Nepotism much? What's up, Peachy Pixie? Oh my gosh. Sure, I'm in. What's up, Alama? Would it be Alama? Maybe? Alima? Maybe I'm getting close. Welcome in here. Now then, we'll need to look up your application. Can we have your name and birthday? Whoa, dude. You're asking a little bit too much information here, buddy. Next, you're gonna want my social. Let's have fun and I've been doing this recently and I like it, so let's go with chat. We can try to cheese it and make our birthday soon so that we could get loot. Nah. What if I say no, you can't have my name and birthday? Well, then you don't get your deserted island. Get out of here. We'll give it to the next person. What's up, Team Nintendo? Our next step will be to take a picture of you, chat. Don't worry. Take as much time as you need to get yourself looking just the way you want. Now imagine if you were able to use your new Nintendo Switch 2 camera and you could just take a picture of your actual face, like... Yeah, exactly, Neanderthal. Exactly. Yeah, that'd be sick. Eliama. Thank you. I think I got that right. It would either be Eli or Ellie, but I think Ellie's 2 L's, so I'm gonna assume it's Eliama. Switch to as a camera? Yeah, here. Look, it's right here. I haven't plugged it in yet to check it out, but I want to do it either with some streamers or some moderators. It'd be cool to get 4 of us together on the mod team or something. Yeah, it's an official Nintendo product. Be dope. Yeah, that'd be dope. Doesn't matter to me. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. The I've seen some stuff eyes. You can change this stuff anytime you want, so it really doesn't matter what you start with. Let's go for the dopey eyes. Yeah, let's go for the dopey eyes. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. You inspired me to restart my island too. Nice. Yeah, the piranha plant camera. I know I didn't check it. I didn't get the piranha plant camera. I kind of would like to get it, but your Switch 2 comes today, but no cam for me. Oh, that's cool. No worries. You can always use just like a random USB camera, by the way. I've been hearing reports that a bunch of random USB cameras will work. You just have to test them if you have one laying around the house. Is it really your birthday? Yeah. My birthday's January 18th. Yeah. Good morning, Neanderthal. Good morning, Ward. What's up, M Ward? How do you like the Switch 2 so far? I'm liking the Switch 2 a lot. I'm actually doing a little bit of a first impressions review today of the Switch 2 later. Wouldn't that break the console? No, not at all. No, not at all. It's been reported online by multiple people. Yeah, random USB cameras work, random USB keyboards and mice work. All that stuff is accessible with the dock. The dock has 2 USB ports, and that stuff is very accessible. Not all of it's going to work, but a lot of it is going to work. It's just, if you have it laying around the house, you could try. That's your dad's birthday? Oh, sick, dude. Well, I have something to tell you. You might want to sit down for this. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know where I was going with that. I guess I was going to say I'm your real dad. I don't know where I was going with that. What's up, Kilobyte Kev? Keith, good to see you today. Let's start talking about your new home. So exciting. You see, we're quite proud of the work we've done to help you feel comfortable in your new life. The Mandark follow-up was perfect. Oh yes, in fact, if you want, you can even experience the seasons the same way you're used to them. What I mean is we have islands in both the Northern Hemisphere and Southern. Honestly, I've done Southern Hemisphere islands as my second island, and I normally don't like that. I normally do like it to match up with myself here in NA. I've done a lot of different islands, and I've tried doing Southern Hemisphere. For some reason, I kind of like keeping it to Northern. I think I'll do that here as well. It just kind of works. The results are in. Yo, Ryan Perp. Ah, excellent. That information really helps us focus on just the right island for you. So naturally, we recommend that you relocate to an island in the Northern Hemisphere. There are a few more decisions to make. Sure. All right, nice. I don't think we're doing any kind of island resetting today. We're just gonna choose one of these 4. Well, let's see what we got. How you doing, by the way, Esmoogle? Good to see you in here, Kupopo. Kupopo. Bum 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 bum. Ooh, I kind of like the top left here. I like the top left. I kind of enjoy the separation with the little island. I kind of like the bottom right because it has that little mountain on the bottom right of the bottom right. So that's kind of cool too. That island in the middle? Yeah, I know, right? Isn't that fire? I didn't know restarting to choose your layout was a thing when I started playing, so I just took the first layout, and that's been my island ever since. Can't wait to get a fresh start on my Switch too. Yo, what's up, Jonathan VT? Good morning. And yeah, I agree with that, Lazy Stoneheart. I didn't really think about it too much either when I first started. You like bottom left? Bottom left looks pretty good. I like the lake placement. I'm enjoying like the lake placements of the bottom left. Boom 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 boom. Oh, you can also see how long the pier is when you look at the map. Ooh, I do kind of like that the hidden dock is all the way to the left on some of these because mine is all the way on the right. Like look where the hidden beach is. It's all the way to the left and mine's on the right on my main island. That's kind of cool. I never seen an island like, I never paid attention to an island like that. Yeah, I like the top right. The only reason I'm not a big fan of the top right is it seems like the airport placement's pretty similar to my original, but I don't really care that much. I don't really care too much about any of it. I'm just kind of having fun thinking about this. But like, it doesn't matter too much. Good evening. What's up, Pamutatsu? Pamutatsu, maybe? What's up, Gravel P? You like the bottom left as well? 2 secret beaches, 2 right. 2 left secret beaches, 2 right secret beaches. Yeah. I might go with the bottom left. I think I'm going with the bottom left. Tempting me to start over, but I don't think I have time for that. Yeah. Starting over is a little bit of a dedication. Let's go with it. Now the real question is who's going to be our starting villagers? I can't wait to show it off to you. But before we depart, I have one final question. If you could bring one thing with you to a deserted island, what would it be? This question's always goofy. I guess I'm going to say my Game Boy, because something to kill time is always the play. I'm going to bring my Game Boy. I'm bringing my Switch. I'll sleep on the ground, but as long as I'm playing AC. How interesting. Oh, sorry. That was just a hypothetical question. Nook Inc. will fully cover all your basic needs. Your attention, please. This is a service announcement. The chartered flight to Nook Inc.'s deserted island getaway package is ready for boarding. Any customers waiting to board should make their way to the gate at this time. Man, this is so nostalgic, though. Starting new islands in this game is so nostalgic because of doing it at midnight with this community in 2020. It's so nostalgic, dude. I can't remember what that question determines. I can't remember. I think we know the answer to that in the overall Animal Crossing community, but I don't remember. And here's an ad for the game you already bought. It's like we're back watching the Nintendo Direct. Started my second island ever over the weekend. I got Lyman and Phoebe and cherries. Yo, good morning, Cozy. Lyman is such a dope pickup for a first villager, I feel. Good morning, Allie. Hey, how are you? I think it's gonna be true. I think so. I think a direct is coming this month. Because they gotta sell us more stuff, man. Now that the Switch 2's out, with honestly lacking Nintendo first party titles on release, they gotta start pumping out information right away. That's my opinion. Great launch. Mario Kart with Donkey Kong in July, but people need to know more. People need to know, why should I buy a Switch 2 3 months from now when they restock? Why should I own a Switch 2 for 2026? People need to know this stuff, and I think Nintendo needs to tell us. And so I think we will be getting a direct this month, maybe July. My other call out is July. Did we have cherries? Cozy manifested cherries, and we have. Wait, do we have Hazel? We got Hazel. Is that Butch? Wait, what dog is that? It's Mac. We got Mac and Hazel. Ooh, we're here. Now, I know you must be incredibly excited to explore your new island home, but I have one small request. Would you please join us for a small orientation session in the nearby plaza? Our fearless leader himself will be giving a presentation, so I'd hate for you to miss it. We're heading there right now. Yo, Mac, dude, look at him. Talk later. Jog now. Let's go. We can chat later. I want to see where this is going. They're like, shut up, dude. Nah, dude, I'm not even going over there. I'm just gonna start collecting stuff and shaking trees. I'm gone, dude. I'm not even, screw y'all orientation. What's up, Midge? What kind of dog is that? What kind of dog is that? It's a Mac. What kind of dog is that? That's funny. Find your rocks? Yeah, I know, right? Oh, there's one. We can't pick any items up, though. It's like we don't have our inventory yet. We can't pick any items up yet. No music is playing. This is weird, right? Isn't this weird and like liminal spacey? Just wind and no music playing. Oh, we got mums again. We got mums again. You saw mums in the distance? You did, yes. The no music is making me nervous. I know, dude. HDS baby. Hi, I'm Ben from Kentucky. Dang shade. I kind of like the no music vibes. You have the same island since March 18, 2020. I can't believe you got yours on March 18th. Rude. Yeah, this game is, the early game is so nostalgic for sure. Perfect Lester. What's up, Perfect Lester? What's up, Minty Mont? Yeah, we got Mac and we got Hazel. We got Mac and we got Hazel. What's up, Dual Master D? Good morning, Minty. Good morning, Kaisky. If I haven't already said it to you. And Liberty87, welcome in. You got apples and roses and your airport is green. Wait, what color is my airport? I didn't even see. I got an orange airport. All right, let's go. Yeah, I already saw the summer shell. Did you see that? All right, is that everyone? Let's see. Is Hazel here? Check. What about Mac? Yeah. And there's Chad, of course. Hi there. Great. Hey, I'm Ben from Kentucky. We're all here. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Nook. Our 3 adventurers are ready to get started. Yes, yes, very good. Let's see, how shall I begin? Yes, of course, welcome, everyone. Welcome to your new island. My name is Tom Nook, and I'm the founder and president of Nook Inc. Today is the first day of your new life on this pristine, lovely island, so congratulations. And this is a package deal. As such, Nook Inc. staff will be here to support you and ensure your comfort and safety. But first things first, I'd like each of you to choose a spot of your own. It's the first step to putting down some real roots. I'd like you to dream big. I do have certain connections in construction and real estate. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's just get started with a simple tent. All right, sick. Here you go, chat. Your very own tent. Once you find the perfect spot, yeah, we know how this works, baby. We've seen this before. I suppose you should probably set you up with the mat too. Yeah, give me that mat. I went to GameStop with my hoodie over my face because my aunt still hasn't given me the cloth mask she made for me. Aw. My husband bought me Animal Crossing Switch as a grad school graduation gift when we were just dating. I had never played this game before, started that day. Aw. Everyone's getting nostalgic in the chat. I'm Hazel. I gotta tell you, I'm excited to do this whole island thing. Wow. Looks like we're both having trouble deciding where we want to set up our tents. I mean, it's a pretty big decision. Of course, no matter where we settle down on this little island, it'll be, well, at least we'll be neighbors. Dude, she has a tooth just like me. Looks like we're both having trouble deciding where to set up our tents. I mean, it's a pretty big decision. Of course, no matter where we settle down on this little island... Oh, dang, I thought I could help her out. Maybe I have to put mine down first or something. I don't remember. Yikes, girl. What's up, sir? Still salty that Nook's mini golf item and reservation tent wasn't purchasable? Yeah, wait a second. What happened to that Nook item? Wait a second. Dang it. Come on, dude. Sorry, this ain't The Sims. Dang, come on, dude. Let me get... I want the beachfront property, though. Frig. This would be a great spot. Yeah, keyword would. They're trolling with each corner. Yeah, what's up, Beth? How you doing today, Decade Drifter? Welcome in. Dude, I never thought about that freaking Nook golf game until now. You're making me realize we got robbed of that Nook mini game. I'm pissed. Dang it, I can't. It would be sick right here, but I can't, like, go down. Oh, the music started. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. With sick. Dang, we're about to lose a whole tree, though. Sure. I set up my tent. This is the first big step. Dang, they won't let me go in. Dang. I'm trying to go to bed instantly. I got jet lag. Yo, I'm Mac. You're Chat, right? Nice to meet you, woof woof. He said woo woof. You already set up your tent, eh? Oh, I'm still trying to find a perfect spot. I'll be doing some serious cardio, so it's gotta have a lot of fresh air. I think this spot will do the trick, but I don't know. What do you think, Chat? I'll find you a spot. What? You'll help me find a sweet spot to put this tent up? Seriously? Wow, we just met and you're already doing some heavy lifting on our friendship. Okay then, can't wait to see the epic spot you picked for me. What's up, Soda Science? If you need me, I'll be over at the plaza visualizing. Okay, buddy. Dang, it won't, it's at the rock. It won't let me get any close. I wanted to have it right next to my tent, but they won't let me do that. Dang it.
Good morning, fam. Day love.
Yo, Chiquita, thank you for 43 months. No worries, Soda. Needs a 1 space gap. I also kind of don't want to destroy this cherry tree. Might have to set that up later, yeah. Yo, thank you. Thank you for checking in today. What's up, Tab Flava? Good to see you, Sura. Good to see you, Brittany BCH. What's up, Jesky? Little Budum again. Good morning. Enchanted Ascari and Quince. Good morning, Starbow's Break as well. Welcome to the show today. Fresh week, fresh opportunities. Chiquita, thank you for 43 months. Let me imagine it. You can tell the graphic upgrade with the blowing trees. I always love the trees in this game. I always love the trees in this game. I'm even more tempted to restart now. When I started, I didn't know what I was doing, so I didn't think much about where I placed things. I couldn't just sit here thinking it over forever, so I grabbed the stick and threw it, and here's where it landed. So now this is my spot. Okay, I know there's only so far I can throw the stick, but I'm liking this. I'll find you a spot. Whoa, for real? You're gonna pick up the perfect spot for me? You do that for someone you just met? You know, you're alright, Chat. In that case, here you go. It's your show now, Uni Wow. I haven't been active for a while, but school's been kicking my butt. Finishing nursing school in July. Let's go! Chiquita! No matter how much time you put between yourself and this community, we're going to welcome you back, baby. No worries, dude. No worries, dude. Good to see you back. And congratulations on finishing up school. You got this, man. It sounds like you're in the final stretch. Sounds like you're in the final stretch. We love that. I wonder if BTBs and wind bombs will still freeze the game on Switch 2. It's a good question, actually. Sick. Hazel's got a place for her tent now. How does it feel? It feels pretty similar. Looks like everyone has a spot picked out for their tents now. I need to get back to the plaza. So this game did get a patch, but the patch only affected its connectivity with the Switch 1 device. So the truth is like, even though this might be taking advantage of the Switch 2's hardware, I actually just watched a video about how the Switch 2 handles the emulation of the Switch 1 and how honestly the best we could hope for a game to natively interact with the Switch 2 is that it can take better advantage of the specs to run at a higher frame rate more consistently. That's really the only thing we can expect for anything that doesn't get a patch to address other things. So if it gets a patch, they can increase the textures, the resolution, so on and so forth. But if it doesn't get a patch, then all we can really hope for is that the frame rates are going to be better when it comes to like gameplay. Loading screens are another one as well. Yeah, loading screens is also one worth mentioning. Good call out. Good call out, Heather B. So like between loading screens and frame rates, we're not going to notice a ton of a difference outside of handheld. Now, handheld might look overall better or worse depending on the game, because like the screen is nicer on handheld, you know, outside of maybe OLED users. But like this is just my, I guess I'm just sharing my thoughts on some of the knowledge I've gained from a couple MVG videos, modern vintage gaming, and the like. So as far as how this feels so far, honestly, it feels pretty similar, but that's what we want. Our hope is that it just feels just as good as the Switch 1, if not maybe a little better. I have heard reports from other people that when they go to islands that used to lag because it was over decorated, they said that it was less laggy. And when we say lag, we're talking about frame drops. So when you used to go through islands that were super packed with items and you would notice the game start to chug, that was the frames not keeping up at 60, which is what I assume this game runs at naturally. So I think that's the biggest report I've heard online, is that islands with tons of decorations are lagging less than they were in Switch 1. That was the biggest report I've heard so far. So as far as me starting new, I haven't noticed a big difference. Okay, it's 30 FPS. Thank you. I wasn't sure, but so I think in the past, maybe it was dropping as low as 20 on laggy islands, whereas now maybe it's just going to keep that solid 30 FPS when you're on those types of islands. And again, that's probably the best we could ask for right now until they maybe come and patch it, right? And then make the effort to maybe increase the resolution or increase the textures or even uncap it to 60 FPS, so on and so forth. If you really wanted to, a brand new island is the perfect opportunity to lock down a weather seed. Oh, that's actually such a cool thought. I actually love that. I'm glad you got the airport color, fruit and flowers, and 2 villagers that you wanted. I hope you're enjoying the Switch 2 experience. However, that villager Hazel, she's adorable, but I wish they didn't give her that unibrow. She's a bit much for sure, Princess Shroob. Good to see you here today, Shrooby, and good morning. I hope you're feeling good, and I appreciate you popping in and thinking of me today. Thank you so much. I saw how someone visited a busy island and it wasn't laggy at all. Yeah, so I think there's definitely some increases to performance, and we're probably going to notice over the next couple of days, so on and so forth. So do you have 2 islands now? Yes, correct. So I have my OGs on the original Switch. I did not do a big system transfer. So for those that are curious kind of how this worked out before I go forward in game, what I did is I opted out of transferring my Switch 1 to my Switch 2. I actually decided when I bought my Switch 2, I said no to the transfer because I wanted a fresh start. Because I had so many pictures on the first Switch, I kind of want my first Switch to become my little preservation box. I'm going to install games that I want to last a lifetime. And I want my Switch 1 to just turn into my little travel device. Because see, the Switch 2 is never going to leave my house. The Switch 1 is going to be the device I take out of the house for my quick fix gaming when I'm out in public or I'm traveling somewhere. My quick fix gaming. So I didn't transfer anything. I literally just have a naked Switch 2, and now I'm filling it up with games, and I'm downloading my save files from cloud for the games I do install to the Switch 2, and for ACNH, I just started fresh. I did not have to buy a new copy of the game or anything because it's all the same Nintendo account. Great question. It's all the same Nintendo account, so just because I didn't do the system transfer doesn't mean I didn't log into my Switch 2 with my Nintendo account, which has all my games. I own ACNH digitally and physically, in fact, and I'm using my digital copy on the Switch 2 the same way that I can use my digital copy on the Switch 1, because you can go back and forth between them seamlessly, and it doesn't matter at all because it's all my Nintendo account. So all I had to do was go into the eShop, download ACNH because I already own it, and then load it up on the Switch 2. And because there's no save file here, it instantly prompted me to make a new island. So that's what we're doing here today, and that's kind of how I went about it. I thought that would be a good thing to talk about for a second. So for those of you that are still getting your Switch and not sure what you want to do, you have a couple options. You can transfer everything from your Switch 1 to your Switch 2 and delete your old island that would be on your Switch 2 at that point. You could transfer everything over from your Switch 1 to your Switch 2, and then you could use the island transfer tool to transfer it back to the Switch 1 so that you can start a new island. You could also do what I did and say no to transferring everything in general, and then manually transfer everything one by one, which doesn't take too much time. So you have some options. So just for those of you that are interested in this process in the future, feel free to come back and ask questions. Feel free to ask, how we went about it, and we'll help guide you here in the community on what the best choice for you will be, right? So I just want to kind of talk about it for that just a second, because I know this is still a little confusing for some of us, all right? So my old island is still on my old Switch, and I can load it up anytime I want. And now I have a new island on the Switch 2. How cool is that? Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've all found just the right spots to set up your new homes. Of course, you can sleep on it for a while, really get a feel for how it suits you, And with that taken care of, we can move on to more serious business. Like throwing an island warming party! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. We'll just need a few supplies to get started. Since we'll all be living here together, this will be a good test of our teamwork. Let's see. Timmy, Tommy, Hazel, and Mac can set up things here in the plaza. Meanwhile, Chat and I will work on gathering firewood, perhaps a little snack or two as well. Chat, would you come see me for a moment? Oh no. Dude, Dad's pissed. Party, can I come? Chat, I just wanted to go over what we'll need for the campfire. I think roughly 10... Oh, excuse me, I'm not using my proper Tom Nook voice.
Yeah, I think roughly 10 branches should do the trick. You can find them scattered around the island. Yeah, so when you find one lying on the ground, you just press Y to pick it up. Meanwhile, I'll investigate the cherry-like items in the trees. I suspect they're real cherries. Yes.
You didn't pay your bills? Sorry, I don't like Tom Nook. Old man Nook. Still trying to decide if I want to bring my Stardew Valley main save over to, unsure. Well, the good thing about Stardew Valley is that you can have multiple save files in Stardew. So truthfully, with Stardew Valley, I would just transfer everything over. Because no matter what you're doing in Stardew, you can have multiple save files, right? So, but I mean, again, maybe you're like me and you want to be able to play your Switch 1 and your Switch 2. And like I said, yeah, that's kind of my plan. My plan is to use my Switch 1 still. Yeah, Sam. What's up? Good morning, Sam. Oh, and good morning to our YouTube gang. Yeah, let's go ahead and say good morning over to YouTube. That's 3 times this weekend. I've really been slipping. You know what, YouTube gang? I apologize. Thank you so much for hanging out over on YouTube this morning. I just like to quickly jump in and say, if you are enjoying the show and somehow you're still watching this video an hour and 20 minutes later, make sure you consider hitting that like and subscribe for more content. I'm actually known for Animal Crossing first under my Highly in Descent tag here and as a content creator on the internet. Stardew Valley being a close second, farming sims, life sims. So this really is my main game, and it's something that's been close to me in this community for 6+ years. So welcome home, and I really do hope you enjoyed the show today. If you are hanging out on YouTube and you'd like to come and chat with me, you'll find my Twitch link in the description below. And usually these videos have timestamps. So if you are watching this in the future, you might be able to find a timestamp to maybe skip around and, you know, watch what you would like to watch. We might be playing multiple games today. So thank you and welcome to the show today, everyone. What's up, Miss Craza? Thank you for explaining. I have Disney Speedstorm and Disney Dreamlight Valley that I want to transfer to the new Switch. All others I am wanting to start fresh. Is that possible? Yeah, it sure is. So the way that you would want to approach it is if you're somebody who just wants to transfer some stuff, but not everything, what I would do is when you buy your Switch 2, and you open it up, it's gonna ask you to do a system transfer from the Switch 1. And what you want to do is you would want to say no in this scenario. I'm gonna be honest. I do recommend that people do the system transfer because it's simpler. But to answer this question in the chat, what you can do is if you go to the system settings, you can go to data management and you can transfer save data. You can do it from the cloud because most games work with the save data cloud if you pay for Nintendo Switch Online. Almost every game works with the save data cloud. Most of them. Not Animal Crossing, unfortunately, but most games. So you could use the cloud as your first step. You would go here, you would go to the save data cloud, you would find Disney Dreamlight Valley, or you would find whatever game, Disney Speedstorm, and you would just download it off the cloud to the new Switch. And now you have your save file. If it's not on the cloud, and there are exceptions, again, ACNH, maybe Disney Dreamlight Valley. Disney Dreamlight Valley might not be on the cloud because it is like a live service game. You might want to do transfer your save data. This button requires you to have your Switch 1 next to your Switch 2. So this is what I did for all of my Pokemon games because Pokemon games can't be transferred via the cloud. So I clicked on transfer your save data. I took my Switch 1 and I put it on the Switch 2, or next to it rather. I had them sitting on my desk and I transferred all of my Pokemon save files manually to my Switch 2. So now my Arceus save file, my Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, Shining and Pearl, my Scarlet and Violet save files are all on my Switch 2. And all I had to do was bring my Switch 1 next to my Switch 2 physically. So those are your options to transfer anything. You have the cloud or you have the manual. The systems have to be next to each other options. All right. So that's all you would have to do if you wanted to just switch or transfer those 2 specific games. So yeah, I hope that helps. Thank you for the follows coming in, and good morning, Top Cat. Good to see you, buddy. What's up, Happy 26? Thank you. Yeah, DDV's on the cloud. I thought so. I started following you right when ACNH was released. Fun community to be around. Dude, our community's the best, man. Good morning, Leafeon. How are you today, Leafeon? Your tag being highly in descent with you being known for AC has always been a little funny to me. Yeah, because the story of my tag has been because I made my gaming tag when I was younger, where Animal Crossing was important to me, but Animal Crossing wasn't what I was known for. Yeah, it's funny. I love telling stories about your internet tag, and I'd love to ask you, chat, what are you if you have like a special internet tag and you have a little story with it, you're welcome to share. And mine is, my buddy had a tag that was called Hellish Company, and I thought he was so cool. I was so jealous because he got this super sick tag, and at the time mine was Zelda Master 78. 78 was my favorite number, still is. And as cool as much as I love Zelda, it felt a little immature. Zelda Master 78. And I was like, I need to grow up. This is me as a teenager. I think I'm 12 years old, maybe 12. So I decide I want something different. I want something better. So after my buddy has Hellish Company, I sit down and I think, what could my tag be? And after a little while, I came up with Hyrulean Descent. And I rocked that for about a year and a half until I decided that I wanted to be Hylian Descent instead, because I think that if you are a Hylian and you live in Hyrule, you would be of Hylian descendants. You would be a descendant of the Hylian people. You wouldn't be of Hyrulean descendants. The term Hyrulean would be applied to someone who maybe lives in Hyrule, or a Hyrulean guard. If you worked at the castle as a guard, you would be a Hyrulean guard. But that's not what you would be if you were a descendant of the land. You wouldn't be a Hyrulean, you would be a Hylian, because the people are the people of, they're Hylians, you know, the people descendants of the goddess Hylia. And that was my thought process and how I created my gamer tag. And it was all because I just really wanted to have something super sick and unique sounding. And from there, you know, I grew up using this tag, but as I became a streamer, you know, my first stream name was actually Hyrule Gaming Group, because I had an idea to create a channel with more than one creator, and I wanted us to be the gaming group. But over time, I realized that the gaming group wasn't going to be my channel. Instead, it was going to be like my stream team, and it was going to be a group of creators. It wasn't going to be work on one channel, because like the one channel vibe is doable, but a lot of people would prefer to do their own thing. So I switched my name to Hylian Descent on Twitch, and I left Hyrule Gaming Group to be more of an idea, a concept that we all partake in, so that it didn't feel like I was Hyrule Gaming Group. Right? Because like what was happening was that people were looking at Hyrule Gaming Group like me, like I was Hyrule Gaming Group, instead of looking at it like I was a part of Hyrule Gaming Group. So I changed my tag on Twitch about a year into streaming. And that's how I got my tag for Twitch, and that's how I got my tag growing up so I decided to go back to my like original gamer tag. And so I've been highly in descent for, you know, over 20 years now. But Animal Crossing was the game that, you know, I found success with on Twitch. So there's been jokes out there that my name should be Animal Crossing Descent or Villager Descent, or like something along those lines. People have made jokes because they're like Hylian Descent. Yeah, like Nook Descent. Like people have made jokes like you should change your name because you're known more for Animal Crossing than Zelda. But however, I will say that over 6 years, I have worked really hard to also become pretty known for Zelda here. And I find a lot of success playing Zelda games nowadays. So even though I'm still mostly known for AC, the Zelda community has acknowledged my existence, and that's pretty cool. So maybe soon I'll just be Nintendo descent because I'll play them all. So yeah, fun comment though. I like it. So let me go ahead and catch up on chat real quick because I want to read some of your stories as well. Paul Cloudhorn, welcome to the chat. They said at work in those early 90s, those of us who played Doom at launch, we used the armor color names as tags. Really? That's so neat. That's such a cool, that's so cool actually. Yo, what's up, Mossy Paul's Gaming?
Morning fam. Happy Monday H Day Wiggle.
Yo, good morning. Good morning to Tia and Binary Digit. Good morning to Stormy Rivers as well. A Teeny Giraffe says DirecTV used to have commercials with CGI micro giraffe. I played online games and thought a teeny giraffe blew up player X would be hysterical in the in-game notifications. That is pretty funny. You're a decent Hylian. Mine is partial meaning of my actual name. Okay, I like that. My now husband thought of mine for me when I said I wanted a funny tag. He didn't have to do me with the medium though. Oh no, Goth GF, dude. Magical Abiata. Mine is pretty unique. It is inspired on a magical girl show. Okay, I like that. Welcome in here, Magical. Great Bambi says, I feel like mine is obvious from what it's from, but I chose it way back in high school because I was nicknamed Bambi and I live where the Sandlot was filmed and it just stuck with me ever since. The Great Bambi. Mine is because I read a lot and particularly fantasy. The Bookworm Maya. Wonder Waffle Prime said, my old username back in the day used to be Tango a Go-Go. Though because I came up with it while staring at a bottle of Tango while making my account for a mobile game. Planet Kitty says, mine was originally a webcomic I had years ago when I was thinking of a Twitch name. The comic is now extinct. Random said, I love this play on words, and I first used it when I was messing with my sister in another game years ago. Mine is because my favorite character in Supernatural, Trickster. I never watched Supernatural, but I know about it. Binary Digit says, I created mine when I learned what a binary digit was in college comp science. Mine is just the Wonder Waffle from Call of Duty. The Wonder Waffle from Call of Duty Zombies mixed with Skeletron Prime from Terraria. Really? I do know about Call of Duty Zombies, though. That's actually really great. Mine is in Supernatural, Sam lost his shoe. I am that shoe. Multiple Supernatural references in the chat. I really like Kaisuke from Shugo Chara. I really don't think I need to explain, says Brittany BCH. Okay, yeah, you don't. You really don't. Hi, Hylian. Bravo Whisker Victor says, do you see a performance improvement of ACNH on Switch 2? Yes, but it's pretty subtle, and we'll talk more about it, I'm sure, as we go forward. But yeah, it's a pretty subtle improvement, but it's there. It's definitely there. You lost your original Animal Crossing island when I transferred from my original Switch to OLED, so I should probably double check that my current AC island is on my Switch 2 now. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear you lost your island. Good morning, Stevie Bats. All right, I'm back to the bottom of chat here. I was just reading some of those messages. Thank you again, Mossy Paws, for the 47. Animalese Expert. That's going to be my new Twitch name, Animalese Expert. College Mascot plus first name. Mine is a bit dumb, really. I used to play virtual pet sites, and I had a pet named Liberty, so I kept using it over the years. That's not dumb at all. My gamer tag is Ghost Pixie. I let a random name generator pick it. Ghost Pixie is dope. Quelp says, I have this name because I thought it sounded cool, and then I accidentally added another H to the end of it and ended up sticking with it. I used this name for Fire Emblem 3 Houses. Quelp. I'm so glad that I'm not the only one that accidentally misspelled something and then stuck with it. Looking at you, L Space Inc. My OG ACNH island name is Moose Bay. My username is based off of the Owl City song Strawberry Avalanche. That username was taken years ago, and I ended up with this. Strawberry Grass. Absolutely beautiful. What's up, Captain Fox? Welcome back to the show today, dude. What's up, Flip Toast? Mine legit came from a virus I got on my computer when I was a kid. It installed a program called Flip Toast. No. I did 23andMe and got results back saying how much Neanderthal I had, and I just liked Neanderthal, but had to shorten it to Neanderthal because of the game's limits. Yeah, that makes sense. I love Hannibal, so yeah. Story behind mine. Mine's from a song called The Old Black Hole by Dr. Dog. There's a tender heart inside that ugly armadillo. For some reason, ugly armadillo just makes me think of Mega Man X. So I like hearing that. Doodle is. Mine is because most of my drawings are doodles, and the X3X is there because I found it funny. Mine is because I like coffee. JD. Beautiful. 16-bit Gambit. My current Twitch name is only a couple years old, but my old Xbox gamer tags used to be XGHGX at the beginning of them, and I used to win Guitar Hero tournaments, and my friends would always joke with me, Guitar Hero God. Guitar Hero God, dude. Mine is because 1984 is the year that two of my favorite movies came out. Terminator and Nightmare on Elm Street. Isn't that so interesting? See, I love the gamer talk conversation every once in a while because you wouldn't know about that, you know? You wouldn't know, like, you're kind of a movie buff in a way. That's cool. I'm a big Dan Howell and Phil Lester fan like 14 years ago, so that's where my name comes. Perfect Lester. Dude, that's so cool. All right. I'm back to the bottom of the chat for real this time. What's up, Boods? How you doing, Boodles? Dude, good to see you. Holy heck, man. Dude, I love this conversation, man. It's so good. Cozy's alt Tootology. I thought that was you in the VODs. Wait, OG name was Stay Cozy because Stay Weird was taken. Cozy category of games didn't exist, and I am not affiliated with that brand whatsoever. I'm kind of the opposite of a cozy game aesthetic, to be honest, but I felt like it's too late to change my name now. Tootology could be the beginning of a new thing for you, though. Who votes for Cozy to switch to Tootology? I'm just kidding. Let's not do that. Kuda for the fish, because I fish every day since I was retired, and FL because I live near Tampa. Oh, nice, Kuda, you're a fisherman. Oh, that's cool, man. My older brother was a fisherman. I'm sure he probably still fishes. Pineapple Flow. I spin fire while balancing a pineapple on my head. What? What? You spin fire while dancing with balancing pineapples on your head. What? What in tarnation? Oh, good. It looks like you've managed to collect up to 3 branches. Found even more than I asked. I only need the 10, but I'm sure you'll find a good use for the rest. What? Did he say I only found 3? Yo, what's up, Freed Mike? Welcome back. I'm a new tech geek and a fan of Marvel, Galactus. Yeah, Galactic, I figured you were referencing Galactus to some extent. And I'm a fan of the Knights of the Zodiac Saint Seiya. One of the villain attack saga is the Galactic Explosion. Interesting. I'm quite glad you'll be sharing this desolate island with such a hard worker. Oh ho, 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 ho. And speaking of surviving on a desolate island, our next task is to round up something to snack on. While you were collecting branches, I was evaluating the fruit that seems abundant here. They look like cherries. They smell like cherries. They even taste like cherries. Must be schnozberries. In fact, they're 100% without a doubt genuine schnozberries. What's this? You've already collected enough cherries for everyone? Well, I knew you were the right one for the job. Yes. No. Yeah, I'm the only one for the job. No one else is here. Mine's become more and more true. Because as I become more and more of a Leafeon, as I grow so much of my own food and I do lots of homesteading outdoors. That's so cool. My 3 boys' initials are TNT, so that's where the dynamite or Dyna came from. Oh, that's cute. Before I did Taco, I was a grave digger based off of my favorite song. That's interesting. There's a whole band named that, I'm pretty sure. It's a hip hop group. The Tootologist. So mine is a combination of things I was into at the time. FCLC, Fully Cooley, the anime, and gaming. Thus, FCLC Gamer. I for some reason, when I read FCLC, I think of Fruity Loops. What was the acronym for Fruity Loops Studios? FLS? No, I don't know. For some reason, my brain just goes to Fruity Loops, that old music making program. It was FL Studio. What's up, Dan the Man? Yes, I believe it is. Let's get started with the festivities. Yeah, light that bonfire, baby. At last, allow me to properly welcome you to the new island. I have participated in many ventures and endeavors over the years, but this may be the most exciting. Helping develop a thriving new community entirely from scratch will truly test my business acumen. And perhaps my skills as an outdoorsman. You never leave the tent, Nook. Shut up. Now, we may not have the kind of numbers that I originally envisioned, but that just means we'll have to rise to the challenge. I have no doubt that hard work and perseverance will shape this deserted island into... Well, I suppose we can't call it deserted anymore. What should we call it? I sense a great opportunity. As the first residents of this island, we should be the ones to name it. And in the spirit of democracy, we should put it to a vote. Majority rules. So take a little time to think, and when everyone's ready, present your ideas. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Yeah, what's up? How you doing, Mary? Welcome in, dude. Yeah, throw a log on the bonfire. Thank you. What's up, Nikkei? How you doing today? Bailey B. Fruity Loops would be a good name change. Fruity Loops Gamer. The Mamie part of my name is because my niece was a baby. She couldn't say my name, Amy, and she would say it with an M at the beginning. Mamie. Thought it was cute and I liked it ever since. She's 27 now, and the chi part is because I'm a crazy Chihuahua lady. I have 2 of them. You have 2 Chihuahuas. That's adorable. What are your Chihuahuas named, if you don't mind me asking? Holy, mine's not too exciting, but I remember buying my first Xbox 360 and struggling to come up with a gamer tag and landed on Sammy Dot because an old coworker nicknamed me that. And it stuck, and I'm here 15 years later. Sometimes it sticks. Sometimes it sticks. Maple and Waffle. Aw. Beautiful names for a Chihuahua. Maple, stop sniffing that other dog's butt. Stop it. Waffle. No, not there. Waffle, do not poop in that person's yard, Waffle. Don't do that, Waffle. Waffle, stop gnawing at that person's ankles. Nice. It works. It's got a nice ring to it. Works well. Works well. Nice. Good job. I mean, I honestly would just go with Twitch here usually. And why not? We'll just go with Twitch. You know what? We're going with YouTube. The YouTube gang deserves this. I've been neglecting them. YouTube, the island. You toot. Let's try saving our ideas all at the same time. Ready? Awesome Beach, Swoleville. Wait a second. Swoleville? Fantasy Life? Now for the voting. I'll say each name in order, and you can clap for the one you think is best. Chat seems to have the enthusiasm and the naming sensibilities. No, don't let me name stuff. I'm not good at naming stuff. Rockland slapped. I didn't see Rackland. I didn't see that. I never completed Breath of the Wild completely, so I decided to pick it up for Switch 2, and I'm about to start a fresh playthrough. What? You are in for a treat. What I recommend, Flip Toast, in my opinion, and you don't need a recommendation, and this is 100%... Ooh, the music started. Hold on a Splendid. Then from now on, this island will be known as YouTube. Well, Chad, since you've proven yourself by naming YouTube, I'd like you to rely on you for other critical decisions we'll need to make on this island. Yes, I hereby name you the resident representative of YouTube. I don't want that job. That job sounds terrible. Could you please say a word or two to the new spokesperson for your neighbors? Howdy. And so we've settled on a name for our island, and we've selected our resident representative. It's been a big day, but it's gotten rather late, so let's have a toast. Everyone have a beverage in hand? It's fresh juice made from cherries, our new resident representative harvested on this very island. Then, without further ado, a toast to YouTube and the happiness of its residents. Cheers! Cheers, baby! Cheers! Yeah, that's right, Coco, dude. Oh yeah, all I was gonna say, Flip Toast, was don't let the open world stop you from finishing the game this time. Explore, have fun, but don't let it overwhelm you. Just beat the game. I can't recommend it enough, man. Just beat the game. It's worth it. The ending of the game is worth it. What's up, Echoing Tear? Thank you. We got a first time Prime from Eeg World. What's up, dude? Thank you for the Prime. We found an island already. I wasn't picky. I didn't want to be picky. I didn't want to be picky about finding an island. Here it is right here. We got Hazel and Mac Castaway. And this is what we chose, huh? It's not too bad. I like the left side secret beach. It's different from my island. Same thing with the dock being on the left. It's different from Gale Island. I'm stoked. Are you gonna naturally let the game decide your villagers? Or are you planning to use amiibos? I don't think we'll be using amiibos, but we might be doing like villager hunting and fun stuff like that. I'm gonna be going with the flow big time with this island though. Just having fun. I got some ideas for some decorating and terraforming and stuff. We'll see if I get into the mood to get really deep into the decorating or not. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun for sure. Yeah, thanks for the follows coming in, and good morning, Dingo. I need to get back to Tears of the Kingdom. I'm right at the end. I stopped playing once my son was born. I mean, I couldn't think of a better reason to stop playing. Sometimes I try to force myself to pick one, but I just can't be chill like that, which is okay, you know. Having fun? I'm gonna kick off a new workout routine tomorrow, so I'm taking it easy tonight. Dang, new workout routine already. I've never settled on this island before. This is gonna be rad. Uni, wow. Honestly, the way this game starts is super iconic. This game starts super iconic, man. Is there a theme yet? No, we haven't got that far. Again, I do have some ideas, but I don't want to speak any of them into fruition yet. But I do have some ideas for what I might try to accomplish with this island for sure. Yo, what's up, Quacka? Oops. Did you maybe spell it wrong? I don't know what happened. Maybe the bot's sleeping. Okay, cool. It was just a misspell. Yeah, cool. It's definitely iconic and brings back all the feelings from release of the game 5 years ago. Right, Ray, dude? It's so iconic, man. Dun, dun, dun. I think for me, just to kind of share some thoughts, because I feel like it, I think for me, coming back to this game is always going to be iconic because it was the first launch of an Animal Crossing game I ever got to share with people. The truth is Animal Crossing's always been niche and cult, cult following. But for me growing up, I was really out of place for liking Animal Crossing. As you would imagine, some of you might not have grown up through the 90s and 2000s, but like, it was still very when it came to being a man, You couldn't really talk about your feelings. You got told not to cry and to dust it off and move on. And sometimes that advice is good because it teaches you to not cry over spilled milk. But the real point I'm making is it felt very awkward to express myself as a kid. So when I fell in love with GameCube Animal Crossing back in 2003, yeah, your boy's been around the block. I wasn't even really able to express that with anybody. I wasn't able to share that with anybody. You have to understand, like, what male friends of mine were going to want to play Animal Crossing? If they weren't too busy, playing Medal of Honor and like blasting Nazis or playing Metroid and Resident Evil and Tony Hawk. And then here I am with my GameCube, like, haha, you guys want to come and decorate your house with me? Honestly, for most of my life, I didn't really get to share my passion for Animal Crossing ever. I had a couple friends that gave the game a try and saw the value that I did. And bless their hearts. Hellish Company, my boy Logan, and my buddy Chloe, who comes into the stream. And those are the only two people, right? Oh, and my buddy Danny. Wait, we can't forget about Danny because Danny played Wild World with me on release on DS, and that was magical. I would sit outside of his window and we would play wirelessly because his mom would make him come in at 6 p.m. But he lived in an apartment by the outside, and I would sit outside under his apartment window and we could connect wirelessly and we would play Wild World together even when his mom made him go home for the night. How cool is that? I would sit out there outside up against this brick building and we could still play together in game and talk to each other even though he wasn't allowed. Right, and that was one of the first times I really ever connected through Animal Crossing with someone. One of the first times, So like, yeah, New Horizons is always going to be pretty special to me. And I just like sharing that story because like, it wasn't until this community that I really was able to say, like, let's celebrate this beautiful franchise. And we got to do it with hundreds of us together, And like, I'm not even talking about the thousands and millions of us at that time of year, but just this community alone was enough, So it's cool, man. Great memories, and this game's always going to be pretty special for that. Even though I do like the older ACs better for different reasons, this game will always be the GOAT in a lot of ways to me, because like this was the first one that it broke down the barriers for me being an Animal Crossing fan more than they ever had been broken down. But Twitch did that for me in general back in 2019 when I became an Animal Crossing GameCube streamer and people wanted to watch me play this game. And it all started then back in 2019. So salutes to the OGs that have been watching me from the beginning, and salutes to those who supported me all the way back in 2019 when I was playing GameCube and New Leaf. And there was maybe 50 of us, 75 of us, maybe 100 of us hanging out, playing this old crusty game on the 3DS, and then New Horizons came out and we got this whole journey together, and like, so the truth is that that's why I'm an Animal Crossing streamer. And that's why I'm always going to share Animal Crossing with my community, because like, no matter how far I go as a creator, Animal Crossing being my first real stream game was like so weirdly like fate. But like fate's not the word I want to use, but like, it was like destined. It was like something that I think made more sense now than it did then. Like it made more sense than I would have realized then. At the time, I was just following the flow. But I've realized over these years that like I was meant to be playing Animal Crossing. I don't know why I feel that way. Again, I'm not a big fate guy. I don't usually talk this way. I'm a very grounded individual, but I seriously feel that in my bones. Like my journey through life, and specifically my love for Animal Crossing and me sticking to my guns and knowing that the game was special back in 2003. I knew there was something special about the game. And just because it took society 20 years to catch up, right? A lot of us, we've known since the beginning how special these games were. And to be a part of the scene, to be streaming and creating content when the rest of the world finally woke up to this game's amazing energy, I was sitting there like, finally, like, let's go. You know what I mean? Like, finally, like my whole life, like led up to this point where I was like, finally, people acknowledge this game. It's more than just cult, you know, it's more than just a little niche thing. Like it became a thing and everyone was loving it simultaneously. And it was like, fine, like I felt so justified. I felt so validated, right? Like Cozyology has told a story in the chat about how they went and visited a member of Blink 182's island. That blew my mind. I'm like, Blink 182 was playing Animal Crossing? You know what I mean? Like that was like, oh my God. We've come so far. Like we came from, like I almost felt like I had to hide my love for the game to the point to where, like you said, celebrities are playing the game. And it's like, and I never felt more validated in my life as a gamer. So I might always be a bigger Zelda fan. I might always, deviate from Animal Crossing and take breaks. I like variety in my life. But this game has somehow wiggled its way into my heart as being one of the most pinnacle points in my gaming journey. Isn't that crazy? I never thought I would say that, but like I always thought Animal Crossing was just something that I loved and I understood, but nobody else did. But this game has wiggled its way into, like, it will stick with me forever. Like this game will always be a top tier experience to me. I will always be striving towards the next AC game. And like, even though I've always felt that way, it's like it makes more sense. It's more connected. And I don't know, it's affected my gaming journey more than it ever has before. Like, I think, but again, when I look back in time, it all makes sense. I took a 2-year break from gaming in my 20s, right? I told this story. I wanted to try new things in life. I wanted to try new hobbies. So I took a break. I took a full 2-year break from gaming. I only played a little bit of ESO Online when it came out. And you want to know the only game I played for 2 years outside of like 10 hours of ESO? Animal Crossing GameCube. It was the only game that I sat down and played over those 2 years. Because Animal Crossing's not even a real video game. That's what I used to say to myself. I would log in, I'd run around for an hour, I'd turn it off, and I'd get back to my new hobbies. At the time, I was pursuing music. It was the only game. So like when I look back and I really think about my journey with AC, everything I told you guys, the story from my childhood, my 20s, the story I just told you, and the fact that before I was a real content creator, I was on Tumblr making Animal Crossing Tumblr content passionately and for fun because I just wanted to share my love for the game. And I found this little Animal Crossing Tumblr community. And I was like, it was 2017, 2016, and I was like, oh, this is cute. People actually like this game on the internet. Well, oh, let me join in. and like these little steps, when I look back, I'm like, wow, like everything kind of just led me here. And like, here we are, 2025, starting a brand new island at the beginning of the Switch 2 generation. Don't get much better than that. So I just wanted to share some thoughts on that. I don't know. I didn't plan to talk about any of that, but the bonfire got me juicing over here. So, so I know this is all a bit much, so if you feel like taking a short nap at your tent, go ahead. We'll keep the bonfire burning. Oh my gosh. Yo, thank you very much for popping in today, The Babe. Good to see you. Now, where's the new AC announcement? Yeah, and you know what? It doesn't matter how long it takes. We'll be here when it gets announced. That's one thing you can bet your bottom dollar on. It could take another 10, but we'll be here, and we're gonna do it all again. And we're gonna do it all again. And we'll be having this conversation in 2032, talking about 5 years after the release of AC Frontiers. And that's the coolest part, man. That's the coolest part, is that now that we've established ourselves, we're here. We're here and we're ready for the next one too, man. I'm excited. I'm excited. Yeah. Frontiers. I'm nervous for the next Animal Crossing. How can you top the emotional connection so many of us have with New Horizons? It's true, right? And I think like when you go into the next AC game, you have to keep that in mind. I think when you go into the next AC game, you need to cut all expectations and you need to realize that it's going to be different. Right? And I think that's, I can't recommend that to Animal Crossers enough. When we do eventually get the next Animal Crossing, don't let your human condition, because we all have it, ruin the new AC game. Don't let it happen. Just step back from your expectations. Step back from your emotional attachment. Just enjoy the game for whatever it is. However they approach it, no matter what they do, whatever they take away, whatever they add, just enjoy it. Because I promise you, you're going to be a lot happier. Nothing's ever going to beat this game for a lot of you. Nothing's ever beat Animal Crossing GameCube for me. I can tell you firsthand. No matter how many Animal Crossings they come out with, nothing's ever going to beat the first that I played that helped me get through some of my hardest times as a teenager, angsty and depressed and rambunctious. So I don't go into new Animal Crossings looking for that to be replaced. I go into them looking for new experiences to create new memories. And I can't recommend that enough with every video game. But, you know, since we're talking about Animal Crossing, you know, I think gaming is just at that point to where, yeah, especially as an older gamer, it's like I don't go play new Zelda games hoping to get the same feelings from my old Zelda games. That's not how that works. I play new Zelda games looking for new feelings, new experiences, fresh ideas. Sometimes they are executed well, sometimes they're not. We should all be that way with games and consoles. Yeah, for sure. It's hard as humans, though, to not compare. It's hard as humans to not have expectations. So what we're saying is easier said than done. Especially if they ruin something that you love in your eyes. Right? You know, like that's the hard part. Is if they like in your eyes ruin something that you love, then it's really hard not to feel that way. Yo, what's up, Blood Raven, by the way? Good to see you today. Speaking of the AC, completed ACNH guidebook finally came in. You showed it on stream one day and I immediately hit to cart. Nice. Very nice, very nice. Yo, Atlantic Chaos, I hope you're feeling good today. Good to see you. Weirdly enough, it was Pocket Camp that really allowed me to get into Animal Crossing. Pocket Camp was a beautiful introduction to AC. Yeah, I can see that. I think Pocket Camp was done really well, especially early on. Pocket Camp got a little dicey over time, but I think if you guys, did anybody here play the release of Pocket Camp? I think the release of Pocket Camp was honestly top tier. It was exciting. It was fun. It was well put together. It got a little weird over time, but the release was great, dude. Even if the graphics are completely different, personally, I will be okay. Yeah. But again, like, I don't expect everyone to feel the same way I do or to interact with gaming the same way I do, you know? So like, I would completely understand if like the next AC comes out and they do something and you go, I just don't want to play this. Like, that makes sense. You know, sometimes it's hard to move past changes. I get it. I only gave out that little bit of wisdom / advice because the truth is that I just want people to enjoy video games, and I don't want people to struggle to enjoy video games. And that's literally it. I and it sounds so cheesy and stupid, but like, I just want people to be happy. So when I stream on Twitch and I interact with gamers, you know, you can't help but notice how often people hold themselves back from enjoying video games. And if that's the realest thing I've said all day, I don't know what is. I interact with hundreds of people a day, and I can't help but notice how often gamers hold themselves back from having fun. So when I give out advice like that, it's not about telling you how to navigate your journey. It's just a reminder to let yourself have fun. Just don't overthink it, dude. Just have fun, man. Like, and like, that's all I wish for every gamer, that their favorite games are released and that they can enjoy their favorite games. No matter what is going on, no matter how different it is, no matter if it's good or bad, or if people on the internet tell you it sucks or whatever. Like, that's all I want. At the end of the day, I just want people to be able to enjoy games, you know? Started playing AC GameCube because my hubby and it had been deployed and I wanted something to play with the kiddos. Aw, that's so cool. I always wanted to play Animal Crossing with parents or with my parents, but they weren't gamers. And I introduced Animal Crossing to my friend's mom and she became a gamer. And it was one of my proudest moments of all time. My friend Maddie at the time, she's honestly, I still consider her one of my best friends throughout my life, even though we like are not at all close or connected anymore. I brought my GameCube over to their house one day and plugged in my Animal Crossing and was like, check this game out, Maddie. And her mom, I left the GameCube there. And I came back like 2 weeks later and her mom was obsessed with the game. And she was like, yeah, I can't stop playing it. So I let her keep it. At the time, it was my extra GameCube. I was like 18. I was moved out on my own. I was too busy playing the Wii and Smash Brothers. So I let her keep my GameCube and I let her keep playing it for like a super long time until I finally, eventually she bought her own. Eventually the woman, the mother bought her own and got her own GameCube and stuff. But for a while, I mean, she had my GameCube for years. I think I left my GameCube in Animal Crossing over there for like years, if I remember correctly. It was just there. And I didn't even care at all because I was just so happy that somebody else was enjoying Animal Crossing. I was so happy to see someone else enjoying one of my favorite games that I just like left them. I was just like, just enjoy it. Like, just play. Just play. Because I was so happy that somebody else could appreciate the thing I loved, you know? So we'll get Tamagotchi to hold us over. Don't worry, fam. Yeah, Tamagotchi looks cute. I'm going to be checking it out for sure. My dad was a gamer. My dad was a gamer too. He just was into, you know, Tim Allen grunting games. My dad played Doom and Duke Nukem and liked the occasional, you know, titty flash in his video games, like, or he was too busy playing like Zuma and like Bejeweled. That was my dad was either sitting there playing Bejeweled and Zuma. Anybody remember Zuma? Or he was playing Duke Nukem and sitting there grunting, just sitting there slaying demons. I'd be sitting on the floor next to him with my Game Boy watching him slay hell's demons, like, oh, sick, Dad. Playing my Game Gear. Yeah. The grip Bejeweled had on older people. Yeah, dude. What's up? Yeah, my dad, that was the kind of game. And then my dad also played PlayStation, and he liked Twisted Metal, and he liked Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and like Jet Moto. And then I eventually got that PlayStation hand me down to me, and that was the first time I got introduced to Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Yeah. So I was actually really happy about that. Got these memories of gaming with my kids when we were growing up. I would play Zelda Bomberman with my daughter, and my son was into wrestling games. Even though I wasn't, I sat there and played all afternoon with him. I miss those times. Aw, that's so special, man. Like, that's so cool. Yeah. I connected with my parents in different ways. The one time my father and I did connect, because like he wasn't into my types of games. But one time I showed up. I have a little mini story. I show up at his house for the weekend, and we're driving in the car, right? And he goes, "So, you left your Nintendo 64 over?" And I'm like, yeah, I knew I was coming back. Right? And he goes, "So, I noticed you had a tennis game." And I look over in the car and I'm like, "Go on." And he's like, "I hope you're ready, because I'm taking you down in Mario Tennis." And I'm like, "Wait, what?" And he's like, "You're going down, son." And I'm like, "Wait, what?" So we get back to the house, and I absolutely wiped the fucking floor with them. I destroyed this dude. This dude had no clue what he was doing. He didn't realize I put 40 hours into that game. I destroyed him. And I'm sitting there at the end of multiple sessions with them, looking over, feeling bad. At this point, I'm feeling bad that I'm whooping on my pa in Mario Tennis. And I look over, like, with my over empathetic ass, like, "Sorry, Pops." Like what you want, you know? Like, "Sorry, Pops." Like, like, I felt bad. Like, I felt so bad that I destroyed him. Like, he thought he had game. It got to the point where I was, like, kind of letting him win. And I used to do that my whole life. Like, if I got really good at a game, I would, like, let people win, because I always felt real bad for them. And, like, it got to the point where I was, like, kind of letting them win a little bit and, like, letting them feel good. But at the end of the day, like, I think the record was, like, 8-10 or something, like 8-2 or something. Like, I let him have, like, a couple wins, and I was just like, "Sorry, dude." Brothers of the North, dude. Yeah, I'm Northern for sure. What's up, Danny? Dude, it was so funny, man. Yeah, I'll never forget that, because it was cool that he put in effort, though. You know what I mean? Like, it was really cool that he put in effort and that he really thought he was about to come at me in Mario Tennis. But I loved Mario 64 Tennis. That game was fire. So I played so much of it, dude. He still had fun playing with you? Yeah, it was a blast, man. Like, it was cool. That was probably one of my favorite gaming moments with the Pops. Get a P.O. box? I know. I'll get the P.O. box soon, dude. Honestly, I have a guest coming in town this weekend, and I'll probably just get the P.O. box sorted out when we're out and about running errands and adventuring and stuff. So hopefully I have the P.O. box sorted out by the end of the week here. I apologize on the delay. I have to go find my lease. Like, they need a lease or like a bill. And I don't have any paper bills. They need to, like, prove that I live here. So I gotta go, like, dig through a box, because I don't know where I put my lease at. But anyways, regardless, I'll get it taken care of. I know it's somewhere in this house, I'm pretty sure. So yeah. Happy June. Good to have you here, Danny. I love Mario Tennis. Legit helped me learn the rules of the game. Same here. Yeah, Mario Tennis for Game Boy Color actually taught me first. Holy heck. All right, let's go ahead and jump into this, shall we? Yo, what's up, Allbro, by the way? Welcome in, Allbro. You could probably ask your landlord for a copy. True. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. So, looks like you've decided to make your own way in the world. Get out there. Explore new frontiers. Thank you, Farrells Barkley, for the 100 biddies. That's all the right. That's all the way right. Daddy-o. I almost said Diddy-o. You don't need to live by anyone's rules but your own. The world was made for exploring, you know? Living free, being out there, it's a great feeling. Yeah. But take it from a cat who's been on the road. Being by your lonesome can grind on the soul. You gotta make friends along the way. Ramble in this crazy world in Squaresville without some pals. Yeah, man. Friends are where it's at. Speaking of rambling, I'm doing a bit of it myself. My bad. Maybe it's about time for you to wake up to your new life. Oh, but listen up. That rap I just gave you about friends? Pretty key. You'll dig this island life a whole lot more if you share it with some friends. If that's your scene. Yeah. An island paradise with your best pal sounds pretty groovy to me. Cool. When you wake up, you'll be in sync with real time. Dig that island life. And I'll catch you later. Man, I was crying grown man tears during this on release. I was crying grown man tears. Are you from Jersey? I'm from Ohio. However, I have listened to a lot of Jersey hip hop, so it comes out of me every once in a while. I grew up listening to so much hip hop. I got a ton of New York and like Jersey twang. Every once in a while, it shows up. I swear, I'm not joking. Think about it, dude. If you like listen to enough of something, you catch on to that. And like, I listened to a lot of hip hop growing up. Are you in there? I hope I haven't woken you up abruptly. Imagine this being your music alarm. Any of y'all still use a radio for your alarm clock? Yeehaw! But I do wish to discuss something with you. Yes. I'll be here when you're ready. Time to get up and cowboy. MCR and Thursday. Dude, MCR and Thursday are both dope, though. He sounds like me sometimes, for sure. There's KK dropping that New Frontiers, just like how he dropped New Horizons in a previous game. Cozy's been calling it since the beginning. I think Cozy might have been the first person to call it in our community, but I'm not sure, though. I'm not remembering those details. Yo, what's up, Starfunks? Yes, New Island. Sinatra, Bon Jovi. Sinatra is a Jersey boy, huh? That's crazy. I didn't even think of that. Ah, there you are. I hope you had a pleasant nap. Or, well, I suppose it was a bit more than a nap, wasn't it? It's a brand new day. I slept that long? Oh, yes, it's quite normal to be worn out from such a long trip and a major life event. Speaking of which, I have a few more things that you might find useful for as you adjust to your life on our little paradise. First, you'll need one of these. Yeah, give me that phone, baby. It's your very own Nook phone. I had these made especially for island residents. Brucey, the boss Brucey. I didn't know the boss was New Jersey. Ah, I want to make sure it's working right, so could you try turning it on for me? I forgot about the whole phone turning on sequence. Cute. Good. Looks like you're getting good reception as well. Okay, feel free to put it away for now. Say, Chet, have you ever used a smartphone before? Nah, son. Is that so? How wonderful of you! I dare say you seem especially well suited for life on this rustic island. He said, you caveman, eh? Nevertheless, I believe you'll find this Nook phone quite handy, so do take the time to learn how to use it. Ah, yes. There is also a very useful app that contains advice for living here. Normally, this would not be free of charge, but as you're just getting started, consider it an extra bonus. It's called the Island Life 101. Okay? I don't need it. Shut up. Oh my, you're quite certain. Well, I suppose figuring out on your own way around your new surroundings can be a very fun adventure too. Yes, if you change your mind, you can always get the app later at Resident Services. Alright, that's enough about the app. For now, I do have one more thing for you to do, however. What's this? It's your very own itemized bill! I forgot he wraps things up with a bill. So this includes everything: airfare, accommodations, labor tax, and of course your Nook phone, bringing your grand total to 49,000 bells. What? Bells, dude? Okay. Yes, yes. Well then, wait, you don't have any bells? Can't believe I didn't think of this. Oh, of course. Well, no need to worry. I was prepared for exactly this type of tricky situation. For the getaway package, you could pay your fees with miles instead of the standard bells. I call this extremely helpful service the Nook Mileage Program. Mileage? Well, it's quite extraordinary if I do say so myself. With the Nook Mileage Program, you can earn miles by simply living your own life here on YouTube. I dare say the more you enjoy your island life, the more Nook miles you can earn. And you could use them to pay back your move-in fees and much more. The bottom line is you'd need 49,800 bells to pay your move-in fees. But with this new service, would you believe it only comes to 5,000 miles? I'll just go ahead and register it so you can pay in miles. Yes, yes. There are more details available within your Nook phone. Just open up the Nook Miles app. And you'll see that you've earned some miles just for traveling to the island and joining the program. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must get back to the few other matters. Let me heartily congratulate you again on your arrival. I'm sure happy to have you as a resident of YouTube and a client of Nook Inc. Oh, I'm a client, am I? I'm scared to create a second island because of the bills. Inflation rate for a cell phone in tent is mind-boggling. Yeah, what's up, Platinum Marks? All right, sick. It's real time. We're locked in real-time hours. We're locked in real-time hours, baby. Boom, 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 boom. Yo, what's up, Black Diamond? Good to see you. People hate on Nook, but no one would react calmly to being short on 50k bells. I mean, that's fair, but maybe he could have told me I needed bells before I got here. I thought I was going on vacation. What if I forgot my wallet? Truth? Oh, what's this? Boom. The Paradise Planning photo. Take a look at this. This is my family photo here I brought from home. There's there's my little brother, and there's Dad. I don't know. I like the Nook Miles system, and I understand why it's a powerful tool as a game developer to give people stuff to do and to look forward to, and I like achievements. But I'd like to see them maybe do something different next time. I don't really know what different would be, but I'd like to see them maybe do something different. But again, like, I do understand why the Nook Miles are actually dope. It was a dope tool. They had the cat tickets from the end of New Leaf, which is basically the same thing. And I get it. I get why it's a good tool. And like, there's a lot of people who do need like guidance when they play games that are like with a little bit too much freedom. So like, I do understand why the Nook Miles are nice, but it would be cool to maybe see them move away from like the Nook Miles stuff. Maybe do something else. Tariff penguins, tariff raccoons. A little ironic that he's talking to chat from YouTube. Get out of here. Oh my gosh. Yo, what's up, Dusty Monk? Good to see you today. That is a little ironic. So, for those that are just tuning in, welcome in. We're starting a brand new island today. Switch to Fresh Island, fresh opportunities here on a lovely Monday morning. And you're tuned into my Monday morning show here on twitch.tv/HighlandDescent and potentially over on YouTube as well. We do have some fun plans today. We are going to be doing a lighthearted... What? I didn't learn this yet. Oh, I gotta go learn about crafting. So we are going to be doing a lighthearted switch to impressions today. For those that are interested in my first thoughts with the Switch 2. We're also going to be doing a Summer Game Fest review today as well. So for those of you that weren't able to participate in the Summer Games Fest shenanigans that all weekend long, I do have a video from Spawn Wave, one of my favorite YouTubers in the gaming news space, that should cover pretty much everything in detail to some extent that was released and talked about this weekend. All right, so we will be throwing up a video, maybe a 20-minute, 30-minute video here, maybe around noon today. So there's my time over there. And we'll sit down and we'll talk about Summer Games Fest and all the stuff that was announced this weekend. For those that missed it, we'll do a little recap, a little review, and I'll even share some of my thoughts. And then again, I think around that same time, I'm going to just share a little Switch 2 review. Off the top of my head, no script, about my feelings of the Switch 2 and Mario Kart 8, or sorry, excuse me, Mario Kart World. Over the weekend, we played for about 50 hours or something. All right, so just kind of a heads up on some stuff we will be getting into as the stream progresses, but we're going to be enjoying this new island. And then later today, we will be game switching to either Fantasy Life, or we might game switch over to Mario Kart World, depending on who is here and who would like to participate. So that's what we're going to do later after we, wrap up the day one of our island, because we don't do much time traveling in this community, even though we might do a time travel today for funsies. We'll see if we feel like it. I don't generally do a ton of it myself. I shouldn't say this community. I should say with my islands. You guys do whatever you want to do. So at some point we'll run out of stuff to do on day one, and then we'll do a game swap later on. Oh, thank you, Danny. I might take you up on that. So because we can't do multiplayer on day one, at this moment I can't take any. But like I said, I might do a time travel over to day two so that we could do a little bit of that trading and stuff and swapping later. We'll see as the stream progresses, but we still got some stuff to get into here for sure. So you watch Spawn Wave? Yeah, Spawn Wave's good guy, man. I like his content. Good morning, gamer lady. I did Northern Hemisphere. Should you do Northern or Southern? I would recommend Northern, I think, but good morning, Nom Noms. Are you planning to watch Steam Next Fest? No, I won't be participating in Steam Next Fest. I didn't even know they had anything to watch. I think you're talking about the final thing on Summer Games Fest, right? Is that what that is? No, I think we're done watching events for the weekend. And instead, if I do anything Steam Next Fest vibes, it might be something along the lines of, if I do anything Steam Next Fest related, it might be something along the lines of, oh, give me just a second. I just need to load something up. It might be something along the lines of playing some demos. We might do a little bit of a demo day in the future. We might do a little bit of a demo day later this week or in the future. All right. So a demo day would be us sitting down and playing a bunch of demos from Steam Next Fest. If we can't fit it in this week, we'll fit it in. We'll fit it in maybe next week. So yeah, give me just a moment here. I just need to make a quick adjustment to my my capture card. Give me just a sec. Ba-boom, ba-boom, boom. Ba-ba-ba-bee, ba-boo-boo. Do-do-do-do. All right, give me one moment. It took longer than I thought here. Okay, we're back. Yeah, sorry about that. Just had to make a quick adjustment here. Okay, we should be good. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, it looks like the last event on Steam Next Fest is, yeah, Summer Games Fest, Black Voices in Gaming. That's at noon today, but it's mostly about music. It looks like it's a mix of games and music from talented Black creators. I'm actually kind of interested in watching this. Maybe we'll find time to watch this today. This actually sounds really cool. I actually really like this. I do like the blend of music. I thought it was just a music thing. I didn't think it was a gaming thing. This actually seems really rad. I'm going to click on it and see if there's more information. Spotlighting an electrifying mix of games and music. That's it. That's all the information we have. Yeah, we might actually check this out later. We'll see. I'm kind of burnt out of watching gaming events, though. That's the only problem. That's the only problem. Because I'm like a little burnt out of watching gaming events. But that does sound actually super sick. I need to sit down today and make a list of all the games I need to wishlist from the weekend. Same. I need to sit down and make a list of all the games that were released. And I think the Spawn Wave video is going to... I think the Spawn Wave video is going to help with that, because I think he'll talk about almost anything. Did you unlock mirror mode? No, I didn't unlock mirror mode, but I did unlock the special cup in single player. I think that was the first step. The primitive days of an unexplored island. Will you be posting your watch along of the Summer Games Fest on YouTube? Yes, I will be highlighting and cleaning up and posting my watch along. And you can find it over on YouTube if you hit up the live tab, and you would just have to navigate the video, and there will be potential timestamps posted here later today. So Raised by Hypocrites, I'll go ahead and I'll link you real quick just in case you would like, just for quick access. So now that I'm streaming on YouTube, you can always find all of my old live streams here if you're interested in just checking out my broadcast, and that's already on YouTube, and you can go through the whole weekend. However, I do and will be posting highlighted, edited, essentially, small versions of those big live streams. So those live streams were all massive 12-hour long streams, cut into 2 separate videos. I will be cleaning them up a little bit and reposting them as well. So you can either wait for the fresh post later, or you can go back and dig through the live videos and you can watch them right now if you wanted. So yeah, thank you for asking, and thanks for being interested in my show. Good to see you here, Raised by Hypocrites. Welcome in. And that is the beauty of us being on YouTube now, is that now our streams are always there for you guys to enjoy. Yeah, which is really cool. Nice gamer lady. The Blueberry Academy's fun. Yeah, I like it a lot. I didn't know there would be a fourth Sonic film. Have they already announced the 4th Sonic film? Crazy, they're moving fast. You would be down for some Mario Kart later? Yeah, I think we're either going to do some Fantasy Life or some Mario Kart World this afternoon. For sure, I think, because there's usually only about 6 or so hours of content in ACNH on day 1, and that's if you're like really pushing it, so. Welcome. As you can see, it's quite cozy in here. It's funny how cozy doesn't always mean comfortable. Yeah. Let me know if you need advice on how to spend your time on this island or anything else. If you need some advice about basic island materials, you should talk to Timmy. He can help you procure some essentials for thriving in our little paradise. And if you want to earn some bells, he has rather generous policy of purchasing just about anything. Not strictly advisable from a business perspective, but yes, quite generous. One more important thing, I'm offering a free DIY workshop that can help you really build out your island experience. I think it would be quite useful, so I do hope you take me up on that. Do you have any plans yet for this island? I do have some plans. Nothing I'm willing to share at the moment yet, because it's all pretty disjointed ideas. But yes, I do have some ideas on how I want to approach this island. Everything from how I want to approach our villagers to how I want to approach the design. If I even want to do a ton of designing. I do have some ideas, but nothing that's worthy of sharing yet, because a lot of it's still kind of like half formulated, and some of it I'm unsure how far I want to commit. I'm kind of going with the flow here. The truth is that sometimes you get all excited to start a new island, and then you get a week into it, and then you realize that you don't actually want to play a new island at all. Anybody ever deal with that? And I'm not going to force it if it's not clicking, because that's just not good content. So like, we're going to just go with the flow, and I'm hoping that this really clicks. I'm super excited right now, and I'm hoping this clicks because I do have some fun plans, and I think because of those fun plans, I'm going to be pushing to continue this island into the rest of this year. But I think there's always the chance that I wake up next week and I go, this sucks, and I just go do something else. So you guys are going to get at least a week or two out of this no matter what. You're going to get at least a week or two out of this no matter what. I can tell you that. But like after a week or two, if I wake up and go, I don't want to do this, then we'll just go do something else. And that's fine. You know, we're still going to have fun. So sounds like me at previous jobs. I was lurking when you were talking about Blink 182. Oh, that was New Year's Eve 2020. It was Mark's is an OG AC player. He used to play Wild World and New Leaf on the road religiously. That's so cool. What's up, Sammy Butterfly, by the way? Saving up for a Steam Deck is honestly a pretty good play. And over in a couple years, I'm sure the Switch 2 will be more desirable. We got, how far did we get into Azuma? I can't wait to play more Rune Factory. I got the Carpenter. Druck, I unlocked the Carpenter and I put down my first house. So we got through the story and the game started to open up a little bit. What's up, Masquerade Waltz? Good to see you today, by the way. Good morning. What's up, Stray Heart? Good morning as well. Good to see you back in here. You've been loving Fantasy Life. Fantasy Life is really good, yeah. We're at the point now where Fantasy Life is just like a nice casual thing to load up since we beat the story and stuff, but I'm still having a blast with it. However, last night, I didn't load up Fantasy Life in my free time. I loaded up a little bit of Mario Kart World, and I did some 50cc Grand Prix because I wanted to unlock mirror mode before I went to bed. So. I see you've discovered the DIY workbench. Yes, the DIY workshop. Each participant will make and keep their own tools and receive a set of DIY recipes. I think it would be quite useful for island life, So shall I put you down for the next available session? I'd love to. All right. Yeah, Hearts of Violet, there's a lot of that going on the internet nowadays. It's pretty frustrating. At the end of the day, it's a conversation that's a little muddied and not one that I'll be getting into personally here on stream, but I will say that regardless of people's opinions on that kind of stuff, it is pretty annoying that gaming shows nowadays just kind of dissolve into that kind of weird chaos. You know what I mean? It's like, whatever. Welcome to my DIY workshop. Oh, I suppose workshop is overselling it a bit. When you see how simple it is to DIY or do it yourself, you'll understand what I mean. The basic idea is to gather materials, follow a recipe, and then craft using a workbench like this one. So today we'll be constructing a fishing rod using common materials. This particular recipe requires 5 tree branches and is admittedly a little flimsy. Yeah, anyways, yeah, you know what happens. I unlocked mirror mode. I wish I hadn't. Oh my lord. Wait, Artifice, are you playing, did you pick up a Switch too? Are you playing Mario Kart? Are you by chance Artie in Mario Kart, or was that another player? I was racing against an Artie at one point, and I was like, there's no way this is Artifice, right? I was racing against an Artie, and I was like, No, you didn't get one. I didn't think you did. I didn't think that was a priority of yours. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's an imposter. Yeah, I didn't think so. How have you been enjoying some new games and some demos and stuff? And did you end up checking out Necess last night? Did you make it to Necess last night, or did you not? Did you not game switch? Yeah, you could turn off mirror mode, right? You can go back and forth between mirror mode and regular. I would like to check out mirror mode soon, but I don't want to muddy mirror mode. I don't want to go too hard on mirror mode because I want to learn the regular tracks first. Does that make sense? So even though we will check out some mirror mode just for fun, I prefer to just stick to the regular game for now. I'd rather stick to the regular game. I want to learn the tracks. It's actually really important to me because I'm having fun with this game, and I really want to learn all the tracks and all the secrets. In fact, I watched a bunch of YouTube videos about this stuff last night. People are already figuring out really cool stuff. Listen to this, chat. Listen to this. Different racers have different hidden stats, just like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and so do karts. Some karts are faster on water, whereas some might be faster on pavement, where some might be faster flying. Some characters are faster riding on dirt. The cow rides faster on dirt. Whereas maybe there's one that rides faster on water, maybe one that rides faster in the air. So, like, there's really interesting stuff going on in Mario Kart World, and it's going to take a while before it all gets broken down. Especially, it's going to take until it gets data mined to get official information. We're talking about Mario Kart World here. But right now, it's all speculative. But there's a bunch of really cool little tidbits of information out on the internet that people are starting to realize that this game's going to go a little deep with all these different characters and stuff. And how I might be playing with a character that's the exact same weight class as you, but my character might be faster naturally because maybe my stats are allocated differently. And then again, terrain matters. So maybe my character is the fishbone, and maybe the fishbone is faster on water, but maybe he's slower or somewhere else. Again, a lot of this data isn't official yet. It's people testing. The only official data we have is on karts and weight classes. And that data is important. For example, the technical fastest character in the game is Bowser. Bowser's actually technically the fastest character in the game. He's in his own category. However, Wario and a couple other fat boys are right below him. So, are right there behind the fastest. So Bowser's in his own category. He's the fastest character. Next to that would be like Wario and a couple other fat boys. And then from there, the lighter characters have higher acceleration. So, whereas Bowser's the fastest character, he has the lowest acceleration, as you would expect. Whereas, like, a lighter character might have a low top speed, but has a higher acceleration. So you want to choose your character depending on what you're doing is what people are realizing. And we talked about this. So if you're doing a knockout round that has more straightaways, you might want to play a character like Bowser. But if you're doing a Grand Prix and you're getting hit and bounced around a lot more, you might want to do a character that has higher acceleration. So you might want to adjust your character and your kart depending on the circumstance. And that's what people are realizing. You don't necessarily want to just pick one character and one kart if you really want to play the game efficiently. You want to play the character and the kart depending on the terrain and the track. So first off, you want to break down your character and kart choice based off of knockout round or Grand Prix. But then you could get even deeper and you could base your character off of and your kart off of the terrain. And that's data we don't quite have yet. But in the future, it might be ideal to play the snowman on a snow level, but maybe don't play the snowman on the dirt road. Maybe on the dirt road, you want to play the cow. So again, this is all data. We don't have all the information, but it's all coming out slowly, and it's really interesting stuff. So for right now, I do recommend just pick a character you're comfortable with and just understand their weight class and understand the difference between a heavy and a light character. The snowman is technically pretty heavy. Therefore, he is faster, period. But he has a lower acceleration. That's all you really need to understand right now, is acceleration versus speed and your own play style. If you're the kind of player that wants to break ahead of the pack and go as fast as possible, you might want to be playing a fat boy. But if you're the kind of player that wants to be in the thick of it and you get hit a lot and maybe you're just not that good of a player, which is okay, you want to be playing baby characters you want to be playing middle line characters like Mario, balanced characters. So you want to choose your character based off of your play style and your skill ability. And that's all you really need to think about. So even though it could get very deep and very complicated, really all you need to think about right now is acceleration versus speed. How skilled are you? If you're not good, play low speed, high acceleration. If you're good, play high speed, low acceleration, like Bowser. And yeah, you can change your character between each race. Yes. So like in theory, let's say we do a Grand Prix and like, yes, you can change your character between races. The only problem with that though, is that you don't know what track you're going to because it's chosen randomly. So unfortunately, unless everyone agrees to choose the same track, you're never going to be able to perfectly line up your character with the track. That's not quite how it goes. However, you can with Knockout Round, because Knockout Round always has the same path. There's like 6 different cups. So with Knockout Round, you can choose the character that best fits the specific knockout journey. If it's going through snow, through dirt, through the desert, then you could choose accordingly. But you couldn't choose your character per course really, because again, the course gets chosen last and it's all randomized. So anyways, I know that was a bit of a rant about Mario Kart, but isn't this all super interesting stuff? It's rad. And yeah, Austin John put out a video and a couple other smaller YouTubers put out videos. And I wanted to impart some knowledge. I wanted to impart some knowledge with y'all. So I found it all to be pretty interesting. So I'm excited because what I hope with this game is I hope that there's characters that are faster at flying and faster at like in the water and stuff, and we can like I can really like take advantage of that and like have some fun, you know? It'd be kind of neat. Yo, what's up, Officer Jennifer? What's up, Ron? I'm just gonna keep using Spike though, because Spike is cute and he's a pretty light character, and I love high acceleration, so I'm just gonna keep using the cutie pie Spike. All right, nice. We got our fishing rod. Yo, what's up, Legend of Tay-Tay? Yo, 69?
Nice.
Nice! H-Test, nice! Beautiful! As you can see, crafting is quite simple, provided you have the correct recipes. And that concludes my free DIY workshop. Oh, there's just one last thing. I have a few common DIY recipes for you, free of charge. Yo, what's up, Dark Lord? How you doing, baby? Yo, Legend of Tay-Tay, how you feeling, man? Were you able to get a Switch 2? Are you interested, or are you holding off for now? Splendid. Thank you. Oh, so here's another note for Switch 2 stuff. All right, chat. Listen to this. Some Insano Zelda designers have released designs for Tears of the Kingdom that are Captain Insano. Listen to this. There's a glitch you can do to get an infinite wing in Tears of the Kingdom. There's only one wing in the game that is infinite, and it's on the island where you have to be naked and afraid in Breath of the Wild. There's also one balloon in the game that is infinite. This balloon and this wing will never delete. However, you can't keep them without a glitch. But people were able to use glitches to keep them, make them a design, make a QR code, and you can use them without being a glitcher. So the next time we play Tears of the Kingdom, and maybe even sooner, I'm going to share these in the Discord, and you guys can get yourself an infinite wing design and an infinite balloon design for Tears of the Kingdom that you can literally just fly around the game and it never disappears. Ever. The balloon even like steers and like can go up and down. The wing flies with a set of fans and it never disappears, dude. Yes, dude. Yes, dude, This whole new Tears of the Kingdom system is broken. It's so amazing. We're going to be able to have permanent flight wings in the game distributed to all players via the glitch speedrunning community, all because of this new system in Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2. So whenever I get back to Tears here, we're going to show that off and we're going to be able to fly around the map permanently. I'm so excited. You were playing Tears this weekend and my son was navigating to stuff with the app. It's nuts. I know, right, Nerd Dad? Dude, we showed off a little bit of it. Good to see you back in here, Nerd Papa. Legend of Tate says, doing good. I haven't got one yet, but I'm holding off until maybe the holiday. Love Mario Kart but want to wait to see what else they drop. Yeah, and hopefully we get that Nintendo Direct here this June that will allow us to potentially participate in some more shenanigans, right? Get some more games announced, and I'm excited. All right. Okay, wait. You didn't hook me up with an axe, homie? What? What am I supposed to do with this? I need an axe, dude. Hey. Okay. Yo, thank you for the 3 months. What's up, Frosty Firebird? I don't remember how you get the axe DIY, huh? I think you get it once you need to do the quest. I think you get it once you need to do the quest to build the first building, right? Oh, maybe it's the basic DIY set at the shop. Yeah, let's check. All right, Nook Shopping, ABD. Oh yeah, we can buy pipes on day one. 5,000 bells. We can get some pipes for day one. Yo, thank you, Frosty. What's up, Ponka? Good to see you today. All right, what's up with you, buddy? Space is limited right now, but we'll try to have some fresh stock each and every day. All right, let me take a look at your goods here, buddy. That's it? Ah, here it is. DIY for beginners. I bet you this is it. All right, let's get ourselves some bells. Let's get ourselves some bells, and we can go ahead and buy our new DIYs. I'm trying to get some tools going. All right, we could sell some of these shells. Let's go ahead and sell us. Let's see, that's 400. There we go, 800 bells. That's enough, I believe. Cardboard box. I'm keeping that bad boy. Trying to find a screen protector for the Switch 2, but literally none of the stores had one left. Yeah, I got one from GameStop for free, but I kind of wanted an official Nintendo one. I don't know if there's a difference, but like, I don't know, man. Like, look, 100 balloons and a bunch of eggs for materials. I love when RNG fights with narrative. Every single time I go to Ginger Island, Sebastian, the basement hermit, is there. Sebastian, the basement hermit. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Sebi. Isn't there already a film on the Switch 2? Yes. But that film has nothing to do with screen protection, and they still encourage you to use a screen protector, I'm pretty sure. Because even Nintendo themselves, like I said, sold their own screen protector. So whatever's going on with that film, it's not even like a film. It's just like a thing over the screen. I can tell you from my experience, I didn't even notice it. So I think Nintendo just put out that warning because they were scared that people were gonna pick at it. Yeah, I don't even know if I would call it a film, even though like that is a good description of it, I'm sure. Frick, we just got played. Yeah, it's like I didn't even notice it. I can tell you that much. Nintendo feeling the need to say something about that was honestly kind of awkward. And I think it does come down to them just being like somebody at Nintendo offices panicked. And we're just like, we gotta make sure people don't do this. And just like decided to say something. It's a seahorse. Where's the sea jockey? I know, right? Shy Chai, I know, dude. You have to put the screen protector on top of the film. That's kind of weird. Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like not even a film. It's like the screen. Like, you don't even like know. Like, I can't really describe it, Officer Jennifer, but like, again, like their need to say something was weird. Like, it's like it's literally the screen. There isn't like a separate film over it. It's weird. I can't. It's literally just the screen. Like, it doesn't even look like a second layer or anything. Yeah, I get it. And that's why it's so weird that they even just said anything about it. Yeah, like it doesn't even like, when you look at the Switch 2 screen, you don't see like an extra layer. Like, not at all. Like, it's just like, it's just the screen. Yeah, like, it's not really so weird. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's like a coating. Yeah, it's like hard to describe. But obviously it's peelable to some extent because Nintendo did reach out and say something about it. But like in my experience, like it's not even something you would have noticed if Nintendo didn't say anything. Like if Nintendo didn't say anything, the only people that would have noticed were people who were doing teardown videos. Exactly. Or like little kids who just like pick at stuff for no reason. Like it was like a safety thing, I guess. I think I might try to order the official Nintendo case that comes with the protector. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about ordering, but it cost a little too much with the bundle I was already buying. So I do have a screen protector from GameStop, and I think I'm going to apply it at some point. But at this very moment, because I am just keeping my Switch docked, I don't really feel the need to get a screen protector at this second. My skills are sharp. I caught a Kushin Kart. So yeah, I'm like, I don't really feel the need to have one, you know? Yes, I caught a drone beetle. Shouldn't you have more propellers? This game, man. Yeah, I'll have to go take a look at a teardown video to see what it looks like, because like I said, like I couldn't even notice. I couldn't even notice at all, really. Is this like everyone licking cartridges when they said they flavored them? I hear the Switch 2 flavor is bankruptcy. My favorite flavor. Schnozberries. I caught a yellow butterfly. Shouldn't all butterflies be yellow? Because the butter... Oh my gosh! I didn't even catch that joke last time. I'm one of those unfortunate ones who got their screen scratched day one just by putting the OG Switch in its own dock. Won't get me again. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Have you noticed a huge difference in the Switch 2? I'd love to upgrade. Yeah, I'm going to be sharing my first impressions review here in a little bit if you have time to stick around. But as far as like, you know, the Switch 2 is definitely just the Switch 1, but better. 100%. Like, just, you know, just like, for sure, it's just the Switch 2 but better. But like, so here's the thing you have to realize. So check out this guy named MVG, is Modern Vintage Gamer. and they do videos where they break down stuff. And MVG put out a video last night where he talked about the emulation. So the thing you have to understand about Switch 2 emulation is like Switch 2 playing Switch 1 games is very different. So like, here's the best way to describe it. When games were backwards compatible in the past, there was a little mini version of that old console in the modern console. Again, if I'm misspeaking, I'm just trying to give people the idea, okay? So like, imagine when the Wii had a literal GameCube in it. The Wii U had a literal Wii inside of it, running these games. For the Switch 2, that's not the case. The Switch 2 is actually running Switch 1 games via a like layer of emulation. It's essentially pretending it's a Switch 1 to play Switch 1 games. So this is very different. And that means that while Switch 1 games will perform better naturally in some cases, it's going to require a patch for the game to really take advantage of the different technology. It's going to require an update from the company. So like, for example, Animal Crossing New Horizons, it has been called out to have better loading speeds, and it probably does. And it has better frame rates. So when people go to islands that are busy, they don't lag as much. However, the textures of the game aren't going to look any better. The resolution isn't going to look any better. It isn't going to solve any kind of fundamental issues. And here's the worst part. Some games might even suffer because the emulation just might not be perfect. Where like you might plug in a Switch 1 game into a Switch 2, and there could be some like weird graphical glitches that happen, or there could be some like, you know, flickering happening in the distance or something. And this would be because emulation is never flawless. So that company or that game would need to be updated and cleaned up a little bit in order for it to run properly on the Switch 2. So this sucks a little bit, because I was personally really hoping that Switch 1 games were just going to be plug and play across the board. And as we've slowly moved into this new generation, I, as well as others, are quickly realizing that this is not the case across the board. And whereas some games will be better without a patch, without ever being acknowledged by the company who made them, some games are not going to be that clean of a transfer. And that does suck. That bug, that sucks whack. Like it's basically, it's not fully backwards compatible. It's not as clean of a backwards compatibility system as we would hope. And so that should be known, that like when it comes to the conversation of Switch 1 games on the Switch 2, there might not be a huge difference for some games. But when the conversation about is the Switch 2 a substantial upgrade to the Switch 1 console itself, it is insanely different. It is like playing with a brand new toy that's way better than the other one. You can feel it in your hands, in my opinion. You can feel the power, in my opinion. The screen is bigger and nicer and better. The technology feels better and more fleshed out and cleaner. And yeah, it does feel like the upgrade is worth it in that sense. But I can never tell you if it's worth the money that it costs. That's for you to decide. Thank you, Fox Gamer, for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. And what's up, Chaza? Good to see you today. Welcome to the show. Some games actually work worse on the Switch 2. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to say. So until these companies make a point to like patch and update the games, it might actually not work as well on the Switch 2. So those of you who kept your Switch 1, you might want to keep your Switch 1 and like still use it for certain games for a while, maybe even forever. So which ones work worse? Well, there's, you know, hundreds and thousands of games on the Switch too, so I can't comment on that, right? I don't think it's many though. Nintendo actually did thorough testing Olive Garden on a lot of their games. And there's a website that you can go to, if anybody can link it, that will tell you what games are functioning good, okay, not at all, and like bad. And that's like our best guess right now until the players, us, start to plug our Switch 1 games in to see how they are functioning. It's going to take us as a community to sit down and say, wait, Nintendo, Pikmin 3 is not working well. You need to fix this. Because apparently Nintendo did a bunch of research, but even their research wasn't quite enough to give us all the answers, like, unfortunately. So, how did Cyberpunk run on the Switch 2? Good. Cyberpunk was beautiful. So they clearly put a lot of effort into making Cyberpunk run well, and it was a great experience. I cannot wait to get back to more Cyberpunk. I have looked at the new Xbox handheld. Rumors are that because the current Asus ROG Ally is $800, that the new one, the Xbox One, is even better than the current one, and it could be very well $800, $900, maybe even $1,000 for that bad boy. Imagine that. Imagine that. Is everyone going to get up in Xbox's face if it's an $1,000 console? Are we all going to be mad at them too? It could be real brutal. It could be real brutal, but I have seen it. Yeah. Yeah, Omaha Dad, I have seen it. Yeah, it looks good. I'm excited. I'm excited that new handhelds are coming out that are being officially branded by these big companies. I will say that yesterday I made a comment where I said, you know, this is an official Xbox handheld. Well, even though Xbox kind of called it the new entry to their hardware family, and they made all these comments, in hindsight, I rescind that comment, because in all reality, no matter if it has a big Xbox symbol on it or not, it is 100% just an Asus ROG Ally that has an Xbox X on it. It's just a special edition of a piece of technology that has already been out before. So yeah, I just wanted to go back to that comment from yesterday. This is definitely not an Xbox handheld. And I think I did misspeak on that. In the end, it really is just a ROG Ally that's Xbox branded. You know, the hardware is upgraded though. Yes, the hardware is very upgraded. In fact, that is why people are looking at maybe $800 for the price, because it is currently better hardware-wise than the current $800 ROG Ally that's on the market. The technology is better than any ROG Ally that is out right now. Yes. So by the end of this year, we are going to be getting a very powerful handheld device that unfortunately could be $800+ because the technology is really high end, apparently. So if you have the money, you might be in the market for something really nice here in the future. Like I said, I'm even tempted, but I think I'm going to get a Steam Deck first, personally, for streaming purposes. Speaking of streaming, Rob Dank, Daddy-O, coming in with 73 months. The honor is all mine. Thank you, my dude. And Stevie, thank you for 32 months. And welcome back to the show, Stevie. How are you, my man? How are you, Stevie? Good to see you. Okay, cool. We're looking to buy recipes. So yeah, it's gonna have a bunch of different storefronts on it. It's gonna be really nice for sure. What's for sale? So hypothetically, let's say that Xbox is the expensive when Nintendo was the one to make $80 games. So we're also at fault for buying Switch 2 and stuff. That whole conversation's super messy. So let's not open up that can of worms. We're going to move on, but I will just go ahead and share my piece because I feel like it. At the end of the day, Nintendo might have been the first company to make an $80 game, but I personally don't think that we should fault them for the rest of the industry's decision to follow suit. I personally think that logic is flawed. And I think it's stupid to think that now that every $80 game that comes out is Nintendo's fault. I'm seeing that narrative on the internet, and I just want to share my thoughts. I think that's wrong. I think that, if anything, the companies that saw Nintendo do that should have put their foot down, and they should have continued going with $70 games or $60 games. To think that in 20 years, if somebody releases an $80 game, that we're going to be waving our finger at Nintendo for doing it first is absurd. While, yes, I understand the pain that Nintendo has inflicted on the gaming industry by being the first to do it, I think it's absurd to blame them for the domino effect afterwards, because those dominoes didn't fall naturally. They fell by choice. And for example, Xbox just announced that Outer Worlds is going to be $80, and now everyone's saying this is Nintendo's fault. That is bullshit. And I'm just going to call it what I see it. Yes, again, criticize Nintendo all you want, but let's not play tiddlywinks here and pretend that somehow now every game afterwards is Nintendo's fault. That's such a BS narrative, and I just wanted to share my piece on that because it bothered me when I read that on the internet yesterday. It's like I thought that was absolutely absurd. Now I'm going to move on, and we're not going to talk about this in the chat, even though I did open up the can of worms. So let's move on. I don't want opinions. I don't care. We're not talking about this. So if you have an opinion, share it in the Discord, or let's just move on, because I don't want to hear about it. So I know, again, that's not fair for me to share that and then shut it down, but I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear anybody's opinions. I just wanted to share mine. It's my stream. I can do that sometimes. And then we're going to move on. So, but that's just my take on it. Take it or leave it. So. Again, I try not to do that. I try not to like say something and then lock it down. But like, this is one of those situations where I know there's someone out there who's breathing heavy over their keyboard right now, ready to share their thoughts. And it's like, no, let's just not even do that. Yeah, let's move on. You know, somebody was salivating as soon as I opened my mouth, ready to go. You know, somebody was sitting there like, nah, we're just no. Let's just move on, please. Yeah, rabid foam, dude. Like, you know it, man. You know it. What did I come into? You know, I was doing some calisthenics and I just needed to practice my breathing. I was showing the chat how to properly breathe through your angst and pain. What's up, Dweeby Gamer Mom K? Good to see you today. Good morning. Let me at him. Sometimes you gotta vent. Yeah, and I don't normally do that on stream because this isn't my venting location, but since we were talking about it, I figured I'd share my thoughts on that. You smoked some wangs yesterday, crushing them for lunch right now? Ooh, wee. Dude, I haven't had a smoked piece of meat in a while. Yeah, mirror mode's real. Mirror mode's unlockable, but you have to unlock the special cup first in single player Grand Prix. I think you might even have to beat the special cup. I think. And then you can unlock it. The biggest thing about the ROG Ally Xbox is that it will play cloud play Xbox games or download them to the console and play the local version. If it will. Yeah, I'm not sure, right? Leftover Chinese takeout and a salad here for breakfast. Nice. I had a little bit more melon for breakfast. That was the last of my melon. I think these companies are getting greedy considering they're going to start using AI to create games. I do agree with that. Now, see, that's a conversation, you know, that's super fair. You know, I agree with that. I do think that there's a lot of greed happening in the gaming industry. And, you know, I saw a statistic that really opened up my eyes to where gaming is nowadays compared to where it used to be, Sind. And did you know that, like, gaming made like triple of the movie industry in money last year? I don't know the numbers, but that doesn't matter. That's not the point. Did you know that? Like, gaming's total income versus the movie industry, Hollywood, was like triple. So yeah, I agree that they're clearly getting greedy because like that's a lot. And like so then that question of why really does stand strong in our minds. Why are you doing this? Why are you making these decisions when we know that you're not like this industry is lucrative? You know what I mean? And either way, you know, again, like there's clearly a lot of details, right? 90% of it could have been gotcha, right? That I'm not talking about, but I still think that the narrative is clear when like you see that and you hear that. There's a reason why gamers are mad. And that's my point. Like, so I think people's feelings are totally valid. And I'll be the last person to tell someone to not have an opinion. Because that's not fair. I think everyone can have their opinion and everyone can feel the way that they want to feel. We'll never tell you otherwise. So you just got to remember that when you do see people venting their anger and frustration, usually in not a constructive way on the internet, put yourself in their shoes if you don't already feel this way yourself, and realize that a lot of us are feeling like we're being taken advantage of. And there's a lot of truth to like that, the feelings that we have about what's going on, because it's happening before our eyes. And it sucks, right? And we don't have to continue on this downer conversation, but like, you know, I try to really feel these things. I try to think these things as I navigate the internet, because I realize like, yeah, people are upset. They're just not constructively sharing that frustration. Instead, that we're attacking each other as gamers. Why are we doing that? Why are we attacking Nintendo fans? We're uplifting other fans. Listen, dude, they all suck. We should be coming together as gamers. We should be coming together as gamers. We shouldn't be dividing each other, talking down on each other. And like, I really think we would all be in a better place, you know? And like, of course, that's a very naive, whimsical thought of mine, but it's the truth. We shouldn't be coming at each other's throats over this, talking down on each other, Nintendo shill. Like, no, none of that matters. At the end of the day, our feelings are valid, and we should be talking constructively on how we can navigate this situation and make it better for the consumers. Period. Instead of fighting over who's right and who's wrong and who's the bad guy. The bad guy is none of us. My decision to buy my Nintendo Switch and Mario Kart I'm not the bad guy. I don't care what you think, I'm not the bad guy. I'm a gamer who's trying to play games. So yeah, you know, that's my thoughts on it. I love movies, but the cost of going to a theater isn't great where I live. Yeah, dude, $20 for a bottle of water at a movie theater is absolutely terrible. When's the last time you tried to buy a bottle of water at a movie theater? They tried to charge me $8.75 for a 20-ounce bottle of Dasani the last time I went. I was like, whoa, wait a second. What in the Huda? Yeah. I was like, dang, dude. Like, when did this happen? When did this happen? Dang, we still don't have an axe. So we're not going to get the axe until the next day, because they're going to have a job for us. So we don't get the DIY axe until day 2, because we just bought these and we don't got it still. We do have a watering can though. And we do have a slingshot we can buy. We can craft the slingy now. I will go ahead and buy the slingshot, because we can't craft one without the flimsy axe. Only buy popcorn and Tango Ice Blast Gang. I just take a drawstring bag. Did I ever tell you all the story of how the late Phyllis, my second mother, used to take full Thanksgiving meals into movie theaters, and we would sit there and have like a Thanksgiving feast while watching movies? She was a legend, dude. She'd pull out this bag when we sat down with baggies, gravy, mashed potatoes, Tupperware. I'm talking stuffing, the turkey too, even the freaking canned Jello cranberry sauce. She had it all, dude. We'd be sitting there watching movies, dude. Yeah, she was an OG, man. She was crazy, dude. Yeah, I would like to see that as well, Dual Master. Dude, she was a legend, man. She what a beautiful woman she was, dude. She really, really was. Dude, hopefully she's resting well. Can you imagine the workers cleaning up after that? Like, what is this, gravy on the floor? What is this, gravy? Oh my lord. Thinking I'm hardcore for bringing in a water bottle? Oh my gosh. Yeah, what's up, Dat Baby? Good to see you today, homie. I hope you're doing well, man. Happy Monday. For those just tuning in, welcome to the Monday morning show. I'm your host today, Highly in Descent, and we are descending into a brand new island to check out the Switch 2. New Horizons, new island, new generation, Switch 2. Now I have 2 islands. I'm too excited to be playing this game. I was tooting all morning because I had a weird dinner full of beans. Just lots of twos going on. Well, I mean, I guess you guys didn't need to know about that last part, but I digress. Yo, Mystical Whim, I hope you're feeling good over there. Good to see you today. And thank you, chat, for keeping it 100. Can I get a round of love in the chat, man, if you got a free hand? Thank you for keeping it 100, dude. I appreciate you, because like I said, I normally don't even open up those worms, but I'm kind of happy I got to air out my grievances for a second. Thank you. Thank you for keeping it 100. Yo, thank you again, Stevie, for 32. Thank you, Robbo, Daddy-O, for 73, man. What the heck, Robbie? Robbie, my boy. I still owe you a kiss on the forehead. Hopefully one day we can make it happen. 75 months, man. Holy heck. Insane. We all got gas today. Love it here. Oh my God. Oh. Just let me breathe heavily over my keyboard. Sin City, dude. Listen, man, we'll never, like I said, I like creating a space where people can be comfortable to share their opinions. I just want them shared constructively and in a timely manner, or in a good time, you know? The only thing that we truly stay away from discussing here is politics and religion, because those are just not good for friends, you know? Somebody always gets mad. Oh yeah, we have some good discussions here. If this is your first time tuned in, welcome to the show. I'll introduce myself. I'm Highly in Descent. You can call me Hylian or Joshua. And I'm most known for Animal Crossing on this platform, but I get around. As you heard, I played some Cyberpunk. I'm a Nintendo variety guy, Zelda games, all sorts of content here. And yeah, we have a lot of discussions. I'm a yapper. We even have an emote called HDS Chat that's dedicated to that chatty yapper soul that I have. I was the kid that friends, moms, and parents didn't want me to come over because they would say, "Don't let that Josh kid come over again because he just sits here and talks the whole time. What the hell do they feed that kid?" That was me growing up. And it translates into my show pretty well. So we yap. We like to chat a little bit. We like to yap a little bit here and there. They fed you ABC noodles. This community is queer friendly, of course. We've never not been queer friendly. We as far as providing an inclusive environment on the internet, you know, I just let bygones be bygones, let people live their life and be themselves and who they want to be, as long as it's not intruding or stepping on anybody else's freedoms and rights to, you know, pursue happiness. You can do and be and say whatever you want outside of, again, stepping on other people's rights and toes. I don't do any kind of like heavy commentary on that stuff just because it's not my journey and not my place to comment on. So, you know, you don't maybe you might not hear me talk a ton about the queer community, the LGBTQ plus community. I don't navigate commentary based on that stuff a lot because, again, it's just not my place and not my journey. But I support those who do and are involved in those communities. And of course, happy Pride Month to those who are celebrating, of course, June. So yeah. If you don't know much about it, you don't need to talk about it. Yeah, I know my place in life. And I've learned my place multiple times. And if there's one thing I've learned about in life, and this is a very simple rule that, we've all kind of started losing because of the internet's anonymity. But if you don't always need to share opinions and you don't always need to open your mouth. That's how I was raised. You get smacked in the back of your head if you opened your mouth unnaturally. Who cares? You don't need to say every thought that comes into your brain. And that's just how I am. So I don't feel the need to commentate and share thoughts always. I just leave stuff to myself. But yes, we will always support. We will always support those being who they want to be and supporting happiness and celebrating their unique cultures and unique lives. And I personally find that stuff to be awesome. I love engaging other people's cultures and livelihoods and beliefs. It's interesting to see people's perspectives on how they navigate life, and I find that stuff to be really cool. And I'm a very open-minded guy personally, and I think that our community very much is that as well. So yeah. What's up, Stinky? I'm part of the community and always have a great time here. Happy Pride, y'all. Just throwing out there in case anyone was thinking it. Someone's existence is not political, so doesn't count as politics. Happy Pride Month for y'all. Yeah, I suppose that could have been where that comment came from. Yeah. For sure, Sea Stove. Yeah, that stuff, whatever. I guess politics and religion are kind of blanket terms, but pretty much just not looking to get into specifically American political conversations about the current states of society, like that kind of stuff. I'm not interested in that. And of course, religion, just because not everyone is interested in religion, not everyone follows that kind of stuff, and it's not my place since I'm not a religious guy. I was raised Christian and Catholic, but I'm far from a Christian or a Catholic. I might burst into flames if I walk into a church at this point, but that's neither here nor there. So I don't know. Not sure what would happen, but I don't want to test it. So I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. You won't stop. Me too. I want paintball guns in Animal Crossing. That'd be sick. Any kind of mini games would be dope, to be honest. You still get ad revenue when I have turbo? Yes. Any ads that you would have watched, I get paid for. So in this case, because I don't run ads on my channel, the pre-rolls are what you would be participating in. So those pre-rolls that would normally play when you click on the channel for about 30 seconds, those I get paid for if you have turbo. I do, however, not run mid-rolls. I do not run ads on my channel manually. We provide an adless experience, so once you get past those pesky pre-rolls, you can get comfortable, get relaxed, and hang out, and you don't have to worry about any more interruptions afterwards. Besides, for, the standard interruptions from a big oaf like myself, but, Yeah, exactly, Officer Jennifer. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm so close to kicking that funky beat. I'm getting a lot of ads lately for some reason, just ones that play on the side though. Yeah, Twitch, so we did turn off the picture-in-picture ads, but Twitch has still been running some for themselves. Like, if you see a Twitch Turbo ad, that's new, and Twitch, that's their own stuff. Like, I have zero control over that. Unfortunately, the Twitch Turbo ads, Twitch has decided that they're running those, and we're looking at them. So if you see those are 100% out of my hands. That's the platform itself saying this is what we're doing. So using the Fire TV Twitch app, there are no pre-rolls. That's interesting. That is very interesting. I have Turbo. Dude, Turbo just makes too much sense in Twitch 2025. I don't blame you at all. I've considered picking up Turbo, but because I pay for YouTube Premium, I don't want to double up right now. So I just deal with the ads. Yo, good morning, Feisty. Good to see you here. Welcome in. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, exactly, that baby. And they just split the tiers for Twitch YouTube Premium again. They just switched the freaking tiers again. They split them. So now there's YouTube Premium Lite that sometimes still gets ads. And then there's YouTube Premium. It's like, dude, you guys suck. It is the worst. What is Lite? Lite is literally half the price with occasional ads that you can't avoid. So YouTube Premium Lite doesn't, you don't get access to the TV and movies, and you don't get access to the music, and you occasionally have to watch ads no matter what. I don't know when and how and why, but that's just how they set it up. And then regular premium still costs the same price. It's like whatever, 10, 15 bucks. And it's just the same as it was. So in this case, all they did was add a tier that's lighter for people who maybe don't want the extra $7 or whatever. Yeah, it didn't go up. Regular premium's still the same. Yeah, I do say thank you for that. Yeah, what's up, Integrity? Dude, we kind of just got started, buddy. Nailed my interview this morning. Let's go! He's excited for Lite because he uses Spotify. Yeah, exactly. It depending on whatever the ad thing is that they're, depending on whatever ads they make you watch on Lite, it might be worth it. I just pay for premium because of my show, though, because I watch YouTube on my channel sometimes, so it makes sense. Ooh, an old tire could be repurposed. I've got an idea for a DIY recipe. Oh, wow. We're getting ideas for recipes at the beginning of the game. I forgot about that. So the same thing would happen with fishing, huh? If we potentially fish up certain fish, well, I guess we would have to get cooking before that, though, and maybe we don't have cooking yet. We loving the new Switch? Yeah, we're having a lot of fun. What's up, Totally Sean? Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun hanging out and playing games all weekend long. No, I didn't mean to release that guy. Oh, well. I wasn't paying attention. Do I have a tiger butterfly over here? I don't think I do. We'll catch another one of those little cuties. It's been so long since I crossed animals, it feels nostalgic. Dude, we are feeling nostalgic for sure. Where's this balloon at? I got a slingshot. Water flooring. Okay. Futurama dream ads. Stop, dude. That's such a dystopian comment, dude. No, please, dude. I don't like that at all, man. I don't like that one bit. New Island, new hide and seeks. Oh yes. What's up, Island Melt? Oh yes. DDV, when you harvest or mine, sometimes a group of 5 or 6 appear and you have to collect in a short amount of time, but I can never get them fast enough. Are there any tricks to that? No, I don't think so. I don't even think you're meant to get them all. I think sometimes you're just meant to kind of you know, get a couple of them. I did a little bit of those last night, Profound Pearl, and I had a lot of fun actually. The P-switches are cool. I had a lot of fun. Now, what about the special events in Mario Kart World? Have y'all checked out the special events? Where, like, I ran into, like, a bunch of penguins walking in a circle. And then there was a nabbit. And the nabbit, like, saw me and started running. So then I chased him. And after chasing him for, like, 2 minutes, I got him and I got, like, a little reward. It was cool. I have a couple ideas for themes, but I'm not quite sure what I want to do yet. And so I haven't shared any thoughts about ideas quite yet. For some reason, I thought I could sit on this rock. Could you just not sit on rocks in this game? Am I just forgetting how that works? No rock sitting. Wow, rude. Oh yeah, you can sit on tree stumps. That's what it is. Thank you. Yeah, so I don't have a ton of ideas for themes, but I have a couple that I'm cooking with. I haven't shared the thoughts yet though, because I don't want to overcommit to anything. I just want to have fun and go with the flow right now. But I do have some ideas, and I think I will, if this new island sticks the way that I hope it does, I think I will be doing some decorating, and we will mess around with some themes and stuff. I'm thinking we're going to do a Gilmore Girls core island. There, I said it. Oof, I feel a lot better now. We're going Gilmore Girls core. That's actually a thing. I raided somebody. I raided an Animal Crosser a couple years ago. I can't remember who they were, but I raided an Animal Crosser a couple years ago. And when I raided them, they were decorating their island. And when we joined in, they were like, "Hey everybody, welcome to my Gilmore Girls core island." And I about spit my water out. I was like, "Wait, really?" And they were like, "Yeah, we're doing a Gilmore core island." I was like, "What?" So, yeah. So, it was super sick actually, dude. I don't remember who it was, dude. It was a Twitcher though. Okay, so we got Hazel and we got Mac. Let's go see if they're home. We got Hazel and Mac. Yeah, we'll go talk to him. So wait, are you team Jess or team Dean? Hold on. I might need to... listen, I actually used to watch a lot of Gilmore Girls with my mom. But I still need to take a look and see who they are. Okay, I remembered what Jess looked like. But I don't remember what Dean looks like. Let me see. Oh, team Jess all day. Dean was a prick. Screw Dean. What? Is this even a conversation? Get out of here. Oh, Lord. Dude, Jess all the way, dude. Dean sucks. Now, I'm team, like, Luke. Hold on a second, though. Was Luke the daddy, the hunky dad that the main mom was going for? Was that him? Was he like the farmer boy in the truck? Yeah, I'm team Luke all day. Let me tell you, he might have been my first man crush. He might have been my first man crush. Lukey, my boy. Yeah, Jess is the Call of Duty Ops character, yeah. Hylian Confession, yeah. You answered very well. Let's be real, the real villain is Rory. Oh! Rory slowly reveals herself over time in that show. And I think there's only one word that describes Rory by the end of that show. It starts with a C, and I'm not going to use it in the chat today because I don't run that kind of broadcast. But like, let's be 100% real that over time, Rory ain't nothing but a C word. She ain't nothing. And I ain't saying cute, all right? See you next Tuesday. I like that. Love her, but you're right. She was awful. But at first, like, you know, it was easy to crush on Rory, right? Because like, that was like, you know, I'm like a teenager. You know what I mean? So like that, what was the mom's name again? I don't remember. But like, so it was like Lorelai. It was like super easy to crush on her and stuff at first. But if you actually sit down and watch the show, it was really easy to not crush on her. Like, that's the funny part is like, at first it was like, okay, I'm watching this with my mom. At least there's this cute girl. And I'm watching, but over time it was like, wow, this cute girl sucks. Maybe it helped me realize that cute girls weren't always the cool ones, and that it was much better to go for personality than looks. Maybe Gilmore Girls was one of the reasons why I learned very quickly that like personality trumped looks any day. Any day. I learned that pretty young in life, and Suki was cool. Oh, did I miss a good message? Okay, thank you. I was just going with the flow here for a minute. Let's go ahead and scroll up and catch any messages we may have missed. What's up, Jax the Greatest, by the way? Celestial Bree, my 8-year-old Link, says that's actually his name, is on summer break, and he looks forward to watching your streams with me every morning. If you could give him a shout out, that would really make his day. Yo, I just wanted to take a moment here to shout out Link, the adventurer, here popping into my stream today. Thank you so much for hanging out, and thanks for tuning into my broadcast. Make sure you're good to your moms, you do your homework, and I hope you have a great summer, all right? Thank you for tuning in, Link. And seriously, get out there and slay, baby. That's so cool, man. That's so cool. Hey, Link. Oh, chat's joining in. Yo, what's up, Link? Holy heck, what a cutie pie. I love that so much. Oh, super cool. Holy heck. So glad you never said we run a generally safe for work environment. Yeah, I try to pick my words here and there. I like providing a professional broadcast. You know, I like those vibes. It's fun. It's fun. I'm always down for that kind of stuff. That goes to anybody, really. You guys don't ever hesitate to reach out. You know, if you have a birthday coming up, if you guys ever need a little cameo, you know, I'm not fooling myself. I've actually been reached out to for a couple times for that kind of stuff. And I'm trying to keep up with my DMs and messages more because of that. Because I did miss a couple over my years. And I never felt good about missing them. Because it only takes a couple minutes to make someone smile. A little message here and there. So that goes to anybody. If you guys ever have anything you need me to do, or you want me to do a shout out, I can't always abide. But I'll do my best. Yeah, no problem. Were you able to get 2 different islands? Yes. But I didn't have to use 2 different Nintendo accounts. So the way that I did it, and that's okay. We did talk about this morning, but that's okay. The way that I did it was when I got my Switch 2, I did not transfer all my data over. I had the option. I said no. Instead, I manually transferred over the stuff I wanted to. Then I went into the eShop under my normal Nintendo account and I re-downloaded Animal Crossing New Horizons. The save file for my original time is still on my other Switch because I didn't do a full system transfer. That island is still sitting, resting peacefully on my Switch 1. Meanwhile, again, I went to the eShop, I re-downloaded Animal Crossing New Horizons to the Switch 2, and I proceeded to load it up under the same Nintendo account, the same copy, didn't have to buy 2 copies of the game, nothing like that, and I got a new island. That easy, that simple. You don't have to buy multiple copies of the game. That's not how that works. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And I have a fact for you. Let's say you do the full system transfer. Let's say you do it. Let's say you do the whole system transfer and you transfer everything from Switch 1 to Switch 2. All right? What you can do is you could use the island transfer tool and transfer your old island from the Switch 2 back to the Switch 1 so you could start a new island on the Switch 2. So you have multiple options. If you wanted to start a new island on both, it would just be as simple as deleting your save data from the first Switch. That's something you could have done any point at any time. You didn't need a new Switch to do that. Yeah, you just go to your Switch 1 and delete your data and start a new save file. Meanwhile, go to your Switch 2, download a copy of New Horizons, load it up, and start a new save file. Would this only work on a digital copy? No, because fun fact, your save file does not save on the cartridge. Your save file saves on the Switch. So, if you have a physical copy of the game, it's even easier because you can buy the Switch 2, plug the physical copy of the game directly into the Switch 2, load it up, and start a brand new island. Yep, save files are not kept on cartridges anymore. And for the most part, save files weren't really saved on cartridges outside of the Nintendo 64 era, because that's why we had memory cards, if y'all remember the memory card era. Nintendo Switch is no different. All of your save data is on your Nintendo Switch and or on the Nintendo Switch Cloud if you have Nintendo Switch Online. In fact, none of your save files are on any cartridges. Fun fact. The cartridge has nothing to do with your saves. Therefore, you could let somebody borrow that game. You could load it up on 1,000 different Switches and start 1,000 fresh save files if you really wanted to. Yeah, none of that stuff's connected that way. Yo, what's up, Gremlin? And thank you, Sam, for the gifted over to Gremlin vibes. I appreciate that. And welcome in here, Gremlin. How are you? Welcome back to the show today. Good to see you. Yeah, repeat questions are welcome, of course. Yeah, no problem. Oh, that's super cute, L Rob. Can we just take a moment to appreciate Link's name? We know Mama is cool. Oh, Celestial Bree, you hear that? Your mama's cool. Link, your mama's cool. Your mom might be the coolest mom in the chat, but, you know, we don't want to play favorites. Cool moms deserve appreciation. Cool moms deserve acknowledgement. My mom wasn't too cool. Don't let her know I said that, though. I don't want these slippers. I don't want these ribbon sandals. Yes, we do. I want to be a cool mom. I don't have kids, but maybe one day. What's up, M and Beyond? What's up, Moopa? Good to see you. I ended up waiting in line at midnight, and I got the Switch too. I didn't think I was gonna get one. You got one, Moopa. Congratulations, Moopa, dude. Very happy, very excited. I've been loving my Switch 2 journey this weekend. Mental health issues, but I'm better now. Nice. Congratulations. I hope your journey, your mental health journey, continues to be prosperous and that you continue to grow and heal. It's not something that happens overnight, so be patient with yourself. Be kind. One of my favorite quotes in all of history is by this woman, I think named Pema Chodron or something. And she says, paraphrased, the most harm we can do to ourselves is to be too harsh on ourselves, to sulk. And rather, it's better to be honest with ourselves, because you don't ever want to get caught up lying to yourself, but to be gentle. Be honest, but be gentle, be caring, be patient with yourself. Far too often, we catch ourselves, jumping down our own throats, being harsh on ourselves, I recently talked about this. I was, Tyler Perry, I think that's his name, he's a pretty popular actor. He went on this interview and he talked about self-worth and how like he used to struggle with it. And then one day he saw a picture of himself. And he looked at this picture of himself when he was a kid and he was like, I would never talk down on that kid. He was like, if I met myself as a kid, he was like, I would never talk down on myself. He was like, I would never call that kid fat. I would never call that kid an idiot. I would never call that kid stupid because he's just a kid. And then he paused and he looks at the camera and he goes, you are still that kid. You're still him. So why would you talk down on yourself if you wouldn't look at that picture and talk down at that little kid? And it was one of the most insane perspectives that ever clicked for a guy myself who struggles with self-worth. I was like, wow, you're right. I would never talk down on little Joshua. I would never, ever, ever say anything to him. So why do I talk to myself that way? Right? And it was such an interesting perspective on how to approach self-worth and self-value. And he said that was the key when he was able to pull away from bad mindsets like that. He said that was the tool that he used to help him pull himself up when he was in rough moments. And it was such a cool and grounding moment for him to share with his audience. And I really, really loved and appreciated it. So that goes out to anybody out there who deals with mental health stuff, Be kind to yourself, be honest, be gentle. Don't sit there and sulk. Don't talk down on yourself. Don't do that. Just don't ever do it. Doesn't matter what the situation is. I'm slowly but surely pulling myself away from it. Anytime I catch myself calling myself stupid or an idiot, I pull it back every time. Because I realized as I get older, I'm like, what am I doing? Like that's just feeding my subconscious nonsense, man. That is so unfair and unnecessary. Right? So it was really cool and I really appreciated it. And I thought I'd impart some wisdom. And for those who care to take it or leave it, I don't really care. Yeah, I do remember you. Heck yeah. It's important to let go of things. Yeah, right. That's a big part of it too. Yeah, letting go of mistakes. Because, we as humans, we all deal with those moments where you're laying in bed and you think about that time that you embarrassingly tried to lift up that girl you liked while you were flirting with her. And then you accidentally busted her head on your shoulder and cut her lip all in front of like 10 people because you were just trying to flirt, but you didn't know how to flirt because you were just an awkward dun who just didn't know how to talk to girls. Not that I'm, not that I'm sharing anything personal here, but like, we all have those moments, we all have those moments where we're like, God, what was I doing? But you gotta just let that stuff go, man. It's easier said than done, but you gotta just laugh it off and let it go. You gotta just let it go. Oddly specific? Nah, it was just an example. I don't really know what you guys are talking about. I was just using an example. Yeah, I'm not sure where you guys are getting this from, but you know, totally from a movie. My son's asking me if I'm okay. Oh my gosh. Oh no, Dan the man, that sucks, dude. That's crazy that you guys dated though. That's funny. Your camping cot's cooler than mine. You like my camping cot, dude? I noticed that. I noticed it's not just green. I thought you could only get green camping cots. I didn't realize you could get different colors. Look at this. I swear my first one was only green. I didn't realize you could get rad ones like this. Yeah, what the heck? Nice. The Horde reward. And so it begins, dude. The Horde reward. Yes. Yeah. It's definitely been nice, Gers. Definitely been nice. And we'll as we progress this save file, we'll do more testing. We'll go check out like some islands that are super crammed with items and stuff, and we'll mess around with more testing. I don't have a specific theme in mind yet. I have a couple ideas, but I haven't fleshed them out, so they're not quite in sharing stage. So I don't mean to leave you on the hook, but I do have some ideas. They're not quite developed yet. I can tell you maybe involving some roads. I've never designed an island using road patterns. That's like one of my many unflourished thoughts. Maybe some roads? I don't know. Mario Kart World theme? That'd be sick. What's up, Matt Dorr? How you doing today, dude? Good to see you back, Matt. For those just tuning in, we are going to be doing some Summer Games Fest conversation here. And then I'm actually going to share my thoughts on the Switch 2, and we're going to do that now. And then we're going to be game switching at some point to either Mario Kart World or Fantasy Life. I think World is going to happen. I think people are down to play some games here today. So I'll go ahead and I'm going to just share a couple thoughts. I wanted to do a little mini first impressions Nintendo Switch 2 review that I may or may not use for like a YouTube video later. Do I still have the marker button? Yeah, stream marker. Cool. So we're gonna do that real quick, and then we're gonna watch a video from Spawnwave that's gonna go over all the announcements from the Game Fest games. All right, and we'll talk about some of the stuff that was announced this weekend, and I'm really excited to do that. And for those that missed my villagers here, we got Hazel the cutie pie, and we got Mac. All right, so real quick, let's just go ahead and dive into a first impressions review of the Switch 2. I'm just going to collect my thoughts. This is just going to be off the top of my head, so it's not going to be a really fleshed out review. I just want to share some thoughts, maybe make a clip of it or a highlight, so that people who ask questions over the next week or two have something to maybe like go towards as far as us figuring out, you know, is the Switch for them in that whole conversation. All right, so you went to the Unreal Fest? Oh, sick. That's so cool that you went to Unreal Fest. I heard about that. I didn't even know there was an Unreal Fest. Fake gamer, I guess. All right, so Oh, thank you, Ryan, dude. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, homie. And yeah, Crim's Death. There's my villagers. I hooked you up. All right, so we'll do my Switch 2 first impressions here. So, hey, I'm highly in descent, and here is my Switch 2 first impressions after playing on the Switch 2 for about 50 plus hours. We played from Thursday until Sunday, pretty much straight, all 12 plus hour streams, 10 hours on Sunday. So I feel like I got a pretty good feel for the Switch. We're looking at what, 40, 50 hours, including today. And as far as the Switch 2, I mean, it's exactly what I wanted, all right? It's a Switch 1, but better. It has all the technology of a Switch 1, but better. The Joy-Cons are better, in my opinion. The Pro Controller's better. The screen's better. The console just feels better in my hands. Personally, I haven't played a ton handheld yet. I know that could be a point that we have to talk about later as far as the weight of the device and comfortably playing in handheld, but that's a conversation for another day. As far as playing docked, though, it's been phenomenal. We tested out pretty much every feature we could. We checked out free patch games, upgrade games like Tears of the Kingdom, and new games, as well as we checked out the mouse features on the Joy-Cons. We played with the Joy-Cons for about 2 hours straight. I've mostly used the Pro Controller. We checked out the GameCube controller. We checked out Cyberpunk 2077 and Mario Kart World. Some GameCube games. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Welcome Tour. We spent $10 on it, so you didn't have to. So on and on and on. We did a lot. And I can safely say, without a doubt, that it was worth my money to upgrade here to the next generation of the Nintendo console. Of course, you know, that doesn't mean it's going to be worth it for everybody, especially because there isn't a lot of games. And I guess my first impressions is, yeah, only having one main Nintendo game come out on release did kind of suck. A little bit. I will say I would have preferred to have maybe a new Mario 3D or an adventure game, something with the story or something with, you know, a couple hours of like something adventure-y. I wouldn't have mind running around in a game world. Mario Kart being limited to driving and it being a driving kart game. Inherently, I feel like it being the only release title did kind of bring down the Switch 2 launch for me a little bit. Not that I didn't have fun, I just felt like there was something missing, and I think running around in a Mario game, or Donkey Kong in a month, or a Zelda game, or a Kirby game, something like that would have felt really good on release, and unfortunately we're waiting for, you know, a month to get a brand new game that on the Switch 2 that has adventure vibes. That being said, Mario Kart World is phenomenal. It's a blast. I loved every second of it so far, and I personally think it's probably the best Mario Kart ever made. It's never going to beat the nostalgia games like Double Dash, Mario Kart 64, the games that I grew up playing, sure. But at the end of the day, Mario Kart World is phenomenal. It's a lot of fun. It's all about the chaos, and it's an arcadey style game. It's very arcadey. More so, I think, than most other kart games. It's very arcadey. It's very smooth to play. I think the visuals are nice. You can tell that they maybe had to make a couple sacrifices to make the game so big and open world. So I'm not a big visual guy, but I'm sure the game could have looked more realistic. Instead, they went with kind of a more cartoony approach. The textures and the lighting is all just kind of lighthearted and not meant to be too serious. Whereas I think Mario Kart 8 Deluxe might have had a little bit more of like a rich, you know, kind of realistic take on Mario Kart. And that's cool, but that was a different era. I love World. I'm having a blast, and I literally cannot wait to play more. At the end of the day, it is just more Mario Kart in a lot of ways, but that's how sequels work. It's always more with a couple adjustments, and Mario Kart World is no different. Otherwise, to get back to the Switch 2, after checking out Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, upgrade editions, I think the upgrades are totally worth the money. $10, and with the inclusion of the Nintendo app that we tested out thoroughly on stream for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, if you missed those VODs, you're going to find them on YouTube. If somebody could share that link in the chat. It was a great time, dude. The Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild apps are phenomenal, and they work seamlessly with the Switch 2. And they're just super well put together, and seeing the games in like higher fidelity and returning back to Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild with these new toys and new visuals feels really good. It feels like coming back home, but there's a new coat of paint on the house, and that's rad, man. It's not a new game, though. And as somebody who's put 500 hours into Breath of the Wild and 500 hours in Tears of the Kingdom, I can only get so excited about new old games. I'm just gonna be real. Otherwise, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet got a free patch, and we checked out a couple other free patch games as well. Echoes of Wisdom and Link's Awakening, and all of them ran very well. And it's really nice to see that with a simple patch for free, they can make games run really well and feel really nice on the Switch 2. Scarlet and Violet felt like a brand new game, man. It was so crazy. Up to 40 Pokemon can be spawned on the screen at once. The battle transitions are smoother. The loading screens are smoother. Now, while the textures are still low and got that low poly vibe and whatever, the functionality of the game is better. The frame rates, the more Pokemon on the screen, this is all better, and that's really, really, really nice. So I love the idea of these free patches, and I really hope that they pump out these free patches for every game. That's a big hope of mine. Meanwhile, again, they gotta get the ball rolling on these new games. The fact that I only know about Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bonanza's release dates, and now Legends ZA, which is technically a Switch 1 game with a Switch 2 version, really does feel lackluster for the release of a new generation. And maybe that's just my opinion, maybe a little bit of an entitled opinion, but let's go. Give me release dates, give me new games, not new old games, not Metroid Prime 4 that's been in production for a decade that was originally for the Switch 1 and is a Switch 1 game with an upgrade. I want new Switch 2 exclusive games, and I want to know where they're at soon. So please give me a direct, give me something to get excited about, because at the end of the day, Switch 1 games being converted to Switch 2 is cool, but I want more Mario Kart Worlds. And I cannot wait for Donkey Kong Bonanza, the second official Switch 2 title, to drop later in July, because I really think it's going to give us a good idea of what we can start to expect from these games this generation. I'm excited to see what they do, and I can't wait to see what they come out. And that's pretty much my quick first impressions review of the Switch 2. All in all, again, I think it was worth my money, and I think that over time, people are going to find more value themselves as games get announced and released. I think at this moment in time, if you're unsure if it's for you, I'm going to tell you what I told every person that came into my chat. There's not enough games to allow me to recommend this to you wholeheartedly. I think your average person is going to want to wait until we get some games announced, and then you'll likely find the justification to spend the $450 on the console. And that's really my advice for anybody who's on the fence about picking it up. Nintendo has already talked about restocking it within 2 or 3 months. I personally believe by the end of the year or early spring next year, it's going to be very readily available for you to pick up at your leisure. And I think that it's going to be a good, solid device to pick up over time that you can just wait on. I really don't think you need to clamor and jump for Mario Kart. The truth is Mario Kart's fun. And while there might be some FOMO setting into your soul, like, dang, I wish I could be enjoying that. Hylian's making that look fun. I'm going to be honest. I do not see the value of an $80 game in Mario Kart World. Am I happy I bought it? Yes. Am I enjoying it? Yes. I still cannot wrap my head around why they thought that game was worth $80. Outside of the obvious, because they felt like it. And that's the truth about the Switch 2. It's beautiful, it's fun, it's exciting. It's all FOMO. I'm having a blast, but you're not missing out on much. You're missing out on a couple upgrades, a couple patches, and a game that, while being phenomenal, isn't actually worth that price tag, in my opinion. But I'm going to buy it now that it's out, now that it is that price tag. It is fun, and it is worth it to play with your friends and to play with your family and to play with my community. So whereas the value is there because it is priced that and it exists and it's the first game of the Switch, if you really wanted to break down the objective worth, I don't think it's there. I think Tears of the Kingdom was probably worth more. And in all reality, Tears of the Kingdom is the $80 game, and Mario Kart World is a $70 game. And that's really where I'm at with that. So all in all, I'm having a wonderful experience, and I don't regret any of it. And I cannot express enough how much fun I am having playing this Switch 2 with all of you. It was one of the best console releases I've ever participated in. One of the only. It's so much fun. And I couldn't be happier. So I really do hope you guys enjoy my first impressions review. Maybe one day we'll come back and do another more thorough review about my experience, maybe a year from now. But at that point, I don't think it matters. And yeah, I'm pretty excited all in all about how it all turned out. And I'm really happy to be entering the next generation of Nintendo alongside all of you. And there's my Switch 2 impressions. Thank you so much, Blood Raven, for the biddies. Let me go ahead and get those alerts going and we can jam. What's up, Mimikyu? And let me go ahead and read some messages in the chat because I did miss. I was yapping. Let me go ahead and Stormy River says, we got the SNES when it came out, and it only had, I think, Super Tennis for ages before anything came out. Could have been a football game, but they're only released with one game. That's crazy. Thank you for being considerate about a general gamer. Do you think they'll come out with a handheld-only version?
Single game costs $80.
That is true. Canadians got it rough. So do Australians. Thank you for the biddies, by the way. Thank you so much. I think the whole thing with the Switch 2 in general is that the new system for old games to look a little better. The kids kick their feet in 60 FPS in the opening cutscene too. Wow, that's so funny, dude. That's so funny. What's up, Dazza? Good morning, buddy. Good to see you back in the chat today. Same here. Mario Kart World came to 35 euros if you got it with the bundle, but that's the only way I could justify it. Ryan Perp says, how many hours am I going to play this game as a measuring stick for me? Is it worth 80 for how much I'm going to play it? Probably. And that's a measuring stick for a lot of us. For me, I don't use that measuring stick always, but that is a big one for me and always has been. Yeah, the hour per dollar, right? Thank you sincerely again for the support, Blood Raven. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So yeah, do we think they're going to release a handheld only? I think there will be a generational refresh. For the right, there will be a generational refresh, but I don't know what it's going to be. It could be a Pro version or a Lite or an OLED. I think a lot of people are thinking they're going to do an OLED later, and they're going to justify the OLED by another $50 because that's probably what it would have cost to do it originally. I think that is more likely than anything else. I think in 5 years' time, there will probably be an OLED version, if not before then. And that's about it. And it'll cost $50 more, maybe more than that. But that's it. I think it'll be an OLED version at some point, but it'll be down the road. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Even 70's mind-blowing. Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, 70's a lot as well. I couldn't agree more with you. Yeah. Basically what some friends of a coworker of mine said, they said, if there weren't for the games that I should hold off for the Switch 2, for me, it's worth the upgrade from the OG for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And I'll tell you, Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild are nice. I will tell you. Yeah, what's up, Exhaustion? Good to see you today. The upgrade will help me a lot. Yeah, the upgrade has been really cool. As a Nintendo fan, my Switch 1 is getting old. Good to see you, by the way, Mimikyu. I'm sorry, I'm sure it's been asked many times. Is there a Direct in June confirmed? There is not a Direct in June confirmed, but it's very heavily rumored. So Mayhem says, I have a question. I have a Switch 2 and I have Jamboree on Switch 1. If I want the Jamboree plus TV, do I just need to buy Jamboree plus TV, which is $30 for me? I just need to upgrade? Sorry for the confusion. Yes, correct. So you would just need to buy the upgrade because you own the original. Now keep in mind, you can play the original on your console, your Switch 2, all you want. Just go ahead and re-download it and load it up. But if you want to participate in the Plus TV bonus edition, you're going to have to shell out that extra money. You do not have to buy the game again. And I think that's what your question is. You do not have to buy the game a second time. You just got to buy the upgrade pack for the game you already own. I'm going to be getting Kirby. I'm thinking of getting Kirby, but is 80 worth it? So wait, are they charging 80 for the upgrade for Kirby? I'm going to be honest, Kirby is phenomenal. $80's a lot. That's tough. But Kirby is phenomenal, and that's the best I can tell you. Kirby is phenomenal. That is the best Kirby game ever made. But if they're charging 80 for the expansion, yeah, because you don't have the OG. Right, exactly. That's what I thought. So because you don't have the OG, you want to buy the Switch 2 version. That's what we're talking about. So yeah, they're just trying to buy the raw Switch 2 version of Kirby. Game plus upgrade included. That is a bitter pill to bite there. That is a bitter pill to bite there, I will say. 80 is a lot for a Kirby game, but listen, again, all I can tell you is that Kirby the Forgotten Land was one of my favorite experiences that the Switch 1 provided. I love that. I cherish that game. Everything about that game is phenomenal. It's whimsical, it's lighthearted, it's fun. So, yeah, that's tough. One of your villagers has my nickname. Wait, which one, Mac or Hazel? Yo, good morning, Britty Boo. They said struggling gaming decision this morning. I, for whatever reason, didn't finish Tears of the Kingdom on release, but spent 100 hours playing. With the Switch 2, I want to play again, but I can't decide if I should start over or keep playing. I have a hard time jumping back into the middle of the game, but deleting all that work feels sad. I guess what I would say to that, which is a very common gaming problem, this is what I'm going to say. The end of Tears of the Kingdom is worth seeing and doing. And if you're going to restart Tears, get 100 hours in and just get burnt out again, I don't think that's worth it. I think it's worth it to push through the hard jumping back in feeling, make it happen, get to the end of the game and finish it because it's phenomenal. That's my real advice on that. Yeah, now the other thing you could do is restart, but try to focus a little bit more this time. Restart, but really make a point to just do the quest and make it happen. That's kind of where I'm at. Start over, but don't let yourself get too distracted by the, open world nonsense. Yo, what's up, Jelly? Hey, good to see you. What's up, Spade? How you doing today, Spencer? We don't have a theme yet. Right now, we're still kind of going with the flow with our island, and we're going to develop a theme over time. Now, while I have a couple ideas for the theme of what I want to do and what I want to accomplish with this island, those ideas aren't fully formed, and I'm not sure I'm ready to share them yet. So right now, what we're focused on is just having a good time. And the reason I'm doing this is because have you, and I ask everybody, the general you, have you ever restarted an island in Animal Crossing and then 2 weeks later realized that you do not want to play this game and you just move on and never play it again? Yeah, well, that happens to all of us. And the truth is I don't know how far I'm going to go with this island yet. My heart wants this to be my new main island. My heart wants this to be a new thing that we're going to decorate and that we're going to fill with villagers and that we're going to have a blast playing. But I could wake up in 2 weeks and say this sucks and never want to play this island again. So give me a week or two to really figure out just how much I'm feeling the vibe of this game. And the fresh start. And as we go over, then we'll decide the theme. But I can tell you guys one thing here. You're going to get at least 2 weeks out of the game. You're going to get at least 2 weeks of content probably out of me in this island. And we're going to have fun for at least a week or two. And that's all that matters. So right now, let's just have fun for a week or two. And as we go, if it really clicks, if it really sticks with us, then we'll keep going and we'll just have fun, you know? I don't plan on loading up Gale Island anytime soon, and I think this is going to be my main island. And I hope that it sticks. I'm pretty passionate right now. I'm pretty excited. And I think it's going to stick, so I'm pretty confident. Yo, Sam is crossing. We all know those vibes. Yo, what's up? How you doing? Plus 6'5". What's up, dude? Good to see you today. Welcome in. Island tour for us worker bees. All right, so here's the villagers. I decided to put them all next to each other. Take a look. I've never done this before, but I decided to have us all living together in a little neighborhood. And I just started putting down some fires and some items so we could all get cozy around the fire. Here's my character. I'm Tom, and I'm from Kentucky. We named our character Chat, and we named the island YouTube because I was going to name it Twitch, but because I kept forgetting to say good morning to YouTube this weekend, I threw a bone to the YouTube lurker gang over there. So we're Chat from YouTube. Ironically, I don't have Chat active on YouTube, which is also funny and worth noting. But we are Chat from YouTube. Abe's twin. So that's it. That's our island. We got cherries and we got mums. We got cherries and we got mums. And we have a green airport. We have Hazel and Mac as our first villagers. A squirrel and a dog, which is pretty good starting villies, to be honest. I like Hazel a lot. Yeah, Tucky. We started as well. I feel like as long as I have friends who love trading recipes and doing beginner things with me, I stay interested. Oh, nice. Well, if you guys want to trade recipes and do beginner stuff with me, that sounds like a good time already. So hopefully we can make that happen. Any standout features that made you pick this map? Yes. So... oh, I pressed the wrong button. It was because I've never had a beach on the far left side. And the left side dock, which is both reverse of Gale Island. That was the main reasoning. And I also really like the placement of the lakes. I'm really digging the lake placement as well. And I also like that the airport's on more of the right side than the left. Yeah, pretty interesting cliff, yeah. So I think we got a pretty good vibe here. The real load time test would be if someone with a Switch 2 flies over. Yeah, yeah. A bunch of open space in the front of the airport is nice. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Once you get bridges, you should make the neighborhood one of the areas on the other side of the river. I like that idea too. Pon's giving me some yin yang vibes. Yeah, a little bit of yin yang. Yeah, I see that. I see that. All right, what do we got here? Wait, what tool broke? Our bug catching net? I think so. I think our net broke. Let's go ahead and get some sticks. Yeah, soda vigilante. Let's grab this. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to click through this Summer Game Fest video. I watch a YouTuber by the name of Spawnwave who does a phenomenal and very professional job providing gaming news. And while sometimes they will lead into drama stuff, they're really good about focusing on actual industry knowledge. So we are going to break up these beautiful early game ACNH vibes. And we're gonna check out this video here and catch up everyone who's missed out on the Summer Game Fest gaming announcements, all right? So that's the next thing I have to do today, and then otherwise we're free to game. But I did want to do a little bit of a wrap up as far as the Summer Games Fest weekend. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, this weekend was essentially a big gaming expo, broken up into multiple different videos where developers and publishers came together to share video games. Now, this happens every year around June, and it's something that we always look forward to doing here, and it's some of my favorite content because I get to do what's called like reaction content, and I don't do a lot of that as a creator, so it's like really fun to kind of lean into it and enjoy the festivities with the community. Go ahead and sell this stuff and see. I think we have enough money to buy a Mario pipe. So yeah, virtual E3. So the Xbox Direct was phenomenal. So Spawnwave does a really good job not skipping over any announcements, which is why I decided to just watch their video instead of taking the time to put together my own broadcast, since I was a little tired last night. So instead, like I said, we're going to watch this video and we'll pause it and commentate, and we'll kind of go through somewhat quick, I think it could take 20-30 minutes, overview of everything that was announced over the weekend, so we can all get excited and talk about what games we want to purchase. I know that I'm still going to have to sit down here at some point this week and make a list of all the games that really stood out to me, and that's something I'll probably do in my free time. All right, we want to get 2 Mario pipes. So now tomorrow I can show y'all some fun little exploits with Mario pipes. Ooh, and we're going to get ourselves this homemade cape because I want a cape. I want a cape and I want a crown. All that stuff will come tomorrow. I need to transfer my island back to my OLED Switch so I can start a new one. Yeah, you can use the island transfer tool to do that. The speed run? Yeah, the pipe stuff is cool. We talked about that on year 2. But we can use the pipes to get to the cliffs early. So even though we wouldn't normally have the ladder, until like Blathers comes, what we can do is we can use the Mario pipes and we can make it to where we can get up to the cliffs ahead of time. Now, without a third Mario pipe, we can't make it to the top tier cliffs, but with 2 of them, we can get to the second tier, which is good enough. We don't need to go to top tier. Trying to remember the exploit. So the exploit is essentially that when you jump out of a Mario pipe, you actually jump out in a random direction. And if you put one of the pipes right next to the cliff, you'll just jump over. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Yeah, no, crossing the river still requires you to have the pole, But because on day 2, they have you place a single log bridge, you can use that to at least access your cliff area. So so tomorrow in game, they'll give us a single log bridge or a swimsuit, correct? And then that'll allow us to get to the cliff area. And then once we get to the cliff area, we'll be able to use the Mario pipes. Now, that's a good point because I think we can actually buy a wetsuit right now. Yeah, so the direction that you jump out of a Mario pipe is determined to some extent, but you can manipulate it by putting items around the Mario pipe so that you're forced in one direction. Yeah, I didn't finish my thought there, but that's the exploit. So you put down 2 pipes and you block off one of them so that you only can jump out. You can force yourself to jump onto the cliff. Yeah, it's really cool. Dang, no wetsuit here. I think he sells a wetsuit tomorrow, though. I know he sells the wetsuit pretty early on. Like, pretty early on, the wetsuit sells right here at Timmy's shop. I don't think it's for sale right now, though. Yeah, but I think it'll be here pretty early on. Maybe even tomorrow. All right, do I have stuff in my inventory? Okay, I sold everything. I'm going to tell you, yeah, sure, it's been a while. But yeah, I know the wetsuit becomes available very, very quickly. I think you can get the wetsuit on day 2. If I remember correctly. All right, we'll take that. Boom, 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 boom. Are there major differences in Animal Crossing Switch versus Switch 2? No, loading screens and frames are the best way to describe it. Yes, that's what I thought. Thank you, Shy Chai. Yes. So hopefully we unlock that tomorrow as well. Maybe that's how we do it. So yeah, Legally Blind Design. Apparently there's better loading screens. And then there's better frame rates. It's keeping a consistent 30 FPS across the board. Just without any patches or anything. It's just all around just keeping a consistent 30. It's barely ever dipping or anything. Now, because we're so early in the game, we're not really doing anything to truly stress the game out. So it will take a little bit of time before we can really give it the test. And like, once we unlock Luna's bed, we can do some island tours and we can just kind of poke around some pretty intensely decorated islands. And we could totally give it some real strong test. But otherwise, because they didn't actually patch the game, it's not going to do much more than that unless Nintendo decides to do a real patch for the game that maybe makes the game look better, maybe higher textures. That's going to be up to Nintendo, though. I imagine Nintendo's going to probably do patches for most of their games. But knowing Nintendo, they might leave some of them just to sit there and just like, you know, I don't know, go play on your Switch 1 kind of vibes, right? I think one thing I will say is that if you can avoid selling your Switch 1 for your Switch 2, you might want to avoid doing that, because even though I thought originally the Switch 1 was going to be a massive replacement for the Switch 2, all right, it's not actually, because the backwards compatibility isn't as flawless as I would hope. Without going into details, there was a video put out by Modern Vintage Gaming yesterday, and the emulation, the way that Switch 2 is playing Switch 1 games isn't as clean as we would hope. Therefore, not every Switch 1 game is going to run smoothly on Switch 2. So there might be some scenarios, and I don't have any off the top of my head, but some scenarios in which you would rather play a game on your Switch 1 until the company the developer, the publisher, patches the game to make it run better and to take advantage of the Switch 2 technology better. So again, you know, we're not going to go into the weeds on what games or anything. Who doesn't? I don't know. But just know that if you can keep your Switch 1, it might be worth it. Great. I can't catch fish. Because there might be some games that and experiences that are just better on the Switch 1. I think it's just any bed. Yeah, I think so. It might just be any bed, but it just has to be after a certain day. I think maybe even just day 2, that's about. How's the Switch 2? Was it worth it? Yeah. Yeah, I'll be releasing a highlight soon and a video for all of you that's my first impressions review. I actually just finished my first impressions review of the Switch 2. You can either click back in the VOD or you can wait for me to release it. But yeah, I just finished it. Yeah, worth it in the end. But also hoping that we get more Switch 2 exclusive games soon, and I want to see what Nintendo is cooking. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Despite the rest of the media complaining, I don't really let other people's opinions affect my own. You know, I say that boldly and confidently, and you know, yeah, I don't care what other people think. You know, never have really about anything. I have no plans to sell my Switch 1. I'm not completely sold on the Switch 2, so I'll wait a few years. I think waiting's the play. And if you were here listening to my Switch 2 first impressions, that's exactly what I said. I think honestly, your average person is worth waiting right now. Mario Kart World is great, but it's still just Mario Kart. I'm excited to see an adventure game, and Donkey Kong's the first we're going to get. And I'm excited to see what Donkey Kong's like, because I think it's going to be great. Yes, I do, Shy Chai. Actually, thanks for reminding me, because I think I have a sponsorship for it. I need to go reply to my marketing agent. I should probably send them a message, because they messaged me about 4 days ago. And I have been up the Switch 2's butt a little bit too far. But yes, so have they made it official? Is there already an official announcement about an update on the 18th? Because I think I will be checking that out. I didn't even know it was an official announcement yet, so I didn't like say anything. I wasn't sure. Bum bum bum. It's been posted. Yeah, let me look at a calendar. What's the 18th? I'm assuming it's a Wednesday. They always do it on Wednesdays, right? Yeah, next Wednesday. Yeah, I don't see why we won't. I don't see why we won't. I'm sure we will. Oh, that sucks, Liberty. My new island has apples and an orange airport. Nice orange airport gang. Where's my balloon? I'll still never forget the feeling of playing this game on release and then watching streamers play it and not being sure if it was my balloon or if it was one of the streamer's balloon that was blowing by. Sitting there watching people play the game and I'm like, balloon! And it's like, wait a second, that's not my balloon. Sounds like they'll be doing a patch for the Switch too. At least that's what they're hinting at. Oh, that, I mean, that makes sense. I hope they would. Could you imagine DDV not running kind of like doo-doo on the Switch? Could you imagine? That's actually kind of crazy to think that that's even a possibility. Oh, that sucks. Really? Is the YouTube and Twitch app not compatible at launch? I didn't know that. No, yeah, we're talking about DDV. Yeah, sorry, buddy. Got you excited. Ninja Rabbit's one of your first two villagers? Dude, I love the Ninja Rabbit. You're talking about a snake. DDV confirmed a Switch 2 version. I purposely popped a balloon into the river to get free Nook miles on my first day. I figured the first couple balloons would only have bells or clothes. Actually, you just missed out on a brand new house. I can't believe that AC on while watching the stream all weekend, and today I'm curled up with my space heater freezing my butt off. Dang, is it really cold where you're at? Snake Eater. You know, there's rumors that game's coming out on the Switch, or Switch 2. Snake Eater Delta. I think I'm going to wait to play Delta to see if it gets announced for the Switch 2. I think they could do it, because at the end of the day, it is just an old game remade. Like, it is a PlayStation 3 game. Like, I think they really could, or PlayStation 2. I think they really could get that game on the Switch 2. Look at this massive bear. What the frick? This thing's gonna just watch me while I sleep. I can't even get into my bed because of this thing. I never got the recipe for medicine. I always had to show up at the store. You get the recipe for medicine by getting stung and then talking to an Uchi, a sisterly, I think. Right? So you get stung and then you talk to a sisterly, right? And then they will give you the recipe because they're cute and sisterly. Do you think you'll revisit Dreamlight Valley when Peter Pan update hits? I'm sure I will. It seems like I might be taking some sponsorships this year with Gameloft, and they like me to present the new updates on stream. So more than likely, I'll be checking out any major DDV updates again this year, just like last year. But I should say that even if I don't snag any, some sort of sponsorship, there's still a chance I'll check it out regardless, because the game is fun and we've been enjoying it. And the Star Wars update kind of brought me back. I've even played a little bit in my free time since the Star Wars update, so. I'm still shocked over your dope starter combo. What's for sale? All right. Oil barrel or sleeping bag? I like my cot. I don't really feel the need to get an oil barrel. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, so there's a good chance we'll check out most DDV updates on this channel. And like I said, sponsorship or not, I just mentioned that because I'm proud, but also because it's worth noting that that's kind of a part of the contract that we have, is I show that stuff off. And we have fun. It's a good thing that DDV is always hitting with pretty hard updates. So it's easy to have fun in that game and also be sponsored by it. All right, let's go ahead and throw up this spawn wave video. I'm going to stand up and stretch really quick here this morning. And use the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna click through some of these announcements from Summer Game Fest. All right, so give me just a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna tinkle, and then we're gonna dive into a little segment, just a little mini gaming news segment. It won't be too long, and then I think we're going to play some Mario Kart World next. If you guys are down to do a little bit of racing today, it sounds like a fun thing to do. All right, I'll be right back. Ugh. All right. All right. We're back here. And there's our day one of New Horizons. We'll be continuing this journey here probably as soon as tomorrow. So we could enjoy our day two island vibes, and a lot more of the game opens up. Day two. And I'm super happy that we're starting this new journey. The new generation of Switch. That should be a lot of fun. So thank you to everybody for participating here, for hanging out, for chatting. Great discussions here for the Monday morning show. Boom, 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 boom. Do, 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 do. All right, and before we get over to some Mario Kart, let's go ahead and check out some Spawn Wave. Love this guy's content. He does a really good job. And I think you guys will like his show as well. He does a really good job going through the deets.
Game Fest, all of which I'm going to try to cover. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Newswave. Well, it was a really busy weekend with several different showcases with Xbox, and then of course
nice,
Game
Minnie.
Fest, all of which I'm going to try to cover here today. And then we also had Xbox with their new handheld, and even some concerns around the Switch 2 when it comes to those new Joy-Cons and if it's going to have the same major issue that the Switch 1 had with theirs. So if you guys enjoy this video, make sure you hit that like button, helps out a ton. And if you're new here to the Spawn Wave channel, make sure you subscribe down below. And of course, members for the channel do get Newswave early. If you would like to learn more about that, click the join button or link in the description down below.
Yeah, I'll post the link and stuff after we watch
Kart World, which we didn't have reviews at launch because Nintendo basically
All right, we are going to be skipping through the video though. I'm just here for for Summer Game Fest announcements. And the first big one here that was announced was Call of Duty Black Ops. So Call of Duty Black Ops 7, I think it is. And the big reason that this is hitting headlines is that it's releasing for PlayStation and Xbox. So Xbox One and PlayStation 4. So this is a big headline because it's going to be available on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, and not just for like the newest consoles. And people are pretty excited about that. And the continuation of Black Ops on PlayStation, even though Xbox owns it, is like a big deal as well. Thank you, V Psych, for the 28. How you doing today, V? Now from there, I do want to see what he is saying about the Joy-Cons. All right. So I have not heard about this, but the title here is Joy-Cons use the same mechanism as Switch 1. Let's see what he says. Very curious about this.
Switch 2 Joy-Cons, that there's some concern going around right now after a recent teardown, which you can see this image that was posted. This is by iFix, and this is nice because I hate having to take the Joy-Con joystick itself apart. They are the most annoying things to get back together. It has to kind of sandwich all together with metal clips around the edges, and it has to all line up just right, or it's not very accurate anymore. You have to go in and readjust. It's a whole thing. Anyway, the big headline here, though, is when compared to the Joy-Con 1, yeah, they look very similar, and this has not gone over well online because immediately, of course, there's fear of Joy-Con drift. Now, I will say, drift in general for joysticks on these different controllers, PlayStation, Xbox, I mean, even Nintendo in the past, it's not uncommon. It's a thing that happens, right? It's not supposed to be as widespread as Joy-Con drift was, which at one point was reported to be like 40% of controllers. Usually,
dude, 40% is crazy.
Looking at like single-digit percentages, say, of a generation when it comes to the controllers drifting, but they all tend to have at least some sort of fail rate, right? So when you look at this and then compare it to the previous one, it does look pretty similar. Now, I say
that's interesting, and I like Spawnwave because he always has really solid takes, and like I said, like he said, he'll be the first person to tell you that drift is very common. This is how all controllers are subject to drift. However, we're talking single digits, maybe 10% versus 40. So it is substantially more, and there's no need to try to downplay like it isn't a problem. It obviously is, but like, just to be clear, it's not like every controller can drift, period. It doesn't matter what company it's from, but obviously the Joy-Cons had a problem, and unfortunately it seems like it might be the same.
Similar because it's not exactly the same. In fact, if you look at some of the tracks that they have there for tracking exactly where the joystick is, they do appear to be thinner. Apparently it's the like same kind of material and stuff according to iFixit. So of course we're now waiting for reports to come in for Joy-Con 2 drift, and it will happen. Again, it happens to pretty much all these controllers now because no one's going to Hall effect sensors, at least yet. I will say though, while that has kind of been the magic bullet solve that people have been calling for, I do wonder if it would have worked in the Switch 2 because, of course, that works off of magnets, and we know there are very, very powerful magnets in the Switch 2 that grab the Joy-Con 2 itself.
That's interesting. So Hall effect sticks just might not have been an option because of the magnets. So that's like super unfortunate, and just on Nintendo for designing the system the way that they designed it in the first place, right? So that would have been something you would have hoped that they would have thought of all the way from the very beginning so that we could get a better product overall.
And that's directly next to the joystick. So I feel like that would have run interference with the Hall effect sensor and could have done all kinds of craziness. They may have even tested it at one point, and that's what they came up with there. So I will say it is disappointing that it didn't seem like they came up with a better solution, but it seems like they've changed it somewhat. They themselves.
So so like, as he said, it doesn't seem like they've come up with a better solution, but it does seem like they've changed it. And that's all we can go off of. And
Nintendo has said that they have rebuilt this from the ground up. So
and that's all we can go off. So let's not start jumping off of cliffs over this. I'm sure the internet is. All we can totally do right now is say that let's hope that they brought down the percentage, which was about 40% of Joy-Con Switch 1s would drift. All we could hope is that percentage is down to as low as 10%. As Tweedlecat just said, I just realized, here's Tweedlecat in our Twitch chat, just realized when cleaning this weekend that we've gone through 8 Xbox controllers over 10 years and they all drift. While that's their anecdotal experience, whereas Mrs. Pirate just said they've never had drift with any controller but Nintendo, another anecdotal experience in the chat. Either way, all we can do at this moment in time with the information we have is hope that it's better than it was for the Switch One. That's all we can do. And I think that's all we should do right now. We shouldn't sit here and think too hard about it. We just hope that it's better than the Switch One. And until people start to report drift, until the more information comes out, until more people get Nintendo systems, a year or two from now, then we're really going to know for sure just how good of a job Nintendo did making it from the ground up and designing the Joy-Cons to be better off. Like I said, I think at this moment in time, there's no way to tell, but I think if we were to take Nintendo's word for face value, they said that they have built it from the ground up. They have said that they've done something different, even if it doesn't look too different. And that is what it is, right? Like at the end of the day, what else can we do? So how's the Switch 2 Pro Controller comparison to the Switch 1? So it's hard to compare, man, because every new controller feels really good. And I'm comparing this new controller to a controller I've been using for a year. So of course that one feels more loose and beat up. And I don't really remember strongly how the Switch 1 Pro controller feels right out the box. So I unfortunately can't give you a really solid comparison. But what I can tell you is that the Switch 2 Pro controller feels really good. It feels even a little heavier. The sticks glide beautifully. And I'm really, really enjoying this new controller. But I can't quite comment on the comparisons because the only thing I have to compare is a year plus old daily wear and tear Pro Switch Controller 1 versus a brand new out of the box Switch 2. It wouldn't be fair at all for me to compare them. So I either need to go feel a unopened one, like right out the box to see, or I just need to wait until this one gets beat up a little bit more. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to wait a year and then I'll be able to talk about my experience over the year with it. But I can tell you the Switch 2 Pro Controller feels really good. It feels smoother out the box. The buttons feel kind of the same. The X and the minus and plus button feels a little bigger. Yeah, so it's similar but better in my opinion. All right, let's skip over. So we have the Xbox Game Showcase. So this is just for those that missed these showcases. I just wanted to go over what you might have missed this weekend, okay?
Our eyes out for that one. Next up, let's talk about that Xbox Games Showcase. It went a bit more than an hour, and then after that, they covered Outer Worlds 2 for quite some time. But I'm going to go through the entire show, line by line, everything that was announced, and then at the end, we'll talk a bit more about the handhelds that they announced there as well that had already leaked out. So they were expected, but there's something else to this whole ROG Ally Xbox collaboration. Anyway, though, let's start from the top here with which was indeed Outer Worlds 2. That is coming out October 29th. I think it looks pretty cool because, I mean, I like the first Outer Worlds. That's sort of what I'm expecting here is just more Outer Worlds, really.
Yeah, Outer Worlds was good.
But it does look a lot better than the first one, so good stuff there by Obsidian. High on Life 2, that is coming out this...
I should say this real quick before we go forward. While Spawnwave's not going to be playing any trailers, he will be showing the trailers, and some of them were like a little gory, and some of them were like a little dark and maybe bloody. So just like a little bit of a warning for those that are enjoying the show from home. I'm not going to be like letting the whole video play, but if you have me on the TV or something like that, just like a heads up, there could be like flashing or like guns or blood or guts or something, because a lot of the showcases this weekend were guns and blood and guts and goop and monsters and zombies. It felt like 50% of everything we saw over multiple game showcases. So just like a heads up, again, you're not going to be hearing sounds or anything because Spawn Wave's going to be talking. But just a heads up, like there could be some stuff showing up behind me that's like a little gritty, especially for my Monday show. So I just wanted to kind of say that. But I'm going to let this guy play and I'm going to let him talk because he has good information for those that maybe missed the show this weekend.
This winner, a bit surprising to see a sequel already, but I'll take it. I like the first one, so that'd be really cool. Resonance of Plague Tale Legacy. Plague Tale fans pretty excited for this, I'm sure. That is 2026. We had a pretty long spiel about Xbox Play Anywhere, and we'll get back to that when we talk about the handhelds themselves. However, Sarah Bond mentioned that more than 1,000 Play Anywhere titles are available right now, and all the games in show, they say, are...
So the Play Anywhere is a new thing Xbox is doing. They just said over 1,000. Over 1,000 Play Anywhere games. What this means is that you can play them anywhere, and they're going to be available on PlayStation, Xbox, Steam, available anywhere, basically everywhere but Nintendo, unfortunately. And that's this new moniker that they're pursuing. It's called Xbox Play Anywhere. So I just wanted to kind of clear, like, that's what they're talking about. This is a big thing they pushed. This idea that you're going to be able to play their games anywhere. And I'm sure like Nintendo will happen over time. That's why a lot of people think the Nintendo Direct that's rumored is going to be the answer, because that Nintendo Direct might drop a bunch of stuff from the Xbox catalog that we don't know about yet.
Play Anywhere, although there were questions around some of these games. But anyway, from
also,
there, The Blood of Dawnwalker.
Also, if you didn't just see that,
available right now, and all the games in show, they say, are Play Anywhere, although there were questions.
Hollow Knight Silk Song. So it's not confirmed yet. Nintendo Direct is rumored, not confirmed, but it's supposed to be June. Rumor. Nintendo Direct stuff is rumored, not confirmed. We'll see here soon. So Hollow Knight Silk Song got another confirmation for this year. A heads up, it is official, coming out before the end of this year. And it's already been confirmed before, but it's confirmed again. And it's releasing at the same time as this console releases. They straight up said during the show, they said, when the new Xbox Asus ROG Ally releases, Hollow Knight Silk Song will be releasing alongside it. Interestingly enough.
Around some of these games. But anyway, from there we had The Blood of Dawnwalker, that's 2026. Super Meat Boy's gone 3D here, and aptly titled Super Meat Boy 3D. Early Access 2026. Ninja Gaiden.
Super Meat Boy 3D actually looked super sick, and he doesn't show a good trailer of it here, but it actually looked like a really dope 3D platformer.
4 continues to look awesome. That's October 21st. Got that release date. Indiana Jones, The Order of Giants. We have DLC. That is September 4th, 2025. Beast of Reincarnation. Oh boy. Pokemon fans are going through it right now because this is Game Freak. Their logo popped up is one of the funniest things ever, because then what they proceeded to show shocked everyone. We're so used to them turning in things like the latest Pokemon game.
Yeah, so this is Game Freak announcing a new game, and everyone forgot that Nintendo doesn't own Game Freak, and that Game Freak doesn't just play Pokemon games or make Pokemon games. So it was like really funny because the internet blew up like, Nintendo's holding Game Freak back. Nintendo's holding Game Freak back. This is what Game Freak actually can do. And it was just like this whole funny outrage. And, I will share my thoughts on it. Whereas there is some truth behind the idea that maybe Nintendo is holding back Game Freak, I will say this: people undervalue what it takes to make a game with 400 plus individual creatures with animations, attacks, colors, and the works. I don't think people understand how game development works, and it's obvious when you go on the internet and you see people talking like they know what they're talking about. Whereas I'm not defending Game Freak's inability to make a good-looking Pokemon game, and the fact that Nintendo is probably holding them back to some extent due to timelines and stuff. To sit here and downplay how the mechanics and the back end of Pokemon works, and then try to apply it to a single player hack and slash game. It's like you need to understand like how game development works. Like I barely understand. It's like, so you can't compare this game to Pokemon. We're talking about 400 separate animations for every individual Pokemon. Every attack has their separate animations in most cases. We're talking about a lot of data. Now, it could take a decade to release a Pokemon game that looks really good. And the argument there is, well, good, let it take a decade. I'm right there with you. I would love if we got a 10-year decade development Pokemon game that was the best thing we've ever played. I'm right there with you. But let's not pretend that this game is any comparison to a Pokemon game. That's not quite fair, and that's not quite how animations and development works. So people just need to understand that, like, yeah, Nintendo is probably holding them back. It is a time crunch thing. It does come down to them needing 5 plus 10 years to develop a game to look this good, but also be Pokemon, because Pokemon is more intricate than just a bunch of cute little fuzzballs on the screen. That's the thing that people overlook about Pokemon. It's not just a couple fuzzballs on a screen. Like, we're talking animations for every individual Pokemon. That alone is a massive feat of development in the modern era. It doesn't matter if the game looks good or bad. And when it comes from a game development standpoint, people need to be a little bit more understanding of what it takes to make a Pokemon game before they criticize, and they should be more pointed about what they are criticizing. What people really are criticizing is the fact that a Pokemon game deserves longer time cooking and development, not that Game Freak has can't make a game, or, the criticism that Nintendo's holding them back is true. It is a time crunch thing. It is, but you can't compare this game and that game. Like you just can't, right? They also make the most profit per franchise in the world. Right, but because that franchise is more than just the games, it's a business problem. And do you understand business, Domsky? Just out of curiosity, not at all challenging your comment. Welcome in here. You're welcome to share opinions. But I just want to ask you, do you know how business works? Because I don't. I'm not a businessman. So I don't know what it's like to run a multi-billionaire company that has multiple facets, a gaming department, a cartoon department, a clothing department, a Pokemon Go department. I don't know how that works. So we don't really know how hard it is for the red tape, right? Like, how hard is it for them to get resources allocated to the gaming department? That's the problem, right? And I don't know how business works. So whereas you're right, obviously they have the money to do this, but let's say that money is actually separated though. So let's say just because Pokemon makes the most money in the world, what if all the money that's made by merch is only put back into merch? What if all the money that's made off the cartoons is only made off for the cartoons? So like at that point, that whole huge revenue that you're mentioning might not be as big as you think. It's only the games money goes back into the games. Well, now that's still a big pool of money because they sold 30 million copies or something crazy, I think. And your point is still super valid, that they clearly have the money and resources to be putting more time into their games. We just need to have a better understanding that this is more complicated than saying they make money, therefore games should be good, zug zug. That's not how business and money works, my friends. There are investors that need to be paid. There is avenues that the money needs to go. It's not like it's just a bunch of money and they do what they want with it. This is a multi-billionaire company that has obligations that they have to adhere to. So when you really think about it, it's not like they just have a bunch of free money to throw around. So it doesn't matter how much money they make. It really, that's only one part of the full puzzle. A worthy mention and an important part of the puzzle, but it's not the full puzzle. So it's very, very, I think there's more to the conversation. Either way, this isn't me defending Game Freak. I don't give a frick. I don't know what they make. I don't know why they make the decisions they make. All I know is that Pokemon games have been on the decline and they make plenty of money, and you would assume that they could make them better. I'm right there with you. Like I'm right there with you. I just try to look at things very logically, and I just try to be as fair as possible when I make assessments, especially about stuff that I don't understand. And again, I don't understand. I don't know how that works, right? Like, what if there is one guy making decisions who is laughing and saying, no, give them no money, only give money to the movie makers? Like, we don't know what's going on. So while we're sitting here blaming Game Freak and blaming Nintendo, what if, just a hypothetical here, what if it's actually all the investors and they're the ones who are like, no, don't give the games any money. We only want to make money off of them. Shell out slop. Like, we don't know why or how it's happening. So we shouldn't assume anything. All we know is that the end product blows and we're all wondering why. And we can talk theory all day on why it might be happening, but we don't know. And that sucks. You know what I mean? Like, so it is a hearty conversation. We just don't know. And like, that's the worst, most frustrating part, probably for you and for all the Pokemon fans, is we're all sitting here going, why? It doesn't really make sense. And it is a pretty confusing like situation. So to go back to the presentation here, Game Freak is this company who isn't owned by Nintendo and who made this game, and everyone on the internet saw this game and said, this is what Game Freak is capable of. Why are Nintendo holding them back? And it's very funny because it's like somewhat true. It's crazy to see what this developer company is capable of. You know what I mean? Like, it is cool to see what they're capable of. And you can't help but wonder, what could they do in the right work environment, in the right circumstance? It does make you wonder, what could they do? Because take a look at
that
this.
was
Like, look at this game. Like, it does make you wonder, what would Game Freak be capable of in the right hands? I almost feel like Game Freak purposefully sought after this game because they wanted to prove to the world that they weren't Scarlet and Violet. I started thinking about it pretty hard, and you know what I said to myself? I feel like Game Freak might have did this on purpose. They might have genuinely said, you know what? We need to prove to the world that this isn't our fault. Let's go ahead and go find a way to develop a game that proves that we are not the problem. And people are going, wow, Game Freak was never the problem. Take a look. So I'm really loving this era that we're in, where all of a sudden everyone who was dogging on Game Freak just got a wake-up call. It's never been Game Freak's problem. Maybe they do know how to develop video games. Right? Like, it's pretty crazy. Like, it's really nuts, dude. Yo, Miss 8th Bit, welcome to the show today, man. Yo, good to see you. Pokemon games are in a decline. Meanwhile, Scarlet and Violet are the second highest selling generation after Gen 1. Well, when I said Pokemon games were in a decline, I'm talking about the quality of the product. Yeah, for the record, that was a fair call out because I didn't completely share my thoughts fully, but I'm talking about the quality of the product. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I do already know for a fact that Scarlet and Violet is the highest selling Pokemon games ever made, and I do appreciate that reminder. But what I was specifically referencing is the quality of the end product versus the consumer and their opinion on the end product. Right? So like at the end of the day, I think it's very obvious that the Pokemon games are in a decline according to customer satisfaction and according to the end product quality that people are seeing and receiving compared to the quality and the end product of previous entries. You see, when I bought Pokemon Sun and Moon, it wasn't falling apart. Therefore, it felt like a good product. This isn't a commentary on if the game was fun. This isn't a commentary if the Pokemon were interesting. This isn't a commentary on the gameplay. I'm talking about the end product, and the quality felt really good on the 3DS in my hands. Therefore, in my opinion, that was the final game outside of the Let's Go games that really showed the quality that I was used to for my Pokemon experiences. I didn't play Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu, but I heard they were beautiful, and I believe it. But since then, Pokemon games have felt like they lacked in quality, and the end product didn't feel as good in my hands. That's what I'm talking about when I say that there was a decline. So I do apologize. I'm not referencing money or sales. I'm referencing customer satisfaction, and I'm referencing the quality of the final product when it comes to visual fidelity, frame rates, and all the things that make a game what it is outside of the actual experience. I'll be the first to tell you I had a blast playing Scarlet and Violet. You know that. I will be the first to tell you I loved Scarlet and Violet's gameplay. I put hundreds of hours in, and I loved every second of it. But that's not what we're talking about, unfortunately. We're talking about the quality of the product and how it feels in people's hands, and the customer satisfaction has been on a decline, which is unfortunate. So thank you for that, but I just wanted to clarify. I'm just catching up on chat real quick. I just wanted to see if I missed anything else. All right, cool. Yeah, Scarlet and Violet's an open world game. Yeah, for sure. Open zone, open world. I'd say it's open world, right?
In Exile, again, I saw this, felt like BioShock Infinite there for a minute. Then they kept going.
Oh, okay, so this game was really interesting. For those of you that were there during the event with me, so to move on from the Game Freak stuff.
That one. Clockworld Revolution to me was I think the highlight of the entire show. This is In Exile. Again,
you can go back and click through the VOD today, Wombolina. We've been playing it all day today, and it looks pretty good. It's the same, to be honest. It's really no different. So yeah, so when we first saw this game, it was kind of like a BioShock looking steampunk game, but the more you watch the trailer, the more you realize it's like nothing like BioShock. And really the thing that we're latching onto is like the steampunk aesthetic.
I saw this, felt like BioShock Infinite there for a minute. Then they kept going. It's like, okay, it's a steampunk look. And maybe that's what it is, because it became kind of its own thing as they showed more and more character customization, weapon crafting, time manipulation. They showed you rewinding, freezing, sending bullets back to enemy guns. They're talking about like a timeline here with past and future events. They just say coming in due time. I'm keeping an eye on this one. This looks good.
I'm keeping an eye on this one too.
Got announced. That is July 29th.
Grounded 2 got announced, man. I was so excited about Grounded 2.
The New Dawn, kind of a third-person horror shooter. Fall 2025. The Elder Scrolls Online Season of the Worm Cult. That's June 18th. Aphelion, that's from Don't Nod. It's a sci-fi narrative horror mystery style game. That's 2026. There Are No Ghosts at the Grand. Almost looked like a musical sort of game. It was different at least. 2026. Age of Mythology Retold Heavenly Spear, that's fall 2025. We have Mudang 2 Hearts 2026. Planet of Lana 2, that's 2026. I think it's the first like Switch logo I think we saw there. There you go. Fallout 76 Gone Fishin', that's just a clever name. Solo Leveling Arise Overdrive. So it is funny to see Solo Leveling, which is an anime that feels like a video game getting its video game adaptation. It says 4-player co-op, looks like an action game. I don't know, whenever I see some of these anime adaptations, I don't have high hopes for them necessarily, but hey, we'll see. Fall 2020.
And I do find it funny because it's called Solo Leveling, but it's released with 4-player co-op. It's Spawn Wave, and I'll share the link at the end of the video.
5, and then we'll see an Xbox Series 2026. And we have Animo that looks, I mean, people were immediately comparing it to Pokemon just the way it looked. It's 2026.
This is totally Nintendo's big next lawsuit.
Toyota Pro Skater 3 and 4
right here
2025, and then we'll see an Xbox Series 2026. And we have Animo that's
Nintendo's next big lawsuit incoming. I'm really happy about this, and I said this during the show. I love that we're seeing more Pal World knockoffs coming out, because now that Pal World has proven that Pokemon fans want more content, now they're all coming out. Yeah, I'm joking. Jokes aside, it's all a joke. Jokes aside, I'm so happy about the idea of this coming out, because like I think we saw 2 Pokemon style games during these directs this weekend, and it's kind of cool because it's like, dude, like hopefully we start to see more like really fleshed out Monster Collection games, because you want to know what I find? Most Monster Collection games aren't fleshed out. I never played Temtem, but a lot of them just don't have the same Pokemon vibe. And I don't know, maybe that's because they're not, but I would love to get something that was similar to Pokemon that was more fleshed out. And this is like, we're getting closer and closer to that. Pal World had some of that energy. I think Temtem did. I know there's a couple other ones like Monster Patch is coming, and that looks like old school Pokemon. So like, yeah, I think in a lot of ways we could be entering a future in which we might get some pretty solid Monster Collection battling kind of games as we go forward. And like, I don't know, like maybe something that actually feels as premium as Pokemon does when it comes to the gameplay. Because like that's the thing that Pokemon has always had on lock. None of these companies have ever made it feel as good and as smooth and as seamless as Pokemon. I don't know why. Maybe because they all get fired or lawsuited, but I don't know why. Like even Pal World wasn't quite there. Like it felt good to play Pal World and it was interesting, but it wasn't quite there. Like it didn't have the depth. It didn't have the little details that I was looking for, that like I grew up slowly learning the Pokemon scene. It seems like every time I get into a Monster Collection style game, they're just not as fleshed out. There's not 1,000 of them for starters. There's always like 50. You'll play a game like Dragon Quest Monsters and there'll be like 50 of them. And like 50's cool, but I want hundreds, and I want them detailed and separate animations, and I want them interesting with evolutions. And I don't know, maybe one day we'll get that. Yo, we played ACNH all day, homie. Welcome in.
6. And we have Animo that looks, I mean, people were immediately comparing it to Pokemon just the way it looked. It's 2026. Toyota Pro Skater 3 and 4. Tony Hawk was there, talked about the game, 8-player multiplayer. Bam Margera had a nice little outing there. We have Michelangelo, so a Ninja Turtle as guest character. Demo is out now, so you can check it out. It's July 11th.
Yeah, the history and pedigree, right, exactly.
Gears of War Reloaded showed up again here. That's August 26th. Persona 4 Revival, which was very strange. So I thought we were going to not only get a release date, but maybe they just shadow dropped the thing. No, it's at some point it'll release. That was it. It felt Like
Persona 4 Revival's pretty hype.
Earlier development than I was expecting. Sea of Thieves, Smugglers, and Tide. That's August 26th. Invincible Versus. I was excited for this, and then it was a 3v3 fighting game, and I'm like, man, I'm not in a fighting game, so I guess that's not really my kind of game. I mean, it makes sense. It lines up with the Invincible.
Yeah, I was thrown off by this. I thought it was going to be an adventure game. This almost made me think of Marvel of Ultimate Spider-Man. I was getting Ultimate Spider-Man vibes from the world, and then it turned into a fighting game, and I kind of got disappointed.
Universe where there's a lot of big time fights, but I don't know. It could have been like an action adventure game as well. That's coming out 2026.
Agree, Spawnwave.
Square Enix shows up in a big way. Final Fantasy VII Integrate, that is this winter, and then Final Fantasy 16 is out right now on the Xbox. They have a regular edition, I believe, at 50, and they have like the big complete edition that's 70. So they have two different versions of it there, which is cool. So you can pick out if you want the DLC or not. I believe that's the one people were questioning if it's Xbox Play Anywhere. So I don't know. You might have to look into that one. Keeper, that's from Double Fine. It looked as weird as expected. It looked like it has a lighthouse with a bird on top. October 17th. And then, of course, Call of Duty Black Ops 7 closed out the show. It was expected, but kind of anticlimactic because they figured, wow, you haven't said anything about Call of Duty yet. That's your best-selling game every year. Clearly, it's what's going to close it out. They tried to do a bit of a swerve and trick us into thinking that wasn't the case, but there you go, Black Ops 7. And then on to the ROG Ally, the ROG Xbox Ally X and the ROG Xbox Ally. So they did have a shout out to Hollow Knight Silk Song that is launching, they say, alongside the handheld, but
launching alongside the handheld? I know earlier people were trying to say that that's not what the wording they used. I don't know how else they could word it. Now, maybe it might not be day one, but for the record,
that is launching, they say, alongside the handheld.
Like, I know what I heard, and I'm pretty sure Silk Song will be launching alongside this handheld. So just to go back to that point earlier.
But just to make sure everyone's clear, it's not exclusive to the handheld, okay?
Which was never said. It's not like it's only going to be released on the handheld. We'll probably be seeing it on the Switch too. But to be clear, they did say that Hollow Knight Silk Song will be launching alongside this brand new Xbox handheld. And the way that I interpreted those words, and maybe this is where I deviated from the path, is that it would be a coincide release in which it would help them hype up the release of the handheld. So it would be a day one Game Pass entry as this handheld is releasing later this year, all on the same day. Maybe it's not going to be the exact day, but I think it's obvious that my interpretation of this comment was pretty fair. So it's just for the record. I just had a couple people in the chat who were like, I don't think that's what they said. And I'm like, they kind of said that though, whether or not it's the truth. I see a link in the chat. They kind of said that though, like, to be fair, like, cut me some slack. All right.
It's releasing on all platforms. It will be in Game Pass. So there you go. Xbox Play Anywhere as well there. So Hollow Knight Silk Song fans, look forward to that. This is coming out sometime this holiday. We'll get more information around pricing and release date. But I mean, look, the ROG Xbox Ally X looks impressive from us on the spec sheet, right? I mean, 24 gigabytes of RAM, has the new AMD Z2 Extreme chipset in there. Looks great. I have questions around the pricing. I think that thing is like an $800 handheld minimum. So we'll see what that.
And there you guys go. And Spawnwave has his finger on the pulse of the industry pretty well. So I think it's safe to say where if Spawnwave is thinking this is going to be an $800 device, I think you can all safely assume that it's going to be probably potentially around an $800 plus device. And his reasoning behind it is because the current Ally X is already $800, and apparently the technology in this thing is better than the one that's already on the market, the one Stepbrother just mentioned.
The big highlight here, though, with it has to do with the software integration for platforms. And that, I think, is the big push for next gen for Microsoft. Everything is under that Xbox Play Anywhere. It's all under Windows, basically. And it seems like their Windows team and Xbox team are trying to make Windows more applicable to not only handhelds, but just other devices that maybe companies want to make that are more in line with consoles. So they're trying to make it so that, for example, in standby mode, it's much more efficient, which if you use a Windows handheld now is a disaster when you try to put it in the standby mode, nowhere near what the Steam Deck can do. So stuff like that. And then of course, just trying to squeeze more performance out of Windows on these handhelds seems to be a big priority for them. The UI looked great compared to what we're used to, where you boot it up and you have a nice clean interface that's more that's more set up for using an analog stick and a couple of buttons to get around. So they're on the right track. These handhelds though are not going to be cheap. So just people need to be be aware of that. The cheapest one here I think is $600 with that ROG. There's the regular ROG Xbox Ally. That Ally X could be anywhere from $800, I'm not even kidding, to $1,000. Keep all of that in mind. We'll find out more, though, as we go along. As for the show, I already gave my thoughts yesterday. Thought it was pretty good. Thought it would have been better if you had a closeout like, I don't know, the next Halo for next year at the 25th anniversary. But otherwise, I thought it was a pretty fun showing. Next up, we have...
So, yeah, and he did say, though, that they did announce 2 different versions, and one of them might be like $600, $700. But I don't know what the differences between the versions are off the top of my head, outside of the obvious, which is probably like, specs, whatever that means, right? So, but yeah, at the end of the day, that was the Xbox showcase right there. So yeah, this wasn't in the video, but Leth explicitly confirmed that Silksong released before holiday, and they are not tied to the Xbox console release. So yeah, they have specifically said that it's not going to be tied to the release of the Xbox ROG Ally, which does make sense, which is maybe where people were questioning my commentary earlier. It's like, yeah, my interpretation of the show had nothing to do with this comment that clearly came after. So I didn't realize that they explicitly came out and said, no, they're not going to be tied to each other. But the coinciding alongside each other, similar language, same idea. Yeah, 100%. So either way, I thought the Xbox showcase was sick. Again, if you guys missed it, I'll go down and link this video. There is one more section we're going to watch together real quick. Once I get my mouse back here, because it doesn't let me have it sometimes. So there is one more that we're looking forward to as far as dude, can I have my keyboard back? What the heck, man? Anytime I do like anytime I have my Switch on full screen, it does this to me. I'm really gonna have to figure out a way to avoid this, because I literally can't type right now. Like my keyboard is locked down. What the heck, dude? Okay, there we go. There we go. Got it. Yeah, all right, boom. But there is one more section, but the Xbox game showcase was phenomenal. It was absolutely phenomenal. And I think they stole the show. And there's rumors that next year we're going to be getting maybe a Halo 1 from the ground up remake for their 25th anniversary. So Halo fans, hold fast. Maybe you're going to get a remake of one of the most iconic video game releases in my generation of gaming. Halo 1, completely remastered from the ground up. Not remastered, we're talking remade from the ground up, which could be a very interesting release, one that I would actually like to participate in. Yeah, that would be really cool. What's up, Tim the Sorcerer? It is pretty interesting. All right, then last but not least, Summer Games Fest. Let's go ahead and talk about this briefly as well.
All of Summer Game Fest, I'm going to attempt to cover right now as quickly as possible. Here we go. Starting from the top, Mortal Shell 2, that is out in 2026. Fortnite, the Death Star Sabotage, it's out right now. You can go check it out. Death Stranding 2 had another
why not,
with Hideo
Bloodraven?
Kojima showing up. Talked about the pandemic, and keep it in mind when playing through the game. So, all right, I guess we'll keep that in the back of our mind there. They showed another trailer.
That was kind of an odd comment from Kojima, right? He was like, when we made Death Stranding 2, we wanted it to kind of coincide with the feelings of the pandemic. So while you play Death Stranding 2, we want you to think about what it felt like during the pandemic. I just found that to be like such a weird thing to call out and to like base your game around. I understand a lot of people are like going towards that for their media, but to like call it out and to say it is like really it was like it's such a weird thing to say to me.
I don't need to say any more. Like I'm good. I'm just ready for the game to come out later on this month. Chronicles Medieval. Then we had Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. That is September 25th.
I'm super excited about Sonic Racing, and I'm even more excited that it's not releasing until September so that I have time to enjoy Mario Kart.
There's a Minecraft dimension, online cross-platform, bunch of guest characters, and I saw Ichiban and Joker, so they're going to have almost like their own little Smash Brothers kind of thing going on here with, I guess, Sonic Racing's Crossroads. Kind of an
yeah, like Persona characters and all sorts of Capcom characters, or sorry, Sega characters. So like Persona, and then there was Yakuza and stuff.
Twist on it. Code Vein 2, that's out in 2026. End of Abyss in 2026. Mouse PI for Hire, that looks like
Miku.
Fun. Troy Baker is a voice in the game. Game of Thrones, War for Westeros, that's 2026. Is a real-time strategy game. Atomic Heart 2, which is interesting to see Atomic Heart 2 get. I feel like it wasn't that long ago the first one came out. That's PC and consoles. And then another game in that same universe, the Cube Atomic Universe. That's an MMORPG shooter for PC and consoles. We had Marvel Cosmic Invasion make another appearance. I'm sold on that one. I'll pick it up later on.
Me too.
This year when it releases.
I'm sold on it. It's a Marvel beat 'em up.
Onimusha Way of the Sword. Okay. I mean, they just kind of showed up, reminded us of it. It's 2026, playable at Gamescom. Felt That Boxing, which, yeah, that stood out, I think, more than any game here, I'd say. It's
the Muppets boxing video game.
a very realistic looking Muppets style game. And when they showed it, is an Unreal Engine 5. When they showed the gameplay, I guess it's going to be like Punch-Out. So, I mean, that could be a lot of fun. I still need to see this in action, though, when it releases, because it looks a little too good to be true with some of the visuals. Killer Inn, it's a murder mystery action game. 24-player multiplayer, you get clues from killing people, you have wolves versus lambs, and you level up with quests, buy armors, the whole thing there, but the idea is it is a mystery that you're trying to solve in this big multiplayer setting. So, at least
murder mystery clue multiplayer game.
there's a bit of a twist there, something different. Arc Raiders, that's October 30th, PC, Xbox, and PS5. Dune Awakening, an MMO for PC. The June 10th is the official release, so we'll see that this week. Chrono Odyssey, playtest on Steam, June 20th. Wuthering Waves got a trailer. Then we have Mio Memories in Orbit, Metroidvania. There's a demo on Steam right now. Out of Words, stop motion characters. They're kind of handcrafted, which is interesting, and they're missing their mouths. Okay, co-op 20.
I do love the stop motion vibes. This one stood out to me as well.
26. Mafia the Old Country looks great. That's in, of course, August 8th.
Mafia Old Country also got its own direct, and it's basically, in my opinion, like Red Dead Redemption vibes, but Mafia, which for some people, that could be amazing. I don't really play a ton of Red Dead, and I don't really play a ton of Mafia, but I know how prestigious Mafia can be. And I think the combination of that Wild West Old Country vibe might make Mafia be one of the best games to come out this year. I think it's coming out, or when it comes out. So if you are a big fan of Red Dead, or if you played the old Mafia games, I recommend you keep this one on your radar, because this could be an epic release.
Lego Voyagers, which looked sort of like a Lego Split Fiction almost there, right? It has a friend pass just like it. Two-player co-op adventure, though. And you
Lego
play as
Split
Lego
Fiction.
Pieces, trying to get across obstacles.
Lego It Takes Two.
Navigating the world together. Nicktoons and the Dice of Destiny. That's fall 2025. Lies of P Overture. That is available right now. Fractured Blooms. Then we had Blade and Soul Neo and Blade and Soul Heroes. One Punch Man. It's a collaboration for another game. I kind of thought it was going to be just a One Punch Man game, and then disappointment set in. The Seven Deadly Sins Origins. State of Unreal. Just a trailer for it from what I could tell. Jurassic World Evolution 3. That's October 21st. Mina the Hollower. We had a Celia sighting right there, which is pretty cool. That is out October 31st. And there's a demo out right now from
I'm actually looking forward to Mina the Hollower. It's some old school Zelda vibes for sure.
Mina the Hollower on Steam, so check that out. Deadpool VR. It's look, it was cool because, oh, okay, a Deadpool game. That's fun. And then it was an Oculus 3 Quest 3 game. I was like, well, okay. Neil,
I think that's sadly the idea. Anytime a VR game gets announced, you go from, oh, new Batman to, oh, it's VR. Oh, new Deadpool game to, oh, it's VR. I hope that one day that stops being the feeling and VR becomes accessible. But as of right now, VR games just feel like a big waste.
Patrick Harris is voicing Deadpool, though. It is late 2025.
Oh yeah, and also Neil Patrick Harris is voicing Deadpool, which is cool.
Hey, all the Oculus Quest 3 people who tuned in to see this, I'm sure dozens of you are happy right now. Dying Light the Beast, that is August 22nd. I'm excited for Dying Light the Beast. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Looks really cool. Mixtape, that's they say it's one last night before school is out forever. It's coming soon to Game Pass. Tawa and the Guardian of the Sacred Tree, that's September 19th. Acts of Blood. This looked great. Brutal hand-to-hand combat. I thought it was great. Almost X-Ray for Mortal Kombat, like the Mortal Kombat X-Ray effects during these finishing strikes. Sifu vibes on this one, though. Summer.
Yeah, Sifu vibes.
Scott Pilgrim EX. Ladies and gentlemen, new Scott Pilgrim game.
Yeah, Scott Pilgrim beat-em-up game looks dope.
Is coming out. 4-player online multiplayer, 7 playable characters, PC and consoles. Need to hear more about that one as we go along. Really, really cool to see getting another version. Makes sense, though, because the Netflix series was really, really good. Scum, that's coming out June 17th. Mind's Eye is out tomorrow, and I gotta see this one. I think I'm gonna pick it up just to see what we're dealing with here. And we had 007 First Light. Again, looks great, of course. That's 2026. And Hitman is having a 007 Casino Royale crossover mission. That's going on from June into July. Lego Party, that's 2025. Wild Gates, a team shooter with 20 players. Open.
So he skipped over it, but Lego Party.
From June into July. Lego Party.
It's a Mario Party Lego game, and it actually looks super legit. I think they said there was like 50 mini games or something. Maybe more. I don't remember the number, but yeah, it actually looks super legit, dude. Like I actually might pick this up.
That's 2025. Wild Gates, a team shooter with 20 players. Open beta is next week, and it is out July 24th. PC, Xbox, and PS5. We had Blighted, that's coming soon. Ill, which looked wild. I mean, a crazy dismemberment. I mean, I don't even know if YouTube is happy to show this, to be honest. It looks super violent at times. Very creepy. First-person shooter, though, there. PC, PS5, and Xbox. Mecha Break gets its release date, July 1st. We have Infinitesimals. And then we have Resident Evil 30th anniversary. They said, wait a little longer for the next big game. People lost their mind. They said, hey, blink of an eye. They weren't kidding. More on that in a minute.
Yeah, so we got memed on. I lost my Twitch chat for a second here. Let me see if I can get it back. Okay. So they got memed on. They memed super, super hard. Resident Evil was like, you're gonna have to wait a little longer for the next game. The next game will be here in a blink of an eye. And then literally 20 minutes later in the broadcast, they revealed Resident Evil 9.
Fighter 6 got a commercial with Kenny Omega. Then we had Last Flag. Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, July 24th on that one. Then Wu Tang Rise of the Deceiver. It's a co-op action RPG, so Wu Tang is back.
Co-op action RPG Wu Tang game. I'm here for day one, baby.
Guild Wars 2 commercial.
Wu Tang is for the children.
Right. Cyberpunk 2077 Switch 2 commercial. There is the reason for that Switch 2 logo, by the way. There you go. Into the Unwell. It's a roguelike old cartoon art style.
This looks cool.
Splitgate 2 Battle Royale is out now. People online seemed very interested in this specific segment. Project Century is now Stranger Than Heaven. Looked really cool, though. I'm into this. I'll be checking this one out. RGG, of course, is helming this one. Brutal combat, though. Looked great. And then, to close out, Resident Evil Requiem, Resident Evil 9. So you look at it that way, yeah, okay. Requiem 9, okay. Anyway, February 27, 2026, it will be playable at Gamescom. It looked awesome. They zoomed out. They showed all the destruction there where they had bombed and nuked the area, and a lot of theories around this one. Is Leon in there? Well, I guess we'll find out more as we get towards its February 27th release. It is nice to get that release date and be like, oh yeah.
So it's pretty cool because if you didn't notice, I don't know much about Resident Evil, but for all you Resident Evil heads,
a lot of theories around this one.
Take a look at this. This is Raccoon City Police. If you didn't catch that in the trailer, this is the Raccoon City Police Department. So they're going back. They're going back. Yeah, like I don't know when's the last time you were in this area. It might have been like 2 or 3. But they're going back, dude. I don't know when they were here last, but it's pretty interesting to see that they're maybe going back to this area again. And so for you lore heads, you know, I don't know. I'm not a big Resident Evil guy. I played a couple of the Resident Evil games, so it's not my style really. Yeah. So that's it. I mean, Summer Games Fest, all in all, my opinions were it was great. I do have a list of games that I'm gonna make that I'm personally interested in, and I recommend all of you share your games in the Discord and let me know what games you saw that you would either like to see me play or that you're just interested in yourself. We have a channel called HDes. HDes game recommendations. Here's the link to the video again that we just watched from Spawnwave if you want to check him out and support him. He does a great job with gaming news and video game news in general, and I always enjoy his broadcast. So give me just a second here. I think, let's see here, let me go check and see if some sort of issue. I ran into an issue with my YouTube stream. Give me one moment. I think everything's probably okay over there, but YouTube might have every once in a while YouTube can be a little bit not play too nice with certain trailers and videos. So hopefully everything's okay over there on YouTube. Apologies if there was any issues. No news on Animal Crossing stuff yet so far. But there you guys go. That was a part of the segments that I wanted to showcase today. I just wanted to talk a little bit about gaming. Wanted to be a little bit about gaming and the game events that happened this weekend. And I also shared my Switch 2 first impressions commentary. If you missed all of that, I will probably have it highlighted and released on YouTube later at a later date. But I'm really happy to share my thoughts on my whole experience this weekend. All in all, it was an electric weekend in gaming, and it's not done yet. June is still going to be lit for gaming, and it'll still be a wonderful experience, I'm sure, as we go forward into the rest of the month with a potential Switch 2 Direct that is being rumored, as well as maybe some other small events. Maybe Capcom or Ubisoft or something might show up throughout the month. I also know that it's currently Steam Next Fest right now, and you can participate in Steam Next Fest yourself here this whole week. There are going to be a bunch of demos and stuff. If you don't know what Steam Next Fest is, it's just like a big demo palooza, and you can dive in and check out a bunch of games on Steam and wishlist games and support small developers and stuff like that. So if you're interested in that, you can go ahead and participate. I won't be doing a ton of Steam Next Fest stuff myself. I don't normally participate too much. Just not a big demo guy, but as we go forward, we might do more Steam Next Fest stuff in the future. I certainly look forward to potentially pursuing that stuff myself. Yeah, it probably will, Cozy, knowing my luck. Animal Crossing New Horizons is the exact same experience from the Switch 1 that it is on Switch 2, so sorry to disappoint anybody who was looking for this game to be different on the Switch 2. We did talk about this pretty extensively today, so unfortunately I'm not going to go into details again, but I will just quickly say Switch 1 games are not going to look any better on Switch 2 outside of occasional frame rate adjustments and maybe faster loading times. However, if they patch the game, if they update the game, then maybe it would look better. But the visuals of any Switch 1 games are not going to magically get better on the Switch 2. Outside of, again, maybe faster loading times, and maybe the frame rates are more stable, which is what I've heard for Animal Crossing New Horizons. But this isn't, Harry Potter, Hogwarts magic spells being waved, and now your game is somehow more stunning to look at. In fact, in a lot of cases, games are looking worse on the Switch 2, specifically handheld, because the screen is bigger, but the game's resolution isn't. And this is super unfortunate, but there are some games that are actually looking worse on the handheld Switch 2 because the resolution isn't bigger and better, but the screen is. So you guys, you definitely want to temper your expectations when it comes to Switch 1 versus Switch 2 games across the board. None of them are going to be that different unless Nintendo explicitly puts out a patch to make it better. However, yes, you are correct. I heard loading times are faster. I don't really tell the difference myself. How I am only on day 1 of my island though, and there's not really much to load at the moment. And I can't really tell the frame rate stuff because I'm also only on day 1 of my island and there's not really much to make the game laggy. So give us a couple days, and as we progress our brand new island that we just started today, and I get a chance to maybe visit some other people's islands, and then I can really give you a good answer on if ACNH is really that much better on Switch 2. I can tell you from my experience as a gamer that it'll probably be better when you go to islands that are full of decorations. And that's what I've gotten confirmed from other people. Like, yeah, like if I go to an island that has a bunch of decorations, it'll probably be less laggy. For sure. I'm imagining it, instead of being maybe bouncing around frames, it'll probably just lock at a 30 FPS, which is what we would want. So there you go, Roxy. And if you guys are willing to go back and watch my VOD, either here on YouTube or here on Twitch, you will find that I did talk about this stuff pretty extensively throughout the morning today. So for the first about 4 hours of the show is Animal Crossing content and commentary, all there ready for you to go and enjoy if you are interested in hearing more about what I had to say about the Switch 2 Animal Crossing experience. Your island's running better, Lemons? Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard it's just frames are better and loading screens. I'm glad Fantasy Life I put out an update for Switch 2 ASAP. It looks great. I'm loving Fantasy Life I on Switch 2. It almost doesn't feel much different from Steam at all. So I didn't play the Switch 1 version, but it doesn't really feel too different from Switch from Steam at all, besides for the post-processing, which I can't turn off. All right, let's go ahead and jump into some Kart here today. And I'm gonna take a break here and get some water, and we'll do a little bit of Kart this afternoon. I think we're gonna dive into some Mario Kart shenanigans. If anybody wants to join in, I know people are at work and whatnot, so I'm not expecting full lobbies, but I'm sure we'll be able to have a little bit of fun for a few here. And Animal Crossing will return tomorrow. If you were here for just Animal Crossing, and maybe you're showing up a little bit late and you're sad you might have missed out on the Animal Crossing, don't worry. We'll be doing plenty more throughout the week. We just started a brand new island. So sit tight and be patient, and we'll get plenty of more gaming on the horizon. All right, so let's go ahead and jump over. Oh, and we probably want to change our thumbnail and whatnot. Give me just a sec. Gotta change the game. Yeah, we played Mario Kart World all weekend long. I don't know how many hours. Let's go see if they'll tell me how many hours I have. Not as much, but a good amount. 15 or more hours. So we probably played around 16 hours. So yeah, we got a good amount of Mario Kart in. I've been enjoying the heck out of this game. All right. Sick. And I, like I said, I did single player all the way up to the start. I did single player all the way up to the special cup unlocking. So I think I might be able to unlock mirror mode, or I might have to beat this special cup first. And then we can do mirror mode. It's either or, I'm not sure. But we'll do that later. Let's go ahead and do some multiplayer. Are you excited about this new era of Nintendo? Of course. I'm very, very excited. I'm a lifelong Nintendo fan, and couldn't be happier. Oh, actually, I was gonna change my bike. Hold on, let me see if I have the bike I want to change real quick, and then I'll pull up the code for you guys. I was gonna change my bike. I think I was gonna use something a little bit more balanced. There was the pipe frame. There was the plush buggy and the pipe frame potentially. I thought I had one more idea as well. The carpet maybe? Was that it? Dang, I gotta go back and watch that video again. I think it was the carpet that I wanted though. Okay, here's the code, and we're gonna take that break, and we'll be right back to start our next round of Mario Kart. How do you unlock the special cup? Yeah, you just gotta play all the other cups on at least 50 cc. At least 50 cc. You don't even have to beat them on 100 cc. You just gotta play them on at least 50 cc. All right, code command has been updated, and all right, I'll be back. Give me just a minute here to get some restroom action in, and you know what? We'll go ahead and we'll go on theme today. And instead of rocking out this music here on our break, why don't we go ahead and throw up some of that classic Rainbow Road action while we take this breather here. And hope you guys enjoy. I'll be right back. What's up, Raiders? We'll be back in just a second. Excuse me. All right, I'm back. I had to go fill up my water. Excuse me, chat. Had to fill up the Wawa. Sorry about coughing to the microphone. I was rushing around the house and texting at the same time. All right, but we're in. Welcome back. Yeah, thank you. I didn't realize I left the mic open, so I jumped back into my seat. All right, sick. All right, sick. Gotcha. All right, let's go. We'll start off with the Grand Prix, of course. Of course. We'll start off with the Grand Prix here. 150cc. Hey. All right, let's go. How's the Switch breakdown? It was good. Yeah, you can go back. I don't know if I have it highlighted right now, but it was it went well. It was about a 5 to 10 minute talk. It wasn't a dialogue between chat or anything. It was just me talking, and it was about 5 or 10 minutes, and I really broke down all my thoughts over the weekend, shared my opinions on what I would like to see them do, shared my opinions on the release, and shared my opinions in general about the price of Mario Kart World and if it was worth it. in the end, and you know, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, my short version is I'm very pleased with the release of the Switch 2 for multiple reasons. But I do have some grievances, and I do have some commentary on maybe stuff that I would like to see, would have liked to have seen. One example of that is a more adventurous game on release. I don't all the way like that Mario Kart was the choice for release, because I like adventure games. I like single player games, and I don't all the way like that I'm going to be waiting until July to get a single player game. Now that wait's going to be worth it, and I think Mario Kart's or Donkey Kong's going to be a blast. But that was that's like the gist of my commentary, and obviously, again, I'm giving you the super TLDR version, but yeah, I figured out on YouTube. Yeah, I don't remember what the timestamp is. If you're willing to wait until like tomorrow, I'll make sure to timestamp it tonight and stuff, and I'll do the work for you. If you're willing to wait. Otherwise, I also plan on highlighting it and maybe releasing it as its own video. So I will tell you, Parappa, if you're down to be a little bit more patient, I will be releasing a full video and timestamping the live VOD. So like, I'll do my best to make it like easy on you if you're down to just be, maybe just give me like a day and a half. And we'll we also went over all of the game shows this weekend. Summer Games Fest, as well as Xbox Game Showcase and stuff, and we talked about all that. However, Spawnwave did not cover wholesome games, women-led games, and the Latin American Game Showcase. And to be fair, a lot of that stuff was repeats from Summer Game Show. So that'll be a separate, I should have actually said that earlier, that will be a separate conversation, chat. I do plan to sit down and go through all of Wholesome Games Fest, women-led games, Latin American games, South Asian games, and whatever was going on today, which was focused on, I believe they said it was focused on Black-led games and music, or something along those lines. I gotta go back and read about it. I will be going through all that stuff in my own time, breaking down and making a list of everything that I'm personally looking forward to, with maybe some mentions to stuff that I think others would like as well. So if you are somebody that's more interested in that cozy indie vibe, don't worry too much, because I don't plan to, or I do plan to rather, do something that's a little bit more focused on that. Oh wait, yeah, don't, dude, let me do the work. I'm the creator, I don't mind. That's why I offered that to you. I don't mind. You know, I think in that position, if you're willing to wait, I do my best to try to keep my content preserved, and, you know, I definitely will be releasing a little highlight of my thoughts, so I don't mind. I could probably only hang around for a couple of races before I have to make food. Wow, you hear this guy? Oh yeah, I'm just not even gonna give you a chance to get me back for absolutely annihilating you yesterday. I have to go eat food. Wow, okay, alright, you know, whatever, man. I guess food is a bigger priority in your world. Sure, alright, thanks. You can join us for as long as you want, Wonderwalk. Thank you, man. I will tell you though. I will tell you though that I had a blast playing alongside you this weekend, man. So thanks for joining us. Eating in this economy? Food over Mario Kart? Weird. 24 Racers is super wild to me as well, Seth. Super wild. If anybody's out there, you're welcome to join. I know a lot of people are at work and stuff like that. So I'm feeling a little FOMO over Mario Kart World, but not enough to buy it. I'm glad you're not feeling so much that you're willing to go out and buy it.
Karting my Mario and first world all over.
What's up? How you doing? Thank you for the 2 months. Fanon, maybe Fanon. All right, and why don't we head over to Peaches Stadium here? All right, we're just warming up here. I played a teeny bit this morning because I woke up to a bad Charlie horse and I couldn't go back to sleep, so I got up and played a little Mario Kart, but just 50cc, just unlocking stuff. And then I've been watching videos on strategy and learning about all the different weight classes and how people are currently approaching the game, and how here's some facts for y'all. All right. Here's some facts for y'all. Yeah, thank you so much for that Prime. And Angela, if you're still out there, thank you for the raid. So here's the facts, the basic facts, and then I'll give you guys some tea. All right. So here's the basic facts. First off, driving on pavement is exactly the same speed as riding on rails. However, because rails tend to be kind of on the outskirts, usually driving is best. And as I said the past couple days, kart to pavement is best. Wheels to ground is the best thing you can do in this game. Wheels to ground, wheels to ground, wheels to ground. Now, there are some scenarios where rails are good, and it's when you can do tricks. It is faster to do repetitive tricks on a straight rail. If you're on a straight rail and you sit there and you do trick, that is actually faster than driving by a bit, and worth it if you get on straightaways and straight rails. Wall riding is, again, about the same speed as driving on the ground. However, wall riding gives you almost an instant level 2 boost. So sometimes wall riding can be worth it, even though you usually end up going out of your way to get on the wall. So because you go out of your way to get on the wall, that level 2 boost is like almost not worth it, but people are showing it's like kind of worth it. But of course, there's always the shortcuts that wall rides can lead to, and the shortcuts that the rails can lead to that really make them worth it in a lot of scenarios. But if you're just gonna jump on a rail to jump on a rail, it's probably not worth it. If you're just jumping on a wall to jump on a wall, it's probably not worth it. That's the point. It's the same speed, no matter what it feels like. And you wanna stick your wheels to the ground. Wheels to the ground is the play here. All right. The next tip for you is that, other than that, drifting is just as good as every other Mario Kart game, but holding down the jump button to get a boost is never actually the better deal. The time it takes for you to hold down the jump button to get your little jump boost, and I'll show you guys right now for you if you don't know what I'm talking about, that's never worth doing unless you're getting on a rail, and even then it's almost not worth doing. So again, wheels to the ground, that's what you want. We'll see you later, gamer lady. The next thing that I've learned is that we've discovered hidden stats, but we don't have any numbers for you. The hidden stats are in the game. It seems like the cow drives faster on dirt. It's been confirmed. And for example, Wario, who is the same exact weight class as Waluigi, both are actually, Wario's the same, is faster. Wario is faster than Waluigi, but they're the exact same weight class. But in the exact same car, somehow Wario's still faster. But after doing a little bit of research, they're realizing that just because a character has the same stats doesn't mean they're not allocated into special hidden categories. And the hidden categories could be pavement versus grass versus dirt versus flight, like sky, rails. So we're realizing that even though we don't have numbers, Your character might be faster on water than my character, but we could be the same weight class and in the same car. Your cart might be better on pavement versus water versus dirt. Your other cart might be better flying. So because we don't have the data mine information, what we can do is we can have fun kind of figuring out all this stuff ourselves. So if you notice something like, I feel like this character feels really good in this situation, you could be right. And that's the T. That's the T here. So it's pretty fun what's going on with this game so far and finding out all these hidden stats. And I'm having fun with my character, which is Spike, and I'm mixing up my vehicles. And, who knows? Maybe the magic carpet is faster in the sky because it's supposed to fly normally. Otherwise, people are starting to figure out that, last but not least, that you might want to consider what you're doing if you're going to choose a character versus in a cart. And what we mean is by what game mode are you playing? Because if you're doing knockout round, you should know that there's a bunch of... In knockout round, there's a bunch of straightaways. So you might want to use a car with high speed, low acceleration. Or you might want to use a character like a fat boy who has high speed versus a baby character or a small character who has high acceleration. Acceleration would come into play in Grand Prix. If you're playing in a Grand Prix, you're getting hit a bunch, there's a bunch of turns. You might want a character with high acceleration. And maybe the difference would be your skill level. If you're really good at the game and you're confident that you're in first place all the time, playing a fat boy character is good for you. Because if you're in first place and you're not having to worry about getting hit and you're confident in your driving, you might want to play a character that has high speed. And the heavier the weight, the higher the speed, the lower the acceleration. But if you're not that good at the game, if you're not that confident in your driving, this is me I'm describing, if you're in the middle of the pack, if you're getting hit all the time, then you are the kind of player that wants to play a middle to light character. You want to play a Mario. You want to play a Spike, a baby character, because that way you can take hits and you're right back into the action at full speed again. And that's my advice, and that's the T as well. So between your cart and between your character, you might want to choose based on the scenario, and you might want to choose based on the game mode. Again, there's a lot more straightaways in knockout rounds. There's a lot more often your top speed is more important, but in Grand Prix, not so much. So that's like a little bit of tips, a little bit of advice, and I can tell you that I'm just going to be focusing on my character. I'm just going to have fun, and I'm just going to play the characters I like, and I'm not going to think too hard about it. But it is good to know that if I really want to get sweaty, that I could go pick up Wario or even Bowser, which is actually the heaviest character in the game. Therefore, he's the fastest. Bowser's in his own league of speed, by the way. He's the fastest character in the game. I can get sweaty. I can play those characters. Wario and King Boo are next tier. Waluigi, King Boo, Wario, I think Donkey Kong. They are, we'll call those heavyweights. And the heavyweights are the second to fastest characters in the game. King Boo again, Wario. So if you want to play a character that's real fast, you might want to choose a fat boy, but maybe don't choose Bowser because he is really low handling and he might be kind of hard to like control. So I recommend you experiment with different carts and experiment with different characters and really have fun with this, man. Do we know if there's any other differences in skins? Not yet, but like that could be something we discover over time, right? Wouldn't that be super interesting? Oh, nice. So wait, I unlocked the path to Rainbow Road, I think, because I unlocked the special cup. Wait, is that what's happening? Because it wasn't just a single map. Now it was a road. And are we gonna drive to Rainbow Road? Ooh, maybe I unlocked something when I unlocked Special Cup. I don't know, but I thought you always had to choose Rainbow Road as like a separate map. See, look it's a road now. Ooh, we're driving the Rainbow Road now. I don't know if we've done this before or not. We've only done Rainbow Road as like a map. Like where you go there and you do 4 laps and it's done. Dude, I heard they're insanely challenging, Dazza. No, I haven't. I've just been focusing on 50cc because I just wanted to unlock stuff. I'm gonna go and do 100 next and then 150. You know, when I was a kid, that's how I did it, and I just wanted to do it again, like back in the day. You play the whole game. You do 50, then 100, then 150, then mirror mode. So it's not much driving to Rainbow Road. And this is familiar, so I think we might have even done this once before. I guess you can only do this from Peach's Castle, and maybe that's what I'm realizing. Is that there's the only road to Rainbow Road is from Peach's Castle, maybe. But it's 5 laps wrong, or 5 laps long. How about that, dude? Ooh. Did you unlock mirror mode? No, I didn't unlock it yet. I don't know if I can right this moment, maybe, but I unlocked the Special Cup. I just haven't done the Special Cup. And I heard that it was unlocked via either unlocking the Special Cup or doing it. I'm not sure. Either way, I'm close. It would only take me 10 minutes to do the Special Cup. 15 maybe, so. Yeah, see, that's what I think, so I might be able to unlock it. But as I said earlier, to be honest, I'm not interested in mirror mode right now because I want to learn the regular game first. To be fair, like, I'm down to have fun and check it out. But like, the truth is like, I'm really enjoying this game. And I don't want to learn the maps backwards yet. I really enjoy the idea of learning the maps regularly because like I'm loving the idea of like getting pretty decent at this Mario Kart. I never took the time to get good at 8 Deluxe, and now we're here at the beginning of a new game, and I just think it would be really fun to actually like take this game somewhat serious. Like have fun with it and just have a blast, like really knowing the game well and the karts well and the tracks, and I want to be able to style and do some tricks and take some cool shortcuts. And because there's technically 202 tracks in the game. Oh no, I tried to get tricky with it. Because there's technically 200 tracks in the game, I don't want to learn those 200 tracks again. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, if you count all of the roads between the levels, there's 202 tracks. But that's if you count all the roads between levels. And to be fair, not all of them are crazy fleshed out, but some of them are. Like, some of them are actually references to old levels and feel like their own race in a lot of ways, whereas some of them are kind of a Peepo Sunday Drive kind of Sunday cruise. Like, it's not really the big deal. But yeah, technically 200 plus tracks in the game. And I think mirror mode is just going to confuse the hell out of me. I'm just going to be real. Mirror mode will just destroy my brain, dude. I'm not going to be able to remember. Yo, what's up? How you doing today? Portland Law? Is that what I'm reading? Yo, what's up, dude? On average, I stream 6 to 8 hours a day. And I love a good long boy, which is like, you know, anything over 8, 10, 12 hours, you know. We just came off of a weekend of multiple long boys in a row. So I'm a little tired today, and without going too far into details, I want to take a stop over at urgent care today, and I might have like a little infection going on. So I won't be able to go terribly long today. And I'm okay, just for those who get, you know, worry warts out there. I just want to get double checked by the doc, make sure everything's fine. So I won't be able to go all day today again. I'll be taking it easy, but we're gonna play some Mario Kart and relax here. And we just started playing Mario Kart, so we will be here for a bit longer. Welcome in here, though. They're finally gonna give us our dual lobotomies. Just get out of here. Yo, what's up, Rachel? You about to come race, dude? Let's go. Thank you, mods, for being here. Feel better soon? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, nothing serious. I honestly don't even have to go, but I'm gonna shell out the money for peace of mind and see if they want to give me antibiotics. Dude, I got my little monkey sticker. Yeah, Rainbow Road's pretty, right? How do I find your lobby? So you want to go to online play, friends, and then on the top, you'll have an option to create or join, and you want to click join. What's up, Gingy Ginger? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, we're good. Everything's good. You just caught the tail end of a comment. Perfect, thanks. Yeah, no problem. Was fine, but I felt better. Yeah. Sometimes it's just a peace of mind thing, you know? Yeah, it's super chill. Dang it, I missed the rail. I did go around open world and do some of the P switches. And man, I'm gonna be real. You know what I really enjoyed? I really enjoyed the random events that happened. So I was going around the map, and then I saw these random penguins walking around in a circle. And I go up to the penguins, and then all I know is, before I know it, there's a nabbit, and the nabbit sees me and starts running. So I start chasing the nabbit. And after like 3 minutes of chasing the nabbit, homie, I caught him and I got a sticker. And I was reading online that there's a bunch of cute little world events that can just randomly happen. Also, did you guys know you can just press start, open up the map, and you can just transform into any of the characters in the game at any time? So while you're driving around open world, you can open up the map and just like click on Peach's head, and then you're just Peach and you're wherever she was on the map driving around. And then like, so apparently all the characters in the game are just like riding around the map naturally all the time. Like in theory, you could go and find them and like start racing them or something. And you can just, yeah, you don't just teleport to them, you turn into them. Yeah, really neat stuff, man. I was having a lot of fun poking around because, you know, I didn't really play this game outside of multiplayer I didn't really have a chance to like really sink my teeth into the game outside of multiplayer. So it was nice to get an opportunity to do just that. Yeah, multiplayer free roam takes a bunch of stuff out. Right, that's what I learned. Is that there was all these cool events and stuff, and I didn't really know any of that was there. And just as Lazy Stoneheart said, the P-switches are a really good way to learn the game and the mechanics. Dude, the P-switches are a really good way to learn the game and the mechanics. Like, they always, like, there's always, like, the little challenges that they activate seem to always be, like, focused on stuff that I feel like you would want to know as a Mario Karter. Like, oh, you should go grind this rail, or you should go, you know, try to quickly dodge these fireballs, and like that's all. Like, I feel like it's just kind of skill enhancing stuff. Somebody was having air code issues the other day. I don't know what they did to fix the problem. Are you out there, Leafeon, by chance? Maybe it was you. Maybe just try restarting your Switch or something like that. Yeah, somebody had that issue yesterday, but then they somehow figured it out. I'm not sure what they did to figure it out, though. You're having the same issue? Yeah, I'm not too sure what they did. So ACNH was able to play in the past. Is the lobby full? No, not at all. Not even close. I think we just finished our GP, so we'll see right now. Nice. We'll take 5th place. Was Charlie the Wizard up front? I didn't see. I skipped out on accident. Where's the crown at? Dun, 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 dun. You're also getting an air right now? Weird. What the heck? You guys are having airs joining? Charlie got Charlie Brawl? Yeah, there's that crown. I see it. Yeah, everything's good here, man. Look at, we got plenty of people playing with us. Yeah, code's correct. Maybe I typed it wrong. Is code wrong? Is exclamation point code wrong? Oh, did we type it wrong? Maybe I typed it wrong. I thought I copy and pasted it. Yeah, 8SMOSX. Yeah. Me, you, and M tied for 5th. Yeah, everything seems good on my end. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe Nintendo's servers are bugging out. You also got an error? What the heck? What the frick? All right, let's try restarting the game, maybe. Yeah, I'll even restart my console. Yeah, isn't there a way to do that? Hold on. I think it used to be you hold this. Man, wasn't there a way that you used to be able to actually like fully restart your console? I don't remember. It's not a big deal. It doesn't matter. Been playing all weekend without any connection issues? Yeah. That's the weird part. I know. Very strange. We played fine. We barely had any disconnections all weekend long. So yeah, we had barely any connection issues all weekend long. So that's why you guys are right. Like, I don't think it's anything on my end. I wouldn't think so. What's up, Passed Up Pink Garden? I had some DNS errors randomly, and my Switch was just randomly losing internet connection. Strange. So this could be like all Nintendo. This might not be me or you or anybody. Switching networks fixed it. Friends. Here, I'm going to join Jess's room real quick just to see if I can join somebody else. Here, actually, let me leave. Okay, let me quit here. Somebody should make a room real quick so I can, well, hold on. Let me just make another one again and see if people are having issues. I just got a random error when I did not do anything. Ah, okay, good. It sounds like a Nintendo issue. Okay, this sounds more and more like a Nintendo issue. Here, let me go ahead and make another room and see what happens. I mean, not good. This sucks, but you know. All right. Yeah, the open world's fun. It's okay. I haven't had a ton of time to spend in the open world, Yaksha. It seems like it's fun to explore and press the P switches and do the challenges. It's cute, you know. It's not anything insane, but I've only spent a little bit of time myself. All right, command updated. Yeah. Nintendo being weird. You're in? Okay. Whatever happened, for a second there, I thought it might have been me. So I wanted to restart the lobby so everyone can join back in. Yeah. I don't know what happened there, but if that ever happens again, say something and maybe we can just restart the lobby again. It could have been my Switch, you know what I mean? I'm not sure what was going on there. What I'll do is I'm going to make a point to get hooked up on Ethernet here today, because that's the only thing I can think that could be a problem. Even though, again, this whole weekend, we played flawlessly on my Wi-Fi. But just in case, I'll go ahead and I'll set that up today. No, so I've never played Undertale, and I feel like I don't want to play Deltarune until I play Undertale. Apparently, you don't have to do that, but I would prefer to do it that way. And yeah, if anybody has any connection issues in the future, just we'll try a restart. Just feel free to say something. Okay, good. All right, nice. Everyone's in. We'll start this Grand Prix, and if people can join in as we go. Cool. I'm very excited. I'm glad everything's chill. Wait a second. 5 races. Medium difficulty. We can put on hard difficulty if we want to see the wrath of the NPCs. But I think normal's fine. I'd rather us get to focus on having a good time. What's up, dancer wifey? Oh yeah, no worries, Amelia. Thanks for your patience. I'm glad we got a couple laps in there before you had to step away. And what's up, Angelica? Thank you for the raid. Thank you again for the raid today. What's up, homie? All right, let's go ahead and... let's do this. I'll be back though. Undertale is totally worth playing, either in your own time or even streaming. It's quite short too. That's good to know. The length comment. Yo, what's up, nerdy nurse? Good to see you. Yeah, we did some ACNH this morning, and we then we covered a little bit of gaming news, and then we switched over here for some Kart before we I'll wrap up for the day. Gonna relax and play some Mario Kart. We're just getting started, to be honest. Do 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 do. Nice. Yeah, give me that mushroom truck. It wasn't worth slowing down for, but I'm happy I did it regardless. Nice, that's a nice shortcut there on this lap. Sorry, big boy. I think that was an NPC, to be honest. You just saw Piranha Plant get abducted by aliens? Oh my god! What do you think they're gonna do with them? And one of my favorite parts of this game is how satisfying it is to go from 24th place to 6th. And that's, I think, one of this game's strengths. is how even though, you know, you get beat up, you can get right back into it, dude. You can get right back into it. And it can be super satisfying to do that. I don't know. I was kind of getting used to the bike. I think I might go back to my mock bike. I was kind of liking it, man. Dang it! I missed my boost and everything there. Yikes. Saw a video of somebody doing a quick rewind to dodge the blue shell. Hacks. Yes, it's super cool. Apparently the rewind in single player is just broken cozy. Like, yeah, they use a rewind to dodge a blue shell. I think there was I heard of something else with the rewind that was just super interesting. Oh, that's okay, Rachel. Gotta warm up. How far does it take you back? Pretty far. So like, I think it's different in races though, so I don't exactly have an answer, but it takes you back pretty far, but it's only as long as you hold it. Yeah, like I think there's like that's like the minimum, I think. But if I hold it, it keeps going. So like, but the minimum is like, if you just press it, like that's like the minimum. And I don't know if you can go any lower than that. I was able to get a food pack and a new Peach outfit though. Nice, nice. Yeah, you can hold it and you can go back pretty far. So somebody got a world record lap by breaking the game and using rewind to go through the lap faster. Yeah, people are already breaking the game. So what they did is they drove on the lap, they drove on the track backwards twice. Yeah. Hear me out. So they drove around the track backwards twice. And then they rewound. And because rewinding is so fast, they were able to get a 15-second lap on a level. And they were able to get the world record. The world record at the time was 17 seconds. They got 15 seconds by rewinding, and it counted as a lap. For some reason, it counted as a lap, them going backwards through, like, rewinding through the lap. Yeah, isn't that insane? Yeah, 15-second world record. I don't remember the level they were on, but literally got a world record to do that. I think they will patch that. I think they will patch the rewind passing a lap thing. Personally, I think they'll do that because of like time trials and stuff. People will start taking advantage and abusing it, I think we could see a couple patches for that kind of stuff that maybe they overlooked. Pretty funny regardless. Nice. I thought I was going that way. All right. Dang it, I shouldn't have done that. Should have saved that coin. Learning items, driving. It takes a lot. Normally, I hope they wouldn't for fun's sake, but in this case, it definitely goes against the spirit of the game. How do you get good at this game? I suck. Practice and determination. Racing lines and item management. Yeah. So, like, for example, it's really, really tempting to use mushrooms just like while you're driving in the road to kind of get ahead of the pack and stuff. But this game, I can't stress this enough. This was advice from some speedrunners and stuff I've been watching. They said they can't stress this enough. You need to do everything you can to make sure you're saving your mushrooms specifically for cutting corners and cutting lines and for shortcuts. More so than ever. That's already pretty clean logic for any Mario Kart game, but like in this game, mushrooms are so powerful. You have to do everything you can to avoid that urge to smash a mushroom when you're cruising on a course. And you need to be paying attention to your mini-map, because your mini-map will give you a good idea if like, okay, this is a perfect road for me to cut. You can tell that on the mini-map. You'll be able to see that. So they recommended people paying attention to the mini-map and like really paying attention to like your mushroom usage because of how powerful they are in this game. So yeah, that's just one of many examples of like item management. And then like another strategy people are talking about is how when you're in first place, for example, when you're in first place, you don't get mushrooms. You get either bananas, shells, or coins. However, guess what this game gives you? In this game, you can get bags of food. And bags of food are mushrooms. And there's different tiers of food you can get. And I don't know the details, but there's different tiers of food. So here's one of the things is that even though a lot of times the bags of food is kind of out of the way, if you get into that first or second place position and you stop getting good mushroom counts, you can instead focus on getting yourself the bagged food for mushrooms. Which, if you think about it, that's really broken. That first place can still get mushrooms. And then the other thing that was talked about was how if coins are really powerful in this game because Boo can only take items from your first item slot. So if you're in the first place or second place and you have a coin in your first item slot, don't use it, even though coins are important, because then it gives you control over when your item pops out, since items automatically pop out now. So for example, let's say I have a coin in my first slot and I have a green shell in my second. If I use the coin, the green shell's automatically going to be dangling behind me. What does that mean? Well, if I get hit by a blue shell, that green shell's gone. If you shoot a red shell at me, the green shell takes the hit, but maybe I don't want that to happen at that moment. Maybe I want to save that green shell because I know something tough is coming up soon. So if you save the coin, if you have the coin in the first slot, This allows you to preserve your green shell if you get blue shelled, to preserve your banana, and to use it on your own terms. Then, finally, apparently if somebody uses Boo, Boo will automatically take your first item, not your second. So if you're in first place and you have that green shell as your protection item against red shells, and you don't want it to be dangling behind you, and you don't want it to be in your first slot. So if you get the luscious combo of a coin and a banana, keep the coin in your first slot, and people are finding that it'll help you with your longevity in first place in like a lot of different ways. So if that sounds complicated, you know, whatever, it's not that big of a deal, but like it's pretty interesting to think about, to say the least. Like, see, me using my mushroom there, not necessarily ideal, whereas like I could maybe use it somewhere else to like cut like a nice line here. But I do like to use mushrooms to like regain my composure pretty often. So I don't blame people who do that or anything. Because I do the same thing. All right, I practiced this for a while last night. Let's see if we can pull it off. That's the hardest one. You want to jump forward, not to the left. I almost had it. I didn't practice it a lot, but I practiced it for like, I don't know, 2 minutes. I made it sound like I sat there salivating. Like, no. It was like a 2-minute practicing. But I tried the other side too, and it's fun. Almost, yeah, almost. That's a fun little rail thing you can do. I don't even think it's faster than just driving through the area. I just like doing it for style points. I feel like item management can get hard because sometimes I feel like I'll lose those items quickly if I don't. Yeah, that's the thing about this game I'm learning, Flip Toast, is that a lot of times if I don't use the mushroom right away, it'll get ripped out of my hands very fast, multiple different ways. Here, I'm gonna try to do it again real quick. I'll show you guys what I was practicing. So you're right about that. I feel the same way. All right, boom. It's left, forward, wall ride, and then you can wall ride up to the rail and get onto the last box if you want as well. Right? And that's like the one difference here. So it's like, it's pretty fun, man. I was having a lot of fun messing around with this. But see, if you go for the left jump there, it doesn't feel good at all. Yeah, like the physics in this game are like real weird and precise. I will say though that the physics in this game are dope. Oh, I didn't really want to pick this level. Like the physics in general are so cool in this game. What, a forward flip? Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Yeah, you do a forward flip, but the forward flip doesn't give you quite enough momentum. If I understand what you said, but I'm out of time now, so we'll go back and try it again later. But I was able to get it last night though, so I understand what you're saying, and that's exactly how it works, I'm pretty sure. Like, I was able to get it last night a couple times. You can get all 4 of those walls there, and it's pretty satisfying. You just need to align yourself up properly. It's falling with style. You can play as the dolphin. You can, yeah. And there's a dolphin vehicle. So if you really want to, you could be a dolphin riding a dolphin, which is all sorts of weird. See, I'm looking at the mini-map and I'm seeing right here that this is actually a good opportunity for me to cut. See that? So again, like, the way it was worded made a ton of sense to me. Frick. And there's Grand Prix, right? And that's the fun of this game, is like, you could get totally punished for taking those shortcuts if somebody hits you like that, right? That's the fun. That's the fun, man. But yeah, like on these straight roads, if you use the mini-map, you can kind of tell where you can cut. Right? Like, so it's actually really nice. And it's like a really cool way. Like, I wasn't using the mini-map enough at all when I was playing this weekend. I wasn't using the mini-map enough at all. It really is a good guide to know where you can cut like a super nice corner or something. Because you just use the map and then take a look at the track in front of you, and it's usually you can straight up see like, oh, I can cut this whole area if I want. Again, it just never gets old in this game, and I love it. 22nd place. How about 4th place? How about 4th place? That actually seems nicer, you know? Like, it's good, man. They did a good job. The lack of comic transformation items annoys me. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's meant to just be kind of a rare occurrence thing, you know? Personally, and this is just, you know, not a challenge to your point or anything, you know, just to be clear. Personally, I'm happy that comic isn't happening constantly, because then I'm hoping that in months to come, I'm still going to have characters to unlock. I'm hoping that when I'm playing this game in 3 months with the community for community game night, that I'm gonna randomly be playing and I'm gonna unlock a character, and that's gonna be cool, man. Like, that's gonna be rad. I think that's cool, and I like that kind of stuff. So you know what I mean? Like, I like that. I like that, like, no matter how far into this game's life, there's a chance that I could be unlocking characters for months because that item just doesn't appear so much. I played some random online last night and did terrible, but had fun. Nice, dude. I haven't taken that plunge yet. You're braver than I am, Fat Cat Plush. Yeah, you're braver than I am. Oof, those odds, Food Manchu. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever feel the need to play this game online with randoms, only because I do have the option to just play with the community. But it could be fun to just, like, maybe in my free time, if I really get the itch, to like do some random lobbies. But at this current time, I'm like content with just playing with y'all. I saw the top players' lobbies are kind of broken right now. Coming in first and still losing rank points due to unbalanced lobbies. That sucks. Yeah, see, look at, sometimes you can get like 3 food instead of 1. Yeah, there's like different ranks of food or something. Yo, good to see you back in here, Irish. Us poor randoms getting a bad reputation. Oof. There's a bus there. Somebody should move it. Playing Halo, my fingers were cramping. Old folk problems. Pro Controller comes tomorrow. Nice. Nice, Tara. Yeah, we'll be doing more of this game throughout the whole week. Nice. UKNet, if you guys have the option of using an Ethernet cable, it goes a lot faster that way. Just a random heads up. Like, even if you have fast Wi-Fi, because like I do, for some reason, if you plug your Switch dock, if you plug an Ethernet into your Switch dock, all of a sudden game downloads are just like instant. So like, just a heads up, if you have that option at all. I wish it were true for me. Yeah, when I say instant, I just mean like, yeah, instant was kind of a joke, to be fair. It wasn't like that for me either, but it was faster though. Like at one point on Wi-Fi, it was like, this game's gonna take 16 hours to download. And I was like, what the f? And then I plugged in my Ethernet cable and it was like, this thing's gonna take 15 minutes. And I was like, oh. Dang, I messed up there. Dang it, I didn't I forgot the rest of the shortcut. I completely bombed that. I knew where I was going, kinda. Dang. Oh. Oh my god! That was a rough corner. That was a rough corner. Have you got Nintendo Switch 2 GameCube controller? I sure have, dude. It's sitting right behind me, man. It's sitting right behind me on the ground here in all of its glory. Yeah, dude, that was an ugly corner for me. Ooh, Katie takes the lead there. Katie's happy about that corner. Oh, Katie's happy about that's the end. Nice, tied with second place with Karam H. Katie taking the lead. Congrats. GG's, man. Nice, I see Sean in here, sidestepper. See Miss Green Tea as well. Sometimes I'll shake my controller during jumps from the Wii muscle memory that just won't quit. That's so funny. All right, let's go ahead and do another Grand Prix. Actually, let's go ahead and do a knockout round. If you guys want to join, I'll give you all a couple minutes here, a minute or so to join or to get yourself situated here. Oh yeah, while I'm here, I can maybe look for that shortcut again. See how it goes. I don't remember. Sorry, Toad. Exactly how it goes. Is it up there? I don't think so. I don't think that's the one I'm looking for. I think it's way back. Yes. It's way back here. All right, let me know if you're trying to join, and we'll start a new round here shortly. Rosalina's outfits is beautiful. I haven't seen all of hers. Yeah, there's like this rooftop shortcut, but I don't remember exactly which one and like how it starts. I'd have to look it up online again. Yes, it's this one. And then you get a glider. So if you can find the way to get up there, you get a glider, and then if you do it properly, you can actually cut this whole corner. And the way that you cut this corner is you would land up here. You can actually land up here, and you can actually like cut the whole 180 on the map here. And you can jump down here, and you're just right here. I always forget rewind exists. It's probably too late now, but yeah, it's like you take this glider over here, or you go across this bridge. It's like something like that. I think you go across the bridge. Either way, you can like cut out this whole like 180 loop here. It's tough because like the race, you know, during the race, certain areas are cut off and stuff. So like it's hard to describe, but I think you end up getting pooped out like here. And you just cut like the whole 180 turn that is kind of tough here. Yeah, this turn here. You can kind of cut this turn completely out. I have to go look it up again, but it was just like random video I watched showing me secrets. All right, let's go ahead and jump in. I wouldn't mind if somebody threw pizza at me right now, dude. Me either. When you bought it, did it come with the receipt from the Nintendo store? And did you realize that the control stick does not click in like the original GameCube one does? Huh? I think everything was pretty regular GameCube controller for me. So I'm not sure where you read that or if that's a fact, but I think it just works like a normal GameCube controller, man. Yeah, it felt and looked, and I played with it. It's just a regular GameCube controller. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it seemed great to me. Yeah, just a regular old GameCube controller. What's up, Strawberry? Good morning. I see you in that daily check-in. Glad you didn't forget. Yeah, I saw that as well, but that's because those are Switch 2 games. And like at the end of the day, it is frustrating. But you know, they did say it was only for GameCube games. Yeah, I'm using the Pro 2. Yeah, I did see people complaining about that though. Hopefully Nintendo does like maybe do a little patch to like fix how they could easily patch that. I didn't get a chance to join. Oh, sorry, I did ask if you were joining to say something. Sorry, homie. Yeah. If you're trying to join, you got to just say something. We'll wait for you, dude. But yeah, you got to let me know. Yeah, weird decision for them not to let us map for sure. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, hopefully they patch that. I do agree that that does suck if you're going to play Luigi's Mansion. No pun intended. You know, and like, it's not functioning like that does kind of blow. I do agree. When I read that online, I said that's seriously unfortunate. And they did the same thing. Like I told you, already know my history with Super Mario Sunshine and how they let it use the GameCube controller, but it didn't use it like natively, and that was like trash. So like, yeah, like my opinions on that are pretty harsh already. Here, once this race is done, I'll catch up on chat. And these are pretty short, M Online, so why don't you go ahead and join us and join for the next. We'll do another knockout round after this, okay? Yeah, these are pretty short. These are only the equivalent of doing 2 regular races. They're pretty short overall. What the heck? Blooper only bloops people in front of you, I thought. Also, Cozy mentioned that you can blue shell yourself in first place. And I want to say that I actually took a video on my Switch last night of that happening to me, dude. I was at first place in 50cc and I was like, ooh, what does me using a blue shell do? And then I did it and I shot myself and I took a video of it because somehow I remembered, and this is never the case. I somehow remembered that I could record on Switch, and I slammed the record button. Like, people are gonna have to see this. Oh, also, you guys want to see something else? You can throw the green shell sideways. Hold on, look at this. As long as you turn the camera in that direction, you can throw the shell in any direction. Now, it's a little bit hard to do because that means you would have to let go of gas, or you would have to play with the claw grip real quick. You either have to claw grip or you have to let go of gas. That, unfortunately, I think just cost me the race. That, unfortunately, just cost me the race, though. No, that sucks. Love me a good old claw grip. Dang. Oops. Yeah, I didn't really care that much. I clearly wasn't really trying too hard. But I totally threw the game there. My control stick doesn't click on my Nintendo Switch 2 GameCube controller. Yeah, maybe yours is broken or something, dude. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, I don't know. I think mine's fine. I'm not going to take it out of the box and check, but, you know, whatever. Oh, dang. I was about to say, I do have a regular GameCube controller next to me, but I don't. I moved it to the other room. I love these mad group races. Did the GameCube controller stick ever click? Because it was designed to play GameCube games, not be a replacement controller for every game. Yeah, I don't think it did. That's why, I'm confused. I'm so confused by the question in general. That's why I literally am saying, my controller's fine. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that, because I'm not sure what Jeffrey's talking about. But at the end of the day, I know the GameCube controller better than I know the back of my hand. And I can tell you right now, the GameCube controller is exactly like a regular GameCube controller. So whatever you were expecting is on you. All right. Yeah. I can just tell you 100% that it's fine. It's designed flawlessly to emulate the exact GameCube controller. So I'm not sure. That's why I was like, the whole time he kept reposting his message, I'm like, what are you talking about? Clicking in sticks? Like, that's not what? Huh? What? Like, what are we talking about here? Yeah, anybody can join. Exclamation point code. Yo, what's up? How you doing today, DJ Weed Pizza? Thanks for the raid, man. Public lobbies are going good. I've only done a little bit of battles. I would rather do battles with more people, because we did battles with like 10 people and a bunch of NPCs. I think battles are going to be better if we have like 20 people plus lobbies. I would like to do battles if we could get like some big lobbies going for sure. But we've only done a little bit of battling. Well, we got back-to-back raids, dude. What's up, Raiders? What's up, Raiders? What about you though, man? How was Mario Kart World? And thank you for the raid, DJ Weed Pizza. Thank you so much, man. Good to see you here. I appreciate you coming in, man. I see you're playing Mario Kart. I see Crazy Haired Girl was checking out some Legend of Zelda. And thank you, moderators, for giving them some shout outs. I think we have enough for battle. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we do. I'm definitely down to do another knockout round first, but we could talk about doing some battling for sure if you guys want to check it out. Doing some regular versus modes for today. Yeah. My focus has been on Grand Prix and knockout rounds. We've been playing since release day, and boy, has it been a blast, dude. Yeah, anybody's welcome to join. I don't know how full the lobby is right now, though, and I can't check because I'm currently watching the end of this knockout round here. Miss Green Tea is getting it right here. Look at Miss Green Tea getting it. We got bananas. It's a neck and neck race here, though. Neck and neck between, what is this, Rosalina and what looks like maybe Baby Peach. They both have bananas surrounding them. Bananas have been stolen. I repeat, bananas have been stolen. Oh, the red shell goes down. And no, that's not a Baby Peach. That is a Toadette. Toadette Lazy Stoneheart takes the lead. And they're looking good in that crown with their sprinkle snow crown hat. Oh, and the green shell protects them. Beautifully done. Classic strategies here in Mario Kart. The blue shell comes. Boom! Perfect timing for Ryan to steal the lead. We're in 5 out of 6 laps. Ryan, oh no, Ryan goes off course. Needed to take a swim. Meanwhile, Mrs. Green Tea takes the lead back and says, back up, y'all. We're not done here. Does a blue shell have wings? I think it can fly, but I don't know if it has wings. I don't know if it has wings. All right. Mrs. Green Tea taking it down. They really are cruising along. Oh, and they take a slight sharp turn. And Jess MP takes the lead. The shy guy. Oh, flexing on us. I was not expecting that. Sometimes those turns are sharp, man. It happens to me a lot in this game still. All right. Is anybody going to be able to take down Jess MP, the shy guy enthusiast? Oh, the blue shell comes. Boom! And just enough for the lead to pass back over to Lazy Stoneheart. Lazy Stoneheart is gliding into first place here. And the victory goes to Lazy. Congratulations, dude. Beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful. Yo, that was a close match. Britt ended up taking second. Miss Green Tea still managed to lock in fourth, and Ryan in fifth. I'll take my 17th and cry myself to sleep. Let's go ahead and do another round, and I'll go ahead and I'll give you all 30 seconds to a minute to get in if you want to join, if we have room. Otherwise, let me know if you're trying to join. We have 2 spaces left, and we'll wait for you. If we're not going to wait for you, that's fine. Or if you're, I don't know what I meant by that. But anyways, if you're trying to join, say something and we'll wait for you. Otherwise, we're going to start in 30 seconds to a minute. Another knockout round. Now, here's the thing. Knockout rounds, you have to be there from the start. That's why it's important. Whereas if we do a Grand Prix, we can just start it doesn't matter. But knockout rounds, you want to be there from the start, or you got to wait for the next round. It's a little bit of a different vibe. Can't wait to claim 25th when I get this game. Have to hop off, so you'll have 3 spots. Yo, Flippy, thanks for joining us for that round, dude. Whoop. Appreciate that, dude. Yeah, and we got 3 spots available. All right, so we'll wait out this minute for Wonder Waffle, and then we're jumping into a... Oh, you were Ryan. Oh, nice, dude, nice. I thought that... Because I think Ryan Perpetrator's also named Ryan in game, so I just assumed, because we've been racing with them all weekend. Nice, Flippy, dude. Nice, man. Battles sound fun. Yeah, we can do... Let's go ahead and do a knockout round. And then we can check out some battles if everyone's interested in a couple battles. DJ Weed popped in with a wonderful raid, and they mentioned battles. Now I'm kind of curious. Well, I'm the Twitch Prime a subscription. Whoa, that was crazy. I didn't realize it was going to reverse my actual speech here on Twitch. I thought it was just going to rewind the game. Crazy. Yeah. And now we have more people to try battles with. Ooh, we got a full party. All right. We got a full party. We're going to start. I know Joy said they got a tinkle, but we're going to start here shortly. Joy, let us know when you're back here. And then we can start our next knockout. A full 24-player knockout round sounds delightful, but it also sounds really bad for the bottom 4. I think when we have full houses like this, ideally we focus on Grand Prix so we can all just have fun for a total of 20-30 minutes. Whereas I'd love the knockout rounds, but knockout rounds might be nice for those days where there's only 10, 15, 20 of us, so we can let the NPCs get knocked out, and then, we can keep racing. Yeah, dude, Flip Toast, believe me, man, it takes a minute to learn this map, and I've been driving out of bounds constantly. We've been driving out of bounds constantly, so I know all about that life, dude. All right, I am enjoying this cart. I'm gonna switch my cart real quick. You know what? I'm gonna stick with it a little longer. Maybe I'm not giving it enough time, because I'm not liking it all the way, but we're gonna lock it a little longer. All right, let's go ahead. Another round of knockout. Let's go! Primers? Yo, Stormy hit us with the first time prime. Hey, thank you, Stormy. Welcome to the show today. All right, we're going to the Frosty Cup. Ay caramba. That was a big sneeze. All right. Back just in time. Nice. 3, 2, 1. Go! Go! There's Ryan Perp. Oh, yeah, you're Ryan Perp anyways. There's Ryan and Ryan Perp. The Perpetrator's got the full moniker. All right. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Nice. We'll grab that real quick. Do 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 do. Nice. Sniped him. Dang it. Should have just went for a single block. I got greedy. Joined, and as soon as you started, forgot you were brewing a cup of coffee. Oh no. Oh, oh. What's up? What's up, Fearless Phoenix? Welcome in. Oh, oh, oh. Green gem running me over. Brutal. You guys might be getting some of that premium Hylian commentary sooner than we thought. All right. Feel free to drop your shame in the chat if you're one of the bottom 4. And let's carry on. So something about knockout rounds that I love that I was I heard from a different person's take is the idea that no matter once you start a new round, it feels really good because like you can take a deep breath knowing that like there's no one behind you, even if you roll into the place in last place. As long as you make it, you can take a deep breath. And then here's something else interesting that I didn't think about. Apparently, when it comes down to like, let's say 4 people, the person in 4th place can get like golden mushrooms and stars because technically they're in last place. So like it makes as the match goes on, it gets really intense because even if you're in 4th place in the last round, you're technically getting like last place items because you're last place in the knockout round. And I just found that to be such an interesting factoid. All right. And it's been confirmed that when you get hit, it's completely physics-based. And you don't always have the same hit stun. It depends on the angle in which you were hit. It depends on the speed that you were going. Because this game did a pretty good job with physics, there's all of these different things that come into play when it comes to you recovering from getting hit by something. So it's really interesting because there's not just one answer in the game. Like it's not just like, okay, I got hit by this red shell and I'm gonna be stunned for this long. It's like sometimes you're gonna get hit by something and you're gonna be right back into the thick of it and you're not even gonna realize it, and it's gonna be like, whoa, bro, you know what I mean? Like sometimes you're gonna get hit and you're gonna tumble sideways because you got hit from the side. So it's like a really cool, I really love that their approach towards the physics in the game, really creating an experience that like every time you play the game is gonna be different, dude. All your scenarios, it's not as clear cut, you know, as it was before. There's a lot more variance. And I think I've learned in gaming, whether or not people who like competitive gaming want to hear this, because a lot of them don't. Variance breeds the best competition. And even more so, it's the best to watch. It's the best to engage with. League of Legends was so freaking boring before they added the variance in the dragons. Anybody who plays League of Legends knows what I'm talking about. It was so boring in my opinion. It was, every game was the exact same, but when they finally started adding variance, all of a sudden you would have games where they got 4 water dragons and now they're coming back because they can pull back from a fight and heal, and they got 4 movement speed dragons and now they can pull this off, and made the game way cooler, dude. And people don't like to hear that stuff. Like that's why people try to like poop on Pokemon competitive. Like it's all dice rolls and RNG, and it's like, listen, man, if you want super clear cut competitive stuff, you're obviously looking for like chess. And whereas like chess is cool and it takes an insane mind to play chess, I think that, in my opinion, the best competition is when the competitors have to adapt. when you have to on the fly adapt to the circumstance that you are handed. That is the greatest competitors are in those fields, in my opinion. When you are so good at something, but you have to adapt. This is why like Super Smash Brothers Melee and like fighting games can be sick, because no matter how good you get at a fighting game, it's more about how you adapt to your circumstance than anything else. It's how you handle each circumstance, each fight, each parry, each block. It's not about, oh, I'm just better than you because of X situation. Like, so I'll always glaze Melee because of that. I'm a Melee glazer in this community. Dude, did you look behind you, M, when you shot that green shell? Because you literally shot me in the face. M Online is out here destroying me. Ba, 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 ba. They're out for blood? Yeah. Some of the music in this game is like super funky and crazy jazzy. He was right on me. Charlie the Wizard was right on me, dude. He was right behind me, man. Charlie the Wiz was coming for me, man. GG's, man. Homie was right behind me. Like, I'm talking the hair. Can I use my Nintendo Switch 2 game controller on Mario Kart World? You sure can, Jeff, man. Yeah. So like the GameCube controller doesn't have the full functionality of the Switch Pro controller, which some people were debated by. And it sounds like you ran into that problem, which sucks. But yeah, it doesn't have a minus button, and the L's and R's are switched in a real funky way. And there's no stick pushes, as you've noticed. But yes, you can totally use it. I used it to race for about an hour the other night. And it was serviceable. It was fun. Yeah. All right, nice. You guys want to do a full group of battle real quick? Let's do a full group of battle real quick. Let's do it, man. Let's do teams. 4 teams. 4 teams battle. Let's go. Yo, this is gonna be sick, dude. Teams? I didn't even think of this. 4 teams of 6. Yo, this is about to be dope, dude. This is about to be sick. All right, let's go. You survived this time. Too bad I didn't make it to 4th. I was behind you for so long. But the game is so cool. Instead of knowing how to tackle each laugh perfectly, you have to be able to save a fall by wall grinding, etc. That's why I can watch poker on TV and not chess. Right. Now, I do like chess a lot, though, personally, but I find value in both different types of strategy. Pokemon is risk versus reward. Did you want to learn how you can learn chess on Duolingo? Wait, you can do chess on Duolingo? So what you're saying is 4th place is where it's at? Honestly, you do benefit from sandbagging in this game a lot. Honestly, you do benefit from sandbagging in this game a lot. Like, in theory, if you were to sandbag and hold on to some decent items, and then save those items and burst past people with like a golden mushroom in like the final lap, you actually probably would do pretty well. Sandbagging actually might be a pretty legit strategy in this game. Do you need a video editor anytime soon? I might be looking for one later this year. You can send any business inquiries over to hyrulegamingroup@gmail.com, and you'll find that in my panels below as well. Thank you for your interest in working alongside me, and maybe by the end of the year, I might be picking up a video editor. I will tell you that I've had a couple people already reach out to me, and I'm going to be talking to them first, just because that seems the most fair. But you're welcome to email me and get put on that list, and we could talk about what I'd be looking for and, you know, so on and so forth. Yeah, thanks for your interest. And again, you'll find the email in my panels below, hyrulegaminggroup@gmail.com. Do you think they'll fix YouTube on the Switch? I hope so, man. Yeah, Jeff, dude, I hope so. Are you enjoying your Switch too? Are you sag about the controller stuff, or I don't think I got a receipt to answer your question, by the way. I don't think I got a receipt. Dude, this level feels like Double Decker, kinda. This level kinda feels like a weird take on Double Decker.
Thank you for the amazing streams. HD Lurk, HD Lurk, HD Lurk, HD Lurk, HD Lurk.
I hope they add more battle modes later. I want to see them bring back the King of the Hill game. I want to see them bring that game back, man. I want to see them bring back the King of the Hill game for sure. I think battle mode is pretty interesting. I like the idea that it's this open kind of world environment, and it's not as chaotic. It's actually very chill. I know some people were even like, it's boring. And I see that. I see why they say that, because it's like, it's chill. It's not chaotic. It's not like, no, whoa, 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 whoa. It's like battle, pinky out status, like pip pip cheerio. I'm gonna do some battling today, and why don't we take a cruise through this level and let's throw a couple shells at each other. Yes, like a good game of golf. You see? Like it's like a very casual, it's a very casual thing. Right, get off my shells, boo. No, green's gotta go down. No, green. 20-17. Whew. Intense stuff. Absolute intense stuff. There it is, man. Dude, Charlie the wizard. He's a wizard in battles too? What did I say? Mimir said, what did I say? Yo, calm down. What's an obscure Mario character you would put in world if you had your pick? I want Fire Bar. I want to be able to be a driving Fire Bar. Where's the Fire Bar character at? I want Fire Bar representation. All right, let's go to DK Pass. No, jokes aside. Honestly, maybe some like Mario 64 stuff. Like, I don't know if we can drive around as Bob-ombs. I'm assuming we can, but like a Bob-omb, I haven't seen that yet. Or like they already got like the penguins, which is like super funny from like, and the penguins were in all sorts of Mario games. But like maybe some more enemies from 64, like the bird. What about that massive bird that flies around in Mario 64? I want him. Oh, dude, partners from Paper Mario. Paper Mario partners. I want the bomb chick. I want the fish. Yeah, Bobbery. Ow! All right, Mimir. Okay, I see you, dude. I'm coming back for you. I sort of gave my Nintendo OLED model to my nephew. Oh, nice. Well, that's kind of you, dude. Got him. What, you think you're gonna get a free ride this time, Charlie? You better be more defensive than that, buddy. Think you're just getting a free ride around here? Sir Charles? You think I see you, buddy? Oh, I almost got you, dude. You don't think I know? I know you're out here hunting. You're like a shark in the water. Chicken jockey? No, chicken jockey. Sorry. Fat Cat Plush said, yikes. Whoa, none of that, Jonathan. Woo! I see Joy in here. You love seeing the competitive banter come out during games. It's fun, right? Gotta have fun with it. Especially during battles. Sniped. Dude, holy heck. Green is on a tear again. Dude, Lemons and Limes is not playing games. A villager from Mario Sunshine. They're in. Yeah, dude, the Pianta villagers are in. Is that a good impression of them talking? You're on red team? You're red team? Oh, I am red team. I was hunting down red team. Can you even hit each other? I spent the last like 30 seconds hunting down my own team. I don't know if you can actually hit each other. Please? So close to losing all your balloons gives you 0. Oh, wow, that sucks. So really, you want to take down the point leaders on the opposite team. All right, this is the last round, and then we'll get back to a couple more races here. In fact, actually, this will just be our last round in general because it's already been an 8-hour show, and I have to head over to the urgent care. But I honestly shouldn't even have said that again. Everything is okay. I just have a little infection. I want to go make sure that the doctor doesn't think I need antibiotics. I'm completely okay. Everything's fine. But I figured I would just go for peace of mind. And if they want to give me some antibiotics, sure, I'll take them. Sometimes it's nice to have them around the house for the year. Because urgent care costs money. So if they can give me anything, I usually take it. Like I went there for an ear thing, and then they just needed to flush my ears out. But then I was sitting with the doctor, and I'm like, so can we just get some antibiotics anyways so I can go home with the goodie bag? Because I did spend like $100 on this. And they were like, sure, I understand that. And I was like, thank you. Just give me something, please. Because, you know, this did just cost me a bean. Like, hook it up. I don't understand the scoring. Yeah, it's like, just give me something. Like, I definitely don't, I didn't plan on spending $100 to get my ears cleaned. Woo! Bomb saved my butt there. What are these giant eggs around? Get this out of here. Oh, ugh. Okay, Mimir, again, dude. What are you stay hunting me. Lemons and limes, I'm coming for you. You've released the beast. Where are you at? I don't even know what character you are. Frick, I can't hunt you. I'll find you, don't worry. Now I'm getting messy. You see, now I'm hitting bananas. Dang it, dude, I just knocked my own partner's freaking... Oh, it's a timer based. I didn't realize that the hammers were timer based. Oh, I thought that you just had like 3 uses. Oh, so you want to pump those those bad boys out. Oh, okay, Katie. Woo! Save myself from that banana. Eden! Yes, that's right. 10 lives. What you want, Rosalina, huh? You thought you were gonna get away scot-free, huh? Nah, you ain't tasted the fireball wrath, son. Frick, and then I run into a banana like an idiot. That's the second time I've rode into a stationary banana in this game. That's the equivalent of running into a parked car in a racing match. Like, what are you doing running into a stationary banana peel? Oh my gosh. Dang, I was on fire, but I lost all my balloons. Same, I lost all my balloons. You gotta be dying to get antibiotics here. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, no. I could probably get some just to go in, just to be sure, you know. I have to pay for them though. But antibiotics cost like maybe 10 bucks. So it's not too bad. Depending on where you go. That sucks, Captain Fox. What the heck, dude? That's a waste, man. Yeah, how you doing, J Mellon? How you doing, J Mel? Good to see you, man. Yo, Fintendo. Yo, beautiful. Nice red team. Congratulations to the winners, green team. Our first ever official full party battles. Now, I would like to check out coin runners as well. So next time we get a full party, let's check out coin runners, which is a bit of a different vibe, and we can do teams again. I think teams are the way to do this. I don't think I ever want to do battles without teams again. I mean, we will, but you get what I'm saying? I think that was the best presentation of battles yet. Teams felt so good. I like that a lot. So I think that's what we'll focus on for the most part. Every once in a while, maybe we'll do a free-for-all here and there. But yeah. Thank you everyone for racing. I honestly do. I mean it when I say it. I really do wish I could go longer today, because I did plan to kind of do crazy long streams all week. But not only would it be nice to get a little half day in here, even though I went well over half a day here. I also, like I said, I want to go take care of myself. So I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not coming back tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow will be Animal Crossing New Horizons in the morning, followed by some Fantasy Life, probably. Maybe some more Mario Kart World. I want to play this game like every day. And then I think we'll be doing a night stream tomorrow as well, if everything feels good and I'm feeling okay. So we can play some Cyberpunk. I want to get some more Cyberpunk, but I'm not going to come back for Cyberpunk tonight. I'm going to give myself a night to just like, you know, woosah, deep breath, and make sure I'm feeling okay. All right, so thank you everyone for coming out. No raid today. I'm fading. I'm out. Beautiful, beautiful stream. We'll be back again here real soon. Thank you everyone for supporting my journey. Perfect opportunity for me to remind you all that all forms of support are appreciated. Bits, donations, YouTube members, Discord members, thank you. But viewership is the ultimate support. And you just tuning into the show, you're doing enough. You're valued, you're appreciated. Thanks for enjoying my content. Over on YouTube, thanks for enjoying my content. I will also go ahead and plug that there are free ways to support outside of viewership, like checking out and hitting those like buttons and hitting those follow buttons and whatever, man. All right, so consider it if you enjoy the show, if you're enjoying the vibe. And thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Forever indebted to this community. Blessed to be able to be here every day, and I'm honored to be able to do so. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of their Monday. Remember, you got to take these vibes with you. Take these vibes with you, man. Disperse them. Don't gobble them up just to yourselves. We're here to cultivate this energy. Why not disperse it? Why not share it with others? Thank you everyone for tuning into my broadcast. Thanks for supporting me and enjoying my content. Let's go ahead and jump over here and we'll officially wrap things up. Zezaver, LPK, thank you so much. Again, check out the VOD if you're looking for more of the today's show. As far as I did a little game review, a little Summer Games Fest review, and we also did our first impressions of the Switch 2 review. I'm going to try to get that on YouTube within the next day or so. So you go back through the VOD if you want to check that out, and look out on the YouTube so you can hear a good 10-minute spiel about my first impressions and thoughts as we go into our new generation. 75% positive, 80% positive, 20% grievances. It was all around a great little review. So check that out and thank you. On that note, this is Highly in Descent, signing off to be from another wonderful, absolutely wonderful broadcast. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up. And on to the next episode. Peace. All right. Perpetrator, Shadow Maiden, Kita Benita, Wonder Waffle, Beautiful Races today, Zezaver, Dat Baby, Legend, Myth, Island Melt, Shy Chai, Alith. I'll send an update in the Discord as far as the urgent care stuff. I'll send an update in the Discord. I'll let you all know. All right. I'll let you know everything's okay. Because it is okay now, and I'm sure it will be. Samus Crossing, Ghibli Gal, Jackie, Strawberry Grass, Profound Pearl. Anybody else I missed out there, y'all? Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. But until next time, this is Highly in Descent, signing off. Peace, and hit them cat jams, baby. Peace.